We are the breakers of curses, the casters of glorious conspiracies, and the creators of the new world. I am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother's body that granted my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. I call all our mothers to this world. I call them who govern everything, all time and every space in between. She lives 10,000 years. Today it is Oya, Yamaya, Oshun, Yami Ajay, divine architects of existence, usheresses of the new age. Mommy and I are one. I call upon all the divine ancestors and the usher of every mother on earth to break every curse ever cast upon the mother and her children in all timelines and in every dimension. Mama and I are one. We, the mother's divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who would harm you. Mommy and I, we conspire together today to destroy everything and everyone in every timeline and dimension that has caused suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today, we embody the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we believers rewrite all time. Today, we the tree, we the weavers rewrite the life. Today, we, our mothers, children, all into change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from the earth. We subdue the rose sun. We control the light. We heal the harm. Yes, we embolden the fearful. We instill courageous action. Today, we are staging a global evolution. This is our mother's divine will, Mommy and I are one. The architects of the new age now create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new culture, the new ways of being. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of every institution of hate and harm erected by the Godheads of war. Mommy and I are one. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. Now we employ our sacred breath. We give life and sacred blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We hold on. Come the wind. Come the storm. Come the lightning, capture and judge every Godhead of war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring their confusion and war to an immediate end. Scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We are the fates. We are the furies. We are the Iami Ajay. We are the disseminators of divine time, divine retribution, divine rectification, and evolutionary justice. Mommy and I are one. Are the restorers of heaven on earth, the mother's divine reign. We, the sacred serpent, deep from her sleep, to assist us in this sacred assignment. Mommy and I are one. Love is our birthright. Harmony is our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will.
We are the divine executors of her will. Yes, we speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout all time. Yes, all space. Yes, all dimensions. It is certainly, as we say, forever and ever. Yes, Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mm-hmm. All right, you guys. I have to get up every time because my remote won't, whatever. Anyway, this is going to be a short live, I promise, because I have been sitting at this computer since 6 and I still haven't even accomplished a quarter of what I need to accomplish today. But I didn't want to let a day pass without doing a live. Today is actually a very big day, so I wanted to try to keep you guys on point today. Today, Neptune entered Aries as a foreshadowing of things to come. And so it is extraordinarily important, extremely important, of the utmost incalculable importance for you to be the shaper and controller and the sole sovereign that maintains a hegemonic, what you call a hegemonic dominion over your thoughts, over your intentions, over your words from today until I say so. Really, until I say so. Because today is just the beginning. It is the first in an extraordinary, literally back to back to back to back to back to back to back sequence of extraordinary events happening both in the sky, in the air, on the earth, and in the deep of the ocean and deep into your chest cavity, child. So I don't know if there is any manner of articulations that I can use that would allow me to express to you, because when I tell you I got so much to do today, but I said I cannot go a moment further without putting y'all all the way up on game this minute, because I'm gonna be sitting right here in front of this damn computer probably till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I see you, Matthew. You part of the thing I'm working on today. I'm trying to get it to you today. Some text, some pictures, some things. You feel me? I got a mountain of things happening today. But I said, let me take an hour. That's all y'all get. And that's extraordinary for me. Y'all know me. Okay. So I am going to be rigidly disciplined about my time today. I may do another live a little later, but right now I wanted to put y'all up on game. There is a lot happening. There is a lot you need to be mindful of. And the other thing that I want to add to that, this is a real definitive and profound plea to a particular group of human beings. Okay? And there ain't no way to say it but to be straight with you. If you are one of those that identifies as a socialist, as a communist, as an anarchist, as a political activist, as an atheist, as a dialectician, a scientific socialist, any of those things. As a matter of fact, I'll take it a step further. Those of you who are still kind of teetering in the space in between, you maybe have left the religions of your childhood, but you are so scorned by that you don't really know what you believe. So you agnostic, right? You teetering on the edge and you agnostic. All of those of you that I just mentioned, I want to make a plea with you in particular. Most specifically, those of you who may be new to political activism. There's all this stuff happening in the world. And so there's a lot of people who just a week ago, just a month ago, just a year ago, never saw in a million years themselves participating in demonstrations, hitting the streets to right some wrong. You in particular, too. If you meet any of those groups that I just named, you more than anyone, I want to plead with you on this day. Okay? I want to plead with you today. It is going to be a hard sell, I know. I really do. That's why I'm taking my time, easing in gently. Okay? Those of you who are appalled, outraged, dismayed, bewildered, confused about what is happening in the world, because there's, in your mind, there's never been another period like it. I want you. I never talk about faith. I never talk about faith. I never talk about belief. I never talk about belief. I never talk about hope. I never talk about hope. In this process that I have been engaged in, the creating of, the founding of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, which is a religious 501c3 located here in Los Angeles. We don't have what do you call it? We don't have a system of ideas called belief, called hope, called faith. As a matter of fact, here in the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, we are diametrically, emphatically, unwaveringly opposed to faith and hope and belief. We are opposed 1,000,000% to those ideas. Okay? I have to make that statement known because those that have been rocking with me, have been following the channel and all of that stuff, know I got a hard line. I got a hard line about faith and hope and belief. That is not what I typically ask of anyone, to have hope or faith or belief. What we accept as truth is that we always move in the world from a place of absolute, scientifically identifiable certainty. That we do not subscribe to an idea that anyone on this planet can have a set of spiritual beliefs that will ever serve them if their spirituality is not informed by science, if their spirituality is not informed by the material world, if their spirituality is not informed by numbers. Absolute, unwavering calculations and evidence, because our mother, the Mother Earth, our mother, the mamas that gave birth to us, our mother, the cyclicity of what we can see in real time of these stars, these planets, these constellations that our ancestors' interpretation were to leave us symbols, signs, mechanisms that we could recall, because they had the ability through science, baby, through scientific and numerical observation, which don't rely on your faith, don't rely on your hope, don't rely on your belief. They left us something that is tangible. Not only tangible, that it is always absolute numbers. Always absolute. You understand what I'm saying? Science is an evolutionary process. That's the matter that we live in. You understand? That is the world that allows us to perceive. There is no perception for us without flesh, without matter, bitch. You understand what I'm saying? So it is rare that you will hear me talk about, I want you to have hope or some faith or some belief. You feel me? That ain't no shit we on. We about these numbers, we about this science, and this is what informs our spirituality. It is the repetition of cycles that we are so blind to because of circumstances and situations that have been politically imposed on us, politically and violently imposed on us. That's why we can't see cycles no more. That's why we do not understand the extraordinary significance of numbers. You know what I'm saying? I'm Generation X. We a whole generation, mostly, that hated math because of the way that it was taught to us deliberately to keep us away from the absolute guaranteed certainty that numbers allow for us to seize possession of and transform our material reality if we need to do that, if we see fit to do that. So I come from a whole generation of people who hated math, who hated science. I didn't begin to love science until I became a goddamn revolutionary. Real talk. You understand? Revolution was what set me forth to go to medical school, not the other way around. I entered the world as an adult at 23 years old as a revolutionary in a stilled cadre formation that's been around since 1972. And that became my introduction to see bigger, to see more, to understand. And in order for me to get what I needed from that organization, I had to be an atheist. You understand? It was an absolute requirement of that organization. Now, of course, they didn't call it atheism. They called it historical and dialectical materialism. Same difference, different language. You feel me? But I needed that in hindsight. I needed to be able to be free from the dogma of the religions of my childhood to be able to get the science of revolution, aka historical and dialectical materialism, you feel me, before it opened me up enough to say, oh, I do have a particular skill set. And at the same time that I recognize that at 30 years old, you understand, this school just came to me. Only school to this day in this country that has a bachelor's degree of alternative medicine. I was like, oh my God, this is for me. So I go to medical school as a revolutionary. I went through 10 years of medical school as a revolutionary, trying to see every day how what I was learning was going to contribute to the fulfillment of the goals laid out by my organization at that time. Now, I have to open this way, and I know I'm kicking the doors and you're real radical and shit, but I told y'all I'm gonna be up out of here in an hour. Come hell or high water. You feel me? No 4-hour lives today, okay? And so when I am going through medical school, I am also going through this process of, going toe to toe with my organization. Some things began to reveal themselves to me in my relationship with my organization that I loved. I never in my wildest imagination saw my life outside of this organization. You couldn't have told me that I would not be a gray hair old woman inside this organization. I was about that goddamn life. And the problem is, whether it's in spiritual spaces, cultural nationalist circles and organizations, whether it's in political organizations, whether it's in churches, there is a single line of connection between them all. That while they may have a line, the organization that I was tied to, first of all, it spoiled me. It made it very difficult for me to be my truest self inside of other people's organizations. Because after I split ways with this organization, I still went throughout the world, throughout America anyway, lending the skills that I had galvanized in that organization that had made me a supreme organizer, period. You feel me? Going to and from organizations, not committing to the organizations because I'd been so burnt by my own, but saying I still have these skills. I'm still about this life. I still want to see a free and liberated Africa. And my position was that a free and liberated Africa would save the whole goddamn planet. That was my position. And I wasn't budging from that. So anybody that was about that life, I would do work. Anybody that was about that life in any way, even if they had ideologies that I did not necessarily agree with, if they were doing work in the real world that was going to uplift Black people and change the conditions in any way for Black people, how can I give you my skills? How can I lend you my skills? And I spent several years doing that after I left my organization. And the reason I left my organization and the reason I never committed to another organization from this day to the day that I founded the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence is because the line of similarity between them all is no matter how good the line is, no matter how much you can see in your mind's eye, yes, this is it. This is what's going to set it off. This is what's going to make it happen. Look at this thing they got going on here. Look at this thing they got going on over here. Look at how they connected to their ancestors like this. This and this and this and this. Even when I became a devotee of EFI, I was a 15-year devotee of EFI. Everything that I put both feet first into, I took it personally. I did not offer my opinions. I did not ask no questions because I know how y'all be when y'all be running shit. You feel me? I'm going to be a good devotee. I'm going to be a good revolutionary, socialist. I'm going to be a good student, and I'm going to sit quiet, bitch. And I'm going to watch everything y'all say, everything y'all do. I'm taking notes every time y'all open y'all mouth. I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes. It's not that I'm being a subservient. It's that I'm peeping you. Because I know there is going to be a moment, an evolutionary leap forward that is going to require me to outdo you. You understand? And listen, I love the organization to this day that I was tied to, that I left in 2009. I love that organization. I wept like I was in a divorce when I left that organization. But I recognized the very moment where now growth was not afforded me, and anything past this moment, they were going to try to subdue me. That has happened in every organization I've been in, tied to, worked with. You understand what I'm saying? And so for me, I had to make some decisions about my life. And so what they had to be was keep your mouth shut for a moment and just write everything. Take notes like a crazy person. Do it. Because every situation that you come up into, there is something that you need from that organization. So don't be trying to wage no war when you see what the weaknesses are. Don't be trying to wage no war. There's something that you need up in here. Get what you need and keep it moving. Get what you need and recognize the very split second that you say, okay, thank you so much. Still pay reverence. Thank you so much. I got what I needed. And now I got to get the fuck up out of here. I'm telling you this for a reason, because today is profound. And those of you who I mentioned at the beginning, those of you who may be socialists, those of you who may be communists, anarchists, Christians, just left out the church, just left out the mosque, just left out the goddamn synagogue, just left out the this and this and this and this. You in the middle, or you don't know, or you just new in the world, period. You a baby, whatever it is. Because I know there is something peculiar happening for you. First of all, those of you who are socialists, those of you who have been activists any period of time, particularly those very, it's so interesting. It's so interesting. I want you socialists to rock with me. You militants, you socialists, you hard roughneck, and in your hard roughneck understanding of what you understand are rigid, are dogmatic, are unwielding. It is such a paradox. You will never make me understand it. For anybody who has studied Marxism and Leninism and Stalinism and Engels and any of that stuff, you understand? That is supposed to teach you how to be able at any moment, at any split second, when witnessing a phenomena, to be able to instantly articulate, analyze that phenomena, and then at the same time break it down in a way that everybody around you, watching you, listening to you in a moment, see, recognize, understand, analyze, and then articulate in a language that everybody can understand. That everybody, when they hear you open your mouth, will instantly be raised up a level, instantly be able to understand something that has happened to them that they couldn't understand before, just a moment before, until you opened your mouth. This is one of what is supposed to be the byproducts of being an astute student of historical and dialectical materialism. And I will be goddamn. In my organization that I was in from 2001 to 2009, disciplined. 2013, just, going to the meetings and stuff. But till 2009, 2 and 3 2-hour political educations 2 to 3 times a week for years and years and years. Twice a year, having party schools where brothers and sisters from every branch that we had on the planet would come from their place on earth to our organization in St. Petersburg, Florida, and be locked in that building for 2 weeks, studying, exercising, and then applying in real time. Not enough to just stuff your head with a bunch of shit. It's not enough to stuff your head with a bunch of shit without what is going to help this, quote, acquired knowledge become wisdom. And wisdom, bitch, is embodied. Wisdom is what transforms the material world. Wisdom, application, is what is always testing what is in your head that you have collected in a world that now you can take these things, apply them, test them out to see if this thing that you say you believe actually works for you in the material world. If this thing that you have come to understand, once applied, works the way that you expected it to, or do you need, for your specific circumstances, to shape, mold, blunt the edges, sharpen the edges, narrow. This is dialectics. And so it always blew my mind, because when I'm telling you, and I feel like it's because I am a woman. It's because I am a girl. I was young when I joined the party. And I feel like because of so many insecurities that I had developed as a young person, as a teenager, and as a young adult, that I was so timid. I was not the person you see right now, baby. I was so timid, so intimidated by people who, in my mind, I perceived to be light years smarter than me. That's one of the reasons I kept my mouth shut. I'm trying to be like them. Everything you got in your head, I want it. So let me just shut up and take some notes. Everything you say, hold on, could you say that again? You understand? And so when I joined the party, and I joined the party at a particular period of time that is extraordinarily reminiscent of this time that we're in right now, that everybody's like, oh my God, it ain't never been this bad. Oh my God, we ain't never seen nothing like this in my life. Oh my God, can you believe how they behaving? And I'm like, yes, baby, because just because you young or because you got short-term memory, you think it's as bad as it is, and it ain't never been this bad. This ain't the America that I understand. Baby, this America be popping her head up every now and again to remind you, y'all better shut y'all mouth and keep y'all shit in line. I came onto the party 3 months after 9/11. And so y'all don't remember because y'all was babies, or y'all don't remember because y'all wasn't even an apple in your mama's eye yet. But I remember. I remember the despair that fell on this country, the demoralization, the, oh my God, what is our future going to be? This event, 9/11, in hindsight, knowing what I know now, being an introductory ritual into the new century. That's what it was. But you are so dogmatic in your understanding, Mr. Socialist or Miss Socialist. You are so dogmatic, which is completely contradictory. It is completely contradictory to the science of dialectics. To be dogmatic and still think you a dialectician. To be unwavering in your beliefs. Every time somebody taught you, even if it's been 6 months from the last time, you literally recite word for word what you said the last conversation, because you know, comrade, you feel me? I hear what you're saying, you know what I'm saying, but that ain't really like what the science of dialectics teaches us. Bitch, your ass ain't grown in 6 months. Your understanding and application of the ideology has not transformed at all. Dialectics is 180 years old, bitch. Do you think that Marx and Lenin and Engels would say the exact same thing verbatim if they shit that they created, that they worded? Do you think that they would come back today, 180 years later, and say, yes, we still believe unwaveringly, without changing a word, that this is the thing that is going to change everything? You really believe that? They would come today and be like, damn, I guess that shit we wrote didn't work. Look at the state of the world today after we wrote this dynamic stuff. You feel me? And I'm telling y'all this because, baby, look, everybody is wrong. So I'm gonna say that. Assume, just like I have done. I will never tell you anything as a recommendation. You feel me? As advice. I will never tell you nothing that I have not done, learned, tried, tested, and threw in the garbage or accepted. Never. And that is not dogmatic. I can come back 5 years from now and say that shit I told y'all five years ago on January 26, 2026. Scrap that shit. It don't apply today. This is to be a dynamic, historical, and dialectical materialist, to recognize that you, by yourself, are a phenomenon. You are. It's not just things that you observe. You are a phenomenon, observing of the phenomenon. Those things that you observe as phenomena, just your eyes looking upon them and you analyzing what it is you are witnessing, changes the goddamn phenomenon. All the time, every moment. You can see the same thing 20 times, and because it is a different time, it is a different moment, it is a different day, too many other different people have come into contact with the same thing that you have observed, that in 2 days, that thing that you observed will be totally different. This is time. This is space. This is what we perceive as reality. This is our own self. Every single solitary day, not just every single solitary day, every single solitary moment, every single solitary minute, every single solitary imperceptible second, millisecond, moment, breath changes us. The evolutionary process is not a point of arrival. It's not. And I'm telling you, that's why all of you get stuck. The evolutionary process is never stagnant. It never pauses. It never breaks. The evolutionary process is always what it is. Always. That's why it is something that is not only imperceptible, it is damn near impossible to communicate it, because even in the communication, every second is changing. Every second is changing. The process. I'm telling you this because those of you who are most dogmatic, and it's not a criticism. I was you. I was so dogmatic, so about that socialist revolutionary life. I got red stars tattooed on my face and shit. I was about that life. And I'm telling you that I know where you are. So when I communicate to you that today is so important, and that this day and the rest of the days, if you, as a sole sovereign of the empire that you own and control, of the universe that is yours to shape and mold as you see fit, and the only reason that you are the sole sovereign of this universe that you were gifted to shape and mold as you see fit, is because your mother is the only thing that you can point to as the scientific, material, numerical, cyclic evidence that God is real. Your mama. I'm talking about the woman whose body was split in half to ensure your incarnation. Your mother is God. You may not like her. You may not know her. You may not have ever met her. But guess what mama does? Guess what the mother universe does? Guess what mama earth does? Is that if there is some break in the fabric of us together on this earth, in this universe, if there is some tear in the matrix that disrupts the harmony of the whole, she say, that's all right. You don't know your mama? I'm sorry. Your mama was an evil person. I'm sorry. This and this and this and this. That's all right. I got a multiplicity of mamas around you to make sure that you always know that I am the only thing that makes your ability to perceive everything around you real, a reality. And I did this live, 2 days ago? And the topic of the name of the live was everywhere you go, there you are. Yet you are the supreme invisible. You are the ever present everywhere, every space, every time, every dimension, just like our conspiracy say. Yet no one remembers your name. Nobody remembers your name. No one remembers your greatness. No one remembers a moment that ourselves remember and is fighting like hell for, but nobody here remembers a moment that ourselves remember when this world that we live on was perfect. Nobody recalls it. Yet ourselves are always fighting like hell to help us remember. Everything that you articulate as a spiritual phenomenon, I got the goosebumps. Right. My hairs stood on end. It was so familiar. The deja vu. I don't know where it came from, but it was so deep. It was almost paralyzing. This and this. Every way that you articulate spirituality, spiritualism, this thing I'm always going hard on because to me, it is escapism. But this thing y'all be talking about in these new thought movements, these new age movements, right? Y'all be calling it what? We are on the brink. We on the precipice of our ascension into the 5D. You feel me? We can feel it. We can feel it. How this what they call it, the Pleiadians and the what they call it, the Galactic Federation, what they call it. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? All these articulations that you have about the signs and the symbols and the evidence of the time that this is the moment where everything is going to change. You are not wrong. You are not wrong that everything is changing. You are not wrong. But I'm telling you, baby, I'm telling you, it is not no goddamn galactic federation, bitch. I promise you. I'm telling you, it is not no ascension into the 5D. And once we ascend into the 5D, we going to get our wings and we going to get our superpowers. You feel me? It's not that. I promise. I promise. I'm going to keep this short, but I'm going to give you receipts and evidence that everywhere you go, there you are. It is not no what y'all be talking about? Being able to ascend into the heavens without dying, like those of you who believe that Jesus is going to skateboard on a cloud to the earth to come and rescue you and leave the other heathens here to suffer and cry and die. I promise you, Jesus is not skateboarding on no goddamn cloud to come and get you. I promise. I promise you. I promise you. I promise you that your head is not gonna bust open with the illumined 1,000-petaled lotus. I promise you. I promise you that all of those articulations that I have just named in jest, but I'm deadly serious. All of those phenomena that I just named that you are all so desperate that you're hedging your bets on are all mechanisms to guarantee that you see everything. What the white boy say on Morgue Official? What did he say about the book of Thomas from the Gnostics and shit, the hidden books of the Bible? And he said that in the book of Thomas, the hidden book of the Christian Bible, that Jesus said that in the end, I want you to hear me, God. Woo, I want you to hear me. That in the end days, I will return. And what did he say he was going to return to do? He wasn't going to return to skateboard on a motherfucking cloud and blow a horn. And everybody all the bodies in the ground just get up out the ground first. And then everybody that was right with the Lord skate up into the heaven with Jesus. In the book of Thomas that they conveniently left out, he says that in the end, when I return, I will return to end all division, to make one what has been divided. To, what did he say? I have come to make the top the bottom and the bottom the top. I have come to make the front the back and the back the front. I have come to make the internal seen and the seen internal. I have come to wed the he and the she. That's what he said. That's what he said in the book of Thomas. He said, I have come to right all wrongs. That's what he said. That's what he said. And these are metaphors for what you continue to avoid and evade. Do you hear me? Oh, I hope y'all hear me so much. Especially those of you stuck in one paradigm. Science cannot exist in a way that is ethical without an embodied spirituality. Spirituality cannot be perceived without an intact, material, scientific experience. These are the dichotomies that he has talked, that this book of Thomas version of the Jesus said he came to mend. He came to unify that which had been divided from itself. That's what he said. And in the same thing that we were talking about with the boy who is over morgue official, he said that in the end, the key to eternal life, this is what your Jesus said in one of them lost books that they stole. He said that in the end days, that people will forget that the truth of eternal life, that the key to eternal life is but one thing. Always recognize what is right in front of your face. That's what he said in the book of Thomas. That's what he said. That's what your Jesus said. That you will be so betrayed, so lied to. You will believe lies and betray yourself to accept those lies when the truth is right in front of your face. That's what he said. That's what he said. So what does that mean? What does this Jesus of the book of Thomas mean? Who is this Jesus of the book of Thomas? Because even though I like morgue official, I don't remember the dude's name, even though I like morgue official, when I was watching this piece that he did on the quote key to eternal life, I was like, oh, he on the brink. He about to get there. I think he gonna do it. I think he gonna make it. I think he gonna understand. I think he's gonna put everybody on game because they will believe it coming from a white boy with blonde hair and blue eyes before they will believe it coming from me. So come on in the room, morgue official. Come on in the room, morgue official, and put them on game. You right there. Come on, baby. Come on. And he stopped. As deep as that live was, I was like, oh my God, I think he's gonna say it. I think this boy is about to break the code up in this bitch. Come on in the room. And just when he got on the cliff, he was like, that's it. I said, wait, what? I said, is it that elusive that when you right there, you can't make the 2-second leap to put people on game? It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Everywhere you go, there you are. And every time you get there, every time you right on the brink, right on the precipice, right on the edge of the most dynamic breakthrough that you could ever have in this life, child, just when you get there, something will walk your ass back. And I'm going to tell you why that is today. I'm going to tell you why that is today. But I'm going to tell you why that is. It is because we have been so well and efficiently and consistently groomed, nurtured, breastfed, raised up, clothed in, educated in, fed by, recycled death. We have been breastfed by gods of war. Our diapers have been changed by gods of war. We have been bathed in our infancy by gods of war. Yep. We have gone to kindergarten being taught by gods of war. Yes, we have. We done gone through our curriculum our educational system being protected, guarded, groomed, shaped, molded, clothed, playtime, sleep time, nap time, music, cartoons by gods of war. That's why the culture that dominates the goddamn planet for the last 6,000 years is war culture. It's like we can't even make the goddamn leap. I'm not talking about ambiguities. I just told you 2 days ago, everything in your life from the moment that you were born has been a ritual. That's why males had to take over the secret cult of childbirth. They had to ensure that gods were not born, that slaves were born. The only way to ensure that gods are not born and slaves are born is to take possession of the oldest ritual on earth, which is she who becomes embodied by some spirit she don't know and walks through the planet for 9 months and goes through the pains. And in this dance of pain and pleasure with this person in her that she has sacrificed her fucking life to, there is a moment of ecstasy that occurs. And this being that has no name and has no face, but is real. She can't see it. She can't hear it, nothing. But she is certain. She ain't got to have faith. She is certain. She ain't got to believe. She's certain. She ain't got to hope. She is certain that this thing will become something of its own, a universe of its own. Your planet, your mama, your God, your mama, giving birth to another God, giving birth to another planet. And these men who took possession of the mother's cults said, we cannot have this if we are going to exalt ourselves over our mother and convince the entire world for forever that we reign over her. We have to stage possession over this thing they be doing behind closed doors and don't let us come up into shit. So now you have these males who have literally taken over the beginning of all things. And it is no longer a secret and sacred. And women are singing and everybody's so happy. And the oxytocin is pulsing so much that there's just love exploding all over the room. Now it is bright lights and men in masks and wearing gloves because they hate everything about your mama. They hate her blood. They hate her water. They hate everything about her. But they have to stage a contest the moment you emerge from your mother's body, a seen entity with full capacity at birth to govern your own goddamn universe. They were like, we cannot allow these bitches to keep giving birth to gods on this bitch. We can't allow it. So now the ritual is no longer love, no longer softness and quiet and dark and stillness and the ecstasy of maidens, mothers, and crones coming together to celebrate the life of this new emerging God on earth. No, we can't have it. So now it's bright lights and masks and yelling and machines, beep, 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 beep. And they're always telling you, oh my God, the baby, the baby, the baby. So now instead of oxytocin dominating your body when you are giving birth to God, now it's adrenaline. Now it's fear hormones. Now it's cortisol. Now it's homocysteine. This has marked your life. It informs you as God of what to expect for forever in this life on earth. That's why they did it. It wasn't just because of money. It wasn't just because of money. This was a staging of a contest by a mechanized process of the splitting apart of the son from the mother. And I still don't have an answer for you, so don't ask me. I don't know how the process started. We can think about that later when we have some stillness and some time and some rest so that our goddamn genius can shoot through this motherfucker. But right now, I'm telling you that the mother is on my ass. She is on all of our asses if we take 2 minutes to listen. Not only listen, to receive and accept with absolute certainty that this is what is happening to us. And that there is somebody on this planet so deep and lost in their malignancy that they will kill themselves before they allow her to emerge. And the only way that she can emerge, this is not no mysticism, bitch. This science. The only way that she can re-emerge on earth, the only way that she can regain control and stake her claims upon this bitch is through you. It's through you. Who is the you? Every single solitary last one of us who went through this perfect process called birth, called your God on earth, creating an absolute whole other God on this planet. That's the only way. males, females, all the genders in between, white, black, all the races in between, nation and nation and nation. This is the only way. This is why they are trying so hard. This is why they have stepped up this campaign of malignancy, of trauma, of death. I know I'm going out, but I'm coming to a place, y'all, because I had a motherfucking breakthrough today. And as much work as I have to do, oh my God. I said, I cannot go another moment. This shit is literally plaguing me. I cannot go another moment without putting at least a few of you up on game. But I'm going to tell you something else. It is not enough for you to listen. That's not what I'm trying to create here. I'm not trying to create that here, man. It is not enough for you to feel your spidey senses tingling when you hear Sister Cassandra put some shit down. That's not enough. And that ain't no shit I'm trying to build. You are God on earth. Your mother guaranteed it so. It is a perfect process. Your mother allowing you to be transformed through her body to give you sovereignty from the moment that you were born. Do you understand me? And so as God, bitch, you have to recreate the process. You may be born male. You may not have a uterus, but guess what? Your divine, ultimate, wise mother, who is always evolving, always evolving, always evolving within herself, said, you know what? My little boy babies, they ain't going to be able to have no babies because they ain't got no uterus. But they can give birth to other types of babies because they have a uterus. They have a uterus. They have a uterus. They have a uterus. Do you understand what I'm saying? They got portals too. Bitch, y'all got chakras too. Y'all got chakras too. Why can I say that? Because y'all have been convinced that what is wrong with the earth is the very thing that makes you the giants that you are, men. What makes you the giants that you are is the very process that you are at war against and cannot figure out why your life does not improve. Why everybody on the earth has all this terrible stuff to say about men, about males, and that type of shit. It is because the world is responding in a state of absolute despair. And you believing in a male mother, he who gives birth to death. You believing in a male mother, he who wears a dress to present himself to you as the true mother. That your mama gave you this filthy birth. Your mama gave you this birth like your Jesus said, where you are born dead. That's what Jesus said out of his own goddamn mouth in his own ugly ass book. That you are born dead. That's what he said. He said your ass is born dead. You are born dead. Filthy as a rag. Born. Filthy as a rag. Undeserving of salvation and worthy of hell. That's what your Jesus said about you, newborn God entering into the world. And that the only way that you will be, what he said, white as snow. That's what he said. The only way that you will become white as snow is to eat of my body and drink of my blood, bitch. That's what he said. That's what he said. And you, first of all, let me backtrack. I want to tell you today, everywhere you go, there you are. Who are you? You are God. Why are you God? Because God can only give birth to God. Nothing less than that. God can only give birth to God. She cannot give birth to anything less than that. God can only give birth to God. That's why you are God. That's why the contest to seize possession of every sacred space, every sacred ceremony, every sacred ritual, every sacred song, every sacred moment of play and pleasure. That's why you males. I've been talking to y'all about this for a long time. You males. I've been talking about this for a long time. As a matter of fact, I've been in LA. Next month, it'll be 8 years. And it has been my most persistent gripe in the city. That it perplexes me to no end why there is such an extraordinarily malignant, obnoxious culture of men deliberately laying women lousy. Why? It just perplexed me. I couldn't understand it until this moment. I couldn't understand it. I couldn't understand it. The reason that you have created an entire culture around denying women ecstatic pleasure through erotic stimulation and orgasmic release is because you recognize it is it's limbic system shit. It's old memory. It's patriarchal emergence memory that you cannot allow this woman to have a moment of peace or pleasure, because if she experiences peace or pleasure just for a moment, the God in her will break through this illusion and it'll be a wrap. Because why? Because when she break through that motherfucker, all the other women gonna be like, damn, what happened to her? She gonna say, I had the most earth-shattering, mind-blowing, chakra-aligning goddamn orgasm that I ever had. I know that I became the embodiment of God in that moment, and they can't have it. Now, all of this shit, incel shit. Do you think that people are incels just cause? Do you really think that? This is a psyop, bitch. This incel shit, this so-called red pill shit, this is the state, because the state recognizes what you refuse to see. These bitches are on the edge. They right on the brink of seeing. Now we have to create catastrophe. Some of the best sex I ever had was during COVID. Some of the best sex that I ever had in my existence was when we were still. They recognized that what they thought was going to be an opportunity, and it was in a lot of ways for them, but what they didn't factor in was that the stillness and the quiet and the coming together and finding your actual family, your spiritual family, your true family, getting to learn your own people now, being forced to be up close and personal with your people. We got too close to breakthrough. We got too close to epiphany collectively. All this scaring us, trying to do what they was trying to do, all this terrifying us they was trying to do, and they did not factor, because they are a cult of death. They are death dealing merchants, so they cannot even see that what they're trying to do as an instrument of death may have the absolute antagonistic opposite response, which is what happened during COVID. Yes, the first few months everybody was scared, but guess what happened? You start seeing videos coming from all over the world, because now that's all we can do is watch videos, TV, YouTube, this, that, and this, and this, and that. All of a sudden, people are like, yes, it seems dark, but let me sit out on my balcony and play my cello to you, because I know you over there by yourself. Let me come out here every day to make sure that you are affirmed, even as you are in that place by yourself, because I know that you are going through it and you don't have nobody in your apartment. I have family, I have people, but let me go and make sure that you are well. All over the globe, like this. All this good news. Y'all remember how much good news was coming out while we were in lockdown the first 6 months? Y'all remember that? Y'all don't remember it because you are subdued by terror campaigns. Y'all don't remember how much good news was coming out during COVID. Remember when people were videoing in Africa and in Tibet? This is the first time in 80 years we've been able to see the top of the mountains, Mount Kilimanjaro and Mount Everest. People 3 months in, people here in LA saying, "Damn, I ain't know we had mountains," because all we see is smog. Like, we got mountains. Remember how just before COVID, everybody was talking about we're on the brink. We're at the point of no return. Talking about climate change, talking about the environment, talking about how much damage we have done. There ain't no turning back. It's too late. Remember them saying that? Remember that bullshit ass movie that boy put out just before COVID called Don't Look Up? Remember that? And it was supposed to be a metaphor for climate change, this asteroid that's supposed to be coming to the earth, this extinction level event. And it's supposed to be, this is how serious it is. Remember that? Mother Earth said, bitch, y'all sit y'all asses down. Let me show y'all some shit. Within 3 months in LA alone, there was a 17% drop in emissions in 3 months in this city. Don't nobody talk about that shit no more. All this terror campaign they've been feeding us, how we can't change shit. No matter how much recycling we do, no matter what we do, there ain't no hope for the world. It's over. It's a wrap. Mother Earth said, let me sit you motherfuckers the hell down and show you what I do when y'all out the fucking way, making noise. You feel me? Here in LA, I remember it like it was yesterday, because when I came to LA, I was camping. I was camping twice a month. I was hiking 4 days a week. I was trying to see every square inch of this state. It's so beautiful. And what struck me, though, is only in LA, whenever I would go hiking, I'm talking about mountain hiking, I'm talking about ravine, canyon hiking, I was like, this shit is scary. Something is happening. And people were so normalized to what I was experiencing that they was like, what you talking about? I was like, it does not concern you that you can go hiking in a ravine for 2-3 hours and never see a bug, never see an ant, never see a fly, a flea, a gnat, never hear a fucking bird. I was like, what? I'm telling y'all, I was like, what the fuck is going on in LA? Whole rivers that still show up on MapQuest right now today that don't exist. They got trees and branches and cacti growing where there used to be full on river, big raging rivers. I was like, y'all. I said, is anybody not finding this distressing? I drove the first month I got to LA. I was in Desert Hot Springs. It was like a 45 minute to an hour drive up to Big Bear, because I saw snow on the mountaintop. So I was like, it was 110 degrees where I was. I was like, but there's snow right up there on the top of the mountain. I'm gonna go see that snow, right? My great aunt was like, what you mean you about to go see the snow? I said, I'm about to drive up this mountain. So I drove up the mountain, and it was 110 degrees when I left her house. I had on flip-flops, a little sundress, you feel me? 110 degrees. 45 minutes later, I'm on the top of this mountain at Big Bear taking pictures, because I'm like, that was the day I decided I was living in LA, by the way. I'm taking selfies with motherfuckers dressed like Eskimos and shit, skiing down a big ass snow slope behind me in my sundress and my flip-flops while I stand in snow that is up to my mid-calf. 45 minutes later, I was like, oh my God, I'm living in this state. I ain't going home. Right? But on the way up to the mountain, I saw on the GPS this big old giant lake. I was like, look, I've been out here for 2 weeks. I need to see some water. You feel me? I need to be by some water. I need to make a little offering to Oshun. There's a big old lake en route to Big Bear. So let me just drop my little offering up off to Oshun. And I get to this city that is built around the lake. And the lake, the whole ass, giant ass lake is gone. The lake was gone. Not only was it gone, I got out of the car because I was disturbed. I get out of the car. There's this beautiful boardwalk where the lake used to be, bitch. I'm videoing. I was in tears, man. I could not believe it. I was like, can y'all see this? Do you believe what you are seeing? Everything that you see as flat land with all these beautiful houses around the perimeter. This used to be a lake. Are you looking at this boardwalk where the damn water line you can see on the poles of the boardwalk, and it's damn near 30 feet from the bottom? Oh my God. I was disturbed when I got to this state because people have become so acclimated to the devastation, to the natural environment of this state. I drove for the first time, man, from LA to Las Vegas. I didn't see no roadkill. I didn't see an animal. I didn't see a bird. In the 4-hour drive from LA to Las Vegas, I said, child, this is crisis level shit. And the fact that nobody is even bothered, I was in a constant state of, I'm telling you, I was praying every day for the first 6 months that I was in LA. I was like, how people, when I tell you, no bugs. As a matter of fact, I went home to visit my mama when I first got up out here. And I was walking down the street of the home, in front of the home where I grew up. And I was like, I knew I wasn't tripping. Listen to all these goddamn birds. I turned my phone on to record bug sounds, bird sounds, cricket sounds. I said, I knew I was not losing my mind. I knew I wasn't imagining no shit. How you got all these trees and there ain't no birds, no bugs, no nothing, no roly-polies, no nothing. And then COVID happened. You understand? And whether COVID was orchestrated deliberately or whether it was a natural phenomenon of the mother's doing, regardless, baby. I remember hearing an article talking about here in California, this interesting phenomenon is occurring that scientists just can't explain. That for some reason, animals that have been historically daytime roaming animals are becoming nocturnal to avoid humans. That was an article, a report that I heard right before COVID. That the animals was like, screw you guys, we getting the fuck up out of here. The only time you gonna see us, bitch, is when y'all ass asleep. And they acting perplexed. Scientists just don't understand why animals that for 1,000 years have been daytime roaming animals have suddenly become nocturnal. I listen to everything. I receive everything and understand immediately where else it applies. This is what it means to be a dialectical thinker and observer of the world. And so when COVID happened, and all these horror stories that we were hearing leading up to COVID, on any given day in the city of Los Angeles, there is an estimated 1.5 to 2 million cars on the road at the height of traffic in the morning and in the evening. 1.5 to 2 million cars on the road. This is a good segue to what I actually want to talk to you about. Right? And so, yes, a 17% reduction in emissions makes sense when every day for months there is not 1.5 to 2 million cars on the road. But guess what else? Guess what else gives off carbon emissions? Anybody want to guess? What I'm thinking in line with what I'm talking to you about. Guess what else gives off carbon emissions? This is a clear example of where science and spirit meet. Somebody tell me something. Guess what else gives off carbon emissions? Again, this is where spirit and science meet. Guess what else gives off carbon emissions? Your mouth, your breath, your respiration. Every word you speak in exhalation gives off measurable carbon emissions. I'm telling you this for a reason. Go back and look at what the title of this here live is. What does it say? The title of this live is what? Save your ashe today and every day. Speak the opposite now. Save your ashe. Be deliberate when you speak. You are, quote, giving off carbon emissions, but those carbon emissions are not the only thing that you are respiring, dear. Have you ever seen the video footage, the infrared video footage that they take when they're trying to tell you the reason that you need to cover your mouth when you sneeze or when you cough, and they show you the little infrared profile of you sneezing and you see a big plume of spittle and a whole bunch of other shit just, right? They tell you cover your mouth when you cough. Cover your mouth when you sneeze. Because this big ass giant plume that they can see under infrared is what you are distributing into the atmosphere. Isn't that what they tell you? So when you breathe, when you exhale in particular, you feel me? You are not only giving off carbon dioxide, which is what you're breathing out, but depending upon the state of your flesh will determine what remnants of hormonal activity is happening in your body that exhales with your breath. You understand? See, we think our hormones are trapped in our skin. Our hormones ain't trapped in our skin. Our hormones are not trapped in our skin. That's why if your heart beating 90 miles a minute because you scared because you see a dog and they tell you do not run, because if you run, this dog is responding to your fear hormones because he's a predator, and predators are they are engaged based on who they are. They are engaged. They are excited by fear. They are what do you call it? They are I'll just stick with stimulated by fear. How do you smell fear? How do you smell fear? How do you smell attraction? How do you smell despair? Oh, 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 oh my God. Oh, shit. Goddamn. Hold on. Ooh. Oh, shit. Hold on. God damn. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. Listen. God damn it. How is it that you have a type? Understand? You like a big broad motherfucker, you feel me? Big chesticles, you understand? Whatever your thing is. Big booty, whatever it is, right? But you walking down the street one day, and this person that is the absolute antithesis of your type, shorter than you, a little pudgy, baby belly, you feel me? Like if it's a brother, you feel me? It's a man. He got a little squish on his belly, short, made him have like a little receding hairline, you feel me? And you can't explain why you can't stop staring at this nigga. You actually challenging yourself in your own brain, like, why you looking at this? Your brain, your little angel and your little devil. Is saying, why you looking at that nigga like that? Girl, that ain't your type. Shoot, he look like your stepdaddy. You feel me? He light skinned. He got a little belly. You know what I'm saying? He shaped like a woman. You feel me? He old. Why you looking at him like that? Girl, I don't know though. He fine. Why I want to go get his number? You think I should go get his number? Hell no, you shouldn't go get his number. You see how he look? You at war with yourself. You know why you at war with yourself? It ain't no angel and demon on your damn shoulder, boo. It is your hormones. It is your pheromones. It is that which escapes your body that alerts everybody around you what you own without saying a word. You understand? And so when you exhale, I had a theory. My homeboy was like, that shit sound crazy. when COVID first started happening, right? And I started seeing all these videos coming in, particularly of how the animals around the globe were rejoicing at our absence. That was the thing that was really sobering to me. So quick, 3 weeks in, they like the elephants. We never see elephants, and all of a sudden, all the elephants is like the people is gone. The people gone. Come on, y'all. They left all this wine unprocessed. Come on, y'all. The people gone. People turning in videos of elephants literally getting drunk off the vats of wine that were left open because the people couldn't go back to work in India. And in India in particular, right? People showing videos of the little waterways. What is it? Sicily, I think it's Sicily, where they travel through the city on boats and shit. People talking about we've never seen clear water in this thing in weeks. The water's never been clear in the history of this city. All of a sudden, we can see to the bottom. We didn't know there were big fish in here. We knew there was probably little fish in here. They showing videos of little beluga whales. You know, the cute little pink whales with the big old head? Beluga whales swimming through the goddamn Venice. Thank you. Swimming through Venice. They're like, there's dolphins in this bitch. But could never see the other creatures on this earth that they were sharing space with and didn't care to see. And so the filth remained. You understand? Here, and every since COVID, all that complaining I was doing about why there ain't no birds, why there ain't no bugs, why there ain't no wolves, foxes, why we don't never see no animals, child, from that day to this, they was like, that's all we needed was a break from you niggas. That's all we needed was a break from you niggas. Now we out here. That shit don't exist no more. I had whole ass birds flying in and out of my apartment. Hummingbirds flying in my apartment because I always keep my balcony open for the cats. Hummingbirds be flying up in here. Beetles be flying up in here. I had a whole ass sparrow fly right into my apartment. They're like, we up in here now. We had just a little break that we needed from you niggas, and now we up in here squad deep. Bugs everywhere. But the fact that we had become so deaf, so blind, so disconnected from our relationship to everything that is. I had to come out here perplexed, dismayed, bewildered, subdued, afraid of the fact that there were no bugs on a mile-long trail through the woods. I said, does nobody see this shit is not disturbing? Like, what the hell has happened to you people? You understand? The animals came up out here full of faith, and we still didn't listen. We still didn't listen. People were sharing some of the most incredible stories. They were like, we ain't gonna let these motherfuckers subdue us. They tried to terrorize the hell out of us the first 3 months of COVID, but we out here now, and we getting paid to stay at home, bitch. Let's go. Let's go. Let's make this money. You feel me? Let's have this fun. We can't go nowhere but to our little local trails and shit. I ain't never been on a hike, but let me just go on out here and see what that's about. COVID changed everything, not only for what we perceived as the worst, but COVID changed so many hundreds of millions of people for the better. And we don't remember that because they came right out the gate. Despair, despair, despair. Bombs, bombs, bombs. Terror, terror, terror. They got a glimpse. We was wrong. We shouldn't have made them go home. We shouldn't have made them stay at home. We shouldn't have gave them no money where they could relax while they was at home, while they wasn't stressing while they was at home. We shouldn't have gave these niggas no money. You understand? So much changed for the better during COVID, but they recognized what you refuse is that moment that the mother, when we let her live through us, she said, all I need is a minute, bitch, to undo what has been done, to right every wrong in your ignorance that has been done. So move the fuck out of the way and let me do what I do. What does that mean? It means free yourself, unshackle yourself, let the giant that has been screaming at you in your dreams every night, and you will say it's everything but what it is. The giant within you trying to be your ally, trying to be your superhero. You see that little superhero on Superman's chest? You understand? That little superhero on Superman's chest, right? That's shaped like a diamond. Do. It's not only shaped like a diamond, bitch. Guess what else it's shaped like? Like your mama uterus. That's what it's shaped like. Who's the S inside this little uterus on Superman's chest? Bitch, that's you. That's you. That's you. That's you only when you let you live. Only when you concede. Only when you open the doors to the dark and open your arms wide and embrace the dark. Stop talking about light. I mean it. You are the light. So why are you praying for light? You don't need no more light. That's what's got us in this bullshit in the first place. You ain't trying to hear me, but I'm trying to put you up on game. That's what has us in this shit that we are in the first place. That's why they keep playing in your face in all these movies. And every single one of these dystopian movies, they keep playing in your face. And you keep praying for the dark. Praying for the light. Praying for the light. We have to get rid of the dark and the shadows. Praying for the light. And every time you see any movie about some gruesome, terrible, despairing potential ways that the world is going to end, you are always in the desert. What Morpheus say to Neo? He said, this is what the world you think you grew up in. This is what the world look like right now. What'd he say? He said, welcome to the desert of the real. That's what he said. And then what did he walk him into? He said, see, this the real world, despair. This the real world, they all stinking because there ain't no water no more. This the real world. The food don't have no taste because it is created by machines. This is the real world. This is the real world. That's what he said. He said, welcome to the desert of the real. I rescued you from your blissful sleep. That's what he said. Y'all want to hear it. But Morpheus was a midwife of death. Neo died. When he took the red pill, Neo died. When he took the red pill, Neo died. And it wasn't even a subtle death. You thought it was a metaphor. You did. Because that's what they wanted you to see. You saw it as a metaphor. Neo took the red pill, put his little hand in what he thought was a mirror, and it turned out to be what? Mercury. It turned out to be Mercury. And he's like, oh shit. Because he knows that Mercury, even on your hands, is deadly. Don't you know that? Didn't you grow up knowing that? That you can't hold mercury, that it will go into your pores. It is poisonous, deadly, toxic to humans, that you can't even hold it without it being toxic. And so he's like, and then he's like, no. And they say he's going into arrhythmia. Didn't you hear them say that? Didn't you hear Trinity and the other dude, APOC or whatever, behind him and all the machines saying, we're losing him. Then don't you hear a beat? As what? He swallows a giant ton of mercury. That's what he did. He swallowed a giant ton of mercury, but we thought it was a metaphor. And then he, quote, wakes up in this prison that looks like a uterus. But instead of being fed from his mother's body in this uterus, what is he being fed? What has he been fed? The condensed, melted down bodies of babies who died in the machine. Isn't that what they tell you it is? He died. He was not, quote, awakened. He died. And every single thing and every single scene that happened after the moment where all that mercury goes down his throat, and they're literally saying in the background, we're losing him. And it always eluded us. Because what did Jesus say in the book of Thomas? The key to immortality is to always recognize what is right in front of you, as I'm talking about respiration, and the impact that the fear you speak, that the uncertainty you speak, that the trauma you speak, that the despair you speak is literally polluting the goddamn environment. I'm not talking about metaphorically, because what did we learn about in the Women's Encyclopedia of Missing Secrets? That all the ancient doctors, what did I tell you about 2 years of homeopathy in medical school? They say the same thing, but because a white boy said it, he be trying to mystify it. And it wasn't until we started reading the Encyclopedia of Missing Secrets when she starts to talk about the miasma. He talked about the miasma in homeopathy, the miasma being the source of all disease on earth. This is homeopathy. This is a stilled system of medicine where you can still get a license to practice several places on this planet. Homeopathy. This system of medicine that was the only medicine that could cure cholera at the turn of the century in this country. So Rockefeller squashed all the schools, stamped them out of existence, because there was an 80% survival rate when you avoided medical doctors. This is the turn of the century. Avoided medical doctors and went to a homeopath. You understand? So I'm talking about a system of medicine that has been tried and true for many centuries now. And he said, Samuel Hahnemann, that the source, according to this medicine, of all disease ever is what he called sickness by miasma. Now, he just said that the miasma was a spiritual abnormality that if not treated in the spiritual form acutely, then it'll become emotional. And if the emotional expression is not cured, then the last stage of this spiritual disharmony will show up in your flesh as a disease, as a condition, as a sickness. And so he tried to make it all super scientific and in his articulation. Fast forward 20 years after medical school, and we reading over here the Encyclopedia of Missing Secrets, as he says that it is an ancient belief, well before Hahnemann, who stole the shit, you feel me? It's an ancient belief that the source of all sickness on earth is the miasma. The miasma, according to the ancients, is a spiritual pollution. a spiritual pollution that affects the environment and can continue on from generation to generation to generation until it is cured or rectified. And so I had this breakthrough when COVID happened. I said, yeah, it might be just that there ain't 1.5 to 2 million cars on the road, but I know how I am on the road because California is the worst place I ever drove in my whole existence. That if I'm cussing the whole time I'm in the car, there's probably 1.5 billion to 2 million people also cussing, screaming, honking, mad, trying to get to work, late, stressed, broke on the road. And so I'm telling my homeboy, I was like, I got this idea, man. What if? Because the reduction in the emissions don't explain why the animals came back. The reduction in the reduction in the emissions don't explain why the animals are playing all over the world, literally playing like babies. I saw them elephants rolling around drunk on their back, just playing in the wine vineyards. Saw the cute little dolphins and the beluga whales swimming through the streams of Venice. These animals, they weren't just outside just looking to survive. They was playing. Every animal on earth was like, the people is gone. Did y'all hear? Yo, the people gone. Animals coming out from everywhere. People saying they're animals that they saw that they have not been able to find in decades. What is it? The Tasmanian devil that they thought was extinct? They found a Tasmanian devil during COVID. They was like, we thought all these niggas was gone. We thought we killed them all. Animals just springing up out of nowhere because y'all set y'all ass. Mother Earth planted y'all asses in y'all house for a change. Stop being out in the world causing strife, bitch, and get up in here and get to know your kids and your family and shit. Rub on your wife's booty for a change and stop being a douchebag. You feel me? And so I had this idea. I was like, a 17% reduction in emissions do not explain, and that happened in less than 3 months here in LA. That don't explain why the animals outside playing. That don't explain why the insects came back, where they went in the first place. That don't explain that. And so I'm telling, he's like, what you thinking? I said, well, thinking about the miasma, thinking about how they can literally measure how much emissions we're giving if we're smokers, how much emissions we're contributing to, quote, the problem with the ozone layer just by talking, right? But knowing what I know about the endocrine system, about hormones, about pheromones, and how that's how we relate to each other, whether we fear each other or whether we are attracted to each other. I was like, we're speaking more fear. We're speaking more despair. We're speaking more hate. We're speaking more, I ain't gonna get that deep on y'all, but we're speaking more harm than we are collectively happiness, good, joy, pleasure, ecstasy. And what made me think about it is how much road rage I've experienced since I moved to the city. I ain't have road rage like that before I moved to the city. I was like, why do y'all all deliberately drive like dickheads, man? Like, why y'all do that? Why y'all do that? I don't understand it. Like, is it because you don't have power in the world? The only thing you can control is your car. And so even if you in the left-hand lane and there's 4 lanes and your ass driving side by the other 3 cars and you see there's 16 cars behind you in the rearview mirror and somebody do the polite thing, which is the clunk, because maybe you on your phone or some shit and it has not occurred to you that you blocking up traffic. And then your ass decide to slow down 5 more miles because somebody had the nerve to blink they lights at you. It be like that. I'm like, why do people do that? You understand? And I'm so tempted. Anyway, let me go not get off topic too hard, but I'm so tempted because I'm telling you, the traffic, especially in this country, especially when you experience the antithesis of it, especially when you experience traffic or when you experience a drive that is like, yes, this is what it feels like to drive, like a release, like pleasure, like. When you experience do you know that with all these big ass highways in LA, I've never been able to use my my cruise control. I'm not exaggerating. Even on the freeway, no matter what time of the day, you cannot use your cruise control because there's always going to be too many people in the passing lane. Always. 3:00 in the morning, somebody's going to be in the passing lane. You understand? I've never been able to use my cruise control in this city, driving on freeways. Never. I said, people do not understand how outrageously insane this is. That part of the reason that they're mad all the time when they get ready to go to work or come home from work, this traffic. It is because you all drive like you have an attitude that says, I ain't got no power nowhere else, so I'm just going to block up this lane. Fuck everybody. Just fuck everybody. It's crazy like that. I'm like, I don't understand. Anyway, I won't get off on that too much. But let me just say, the reason I got up on this, today is January 26th. Today is the first day of Neptune's entry into Aries. Okay? This day is like the launch pad for a sequence of extraordinary events to come in the next 3 weeks. And I'm not saying because even these extraordinary events that I'm about to talk to you about, I want to always remind you, always take you back, always pull you in to the fact that every one, I wish I had some chapstick or something. Every one of these magnanimous events that we've been talking about since since 2020, but most specifically since February 19th of last year, and all of these back to back events that have happened over the last year, and this year threatens to be more dynamic than even last year. So today is Neptune's entry into Aries, but there is a full moon. I didn't write all these notes down, so I ain't gonna get that deep because I don't want to talk to you about the astrology itself today. I'll do that tomorrow. I want to talk to you about the essence that you can take away from the astrology in a way that may feel more tangible to you, more relatable to you. I want to talk to you about these archetypes. I want to talk to you about the fact that time is not linear, even though it has been taught to us that way. There is no quote beginning and no end. Like it happened way back when, and that's it, because time is a bunch of straight lines that don't touch each other. I want you to recognize through me discussing to you the essence of these archetypes that I'm going to talk to you about right now, and recognize that astronomy, astrology, mythology, theology, these are all just different languages. That's all they are. They are different languages that are used to articulate from different perspectives and worldviews. This is why I talked about dialectical materialism earlier and the observation of phenomenon. These are different ways. These are different worldviews of people experiencing the same phenomena from different worldviews, perspectives, cultures, religions, males, females, children, old people, everybody looking at the exact same phenomenon will see the phenomena differently based on all of those things. Worldview, age, race, culture, ancestors. You a scientist, I'm a spiritualist, you a this and that, I'm a this and that. And none of them are wrong. Everybody could be looking at the same thing at the same time in the same space. And there'll be 1,000 people witnessing the same phenomena. And there will be 1,000 different articulations, understandings, analysis of what they are seeing. And none of them are wrong. That's what I hope you take away when I keep seesawing back and forth in this conversation between science and spirit, material world and energy, and this and this and this and this, astrology and Greek mythology and Roman mythology and African mythology and the planets and the atoms. I do that in an attempt to communicate with the limited language that I have as many ways to understand a phenomenon that I am talking about so that I can relate to as many people as possible, attempt to relate to as many people as possible, the urgency and the value of the moment. The urgency and the value of the moment. Not only the urgency and the value of the moment, but your place in it as an architect of the moment, as a constructor of the moment. You understand? As a participant in the shaping of the moment. But if you are using the power, the scientifically measurable power of your ashe, your breath, your pranayama, however you want to talk about this thing that the ancients recognized, that when you exhale, there is magic coming out of your mouth. We think that it's what? That it's waste. It's our waste. It's that which we cannot use. We inhale oxygen, we exhale carbon dioxide. But carbon dioxide is not our enemy. Carbon dioxide is the necessary component that our family members need in order to keep the cyclicity of this reciprocal relationship between us and trees, us and fungi, us and what you call it, the plankton, us and everything around us. So carbon dioxide is not the bad guy like these people be pumping into your brain. It is about a disharmony in the reciprocity between what we exhale and what we need to inhale. It is an imbalance that has an origin. And so I started by talking about the importance of this moment and quote, what did I call this video? Save your ashe. The Hindus called it pranayama. They say what? That you can live a month without food. You can live 3 days without water. You can probably even live 10 minutes without oxygen, but you cannot live a single moment without pranayama. It's not just the quote exhale. It is that unspoken thing at the apex moment between the shift from the inhale to the exhale, that absolute split second when the sperm finally breaks the surface of the egg. It's that absolute second in between these dynamics that exist everywhere. That's why I keep saying, everywhere you go, there you are. Who is the you? You is your mama, bitch. You is your mama. Everywhere you go, there you are. Who is the you? You is your mama. Huh? Who is your mama? The alpha and the omega and everything in between. Who is your mama? From the atom to the absolute extreme universe. Who is your mama? This thing that seems to be invisible around us and just goes on forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. The primordial black cosmos that we cannot even conceptualize. Huh? Who is your mama, bitch? You is your mama. Why are you your mama, man? Why are you your mama, woman? Why are you your mama, LGBTQIA plus peoples? Why is you your mama? Because mommy and I are one. Why are mommy and I one? Why is mommy and I one? Why is it that we say mommy and I are one? Huh? Is it a metaphor? Is it a spiritual statement when I say mommy and I are one? Is it a spiritual statement? Is it supreme, dynamic, esoteric shit when we say mommy and I are one? Is that what it is? It can be if that's the only way that you can relate to the world. That's all right. But mommy and I are one is a literal statement. Why is it literal? Because you, as sick as you are now, you, as unhappy as you are now, you, as uncertain and fearful as you are now, there is something in you that still remembers when this statement was true and something happened to make you believe that it is no longer true. Your cells still remember when that was an absolute, scientific, numerically specific and precise statement. Mommy and I are one. When was that? When was you and mommy, you and your mama one? The moment your ass was conceived, bitch. The 9 months you lived in her body, indistinguishable from her. We make this shit we don't make the shit complicated. The broken within us makes this shit complicated. That's why secret societies. That's why secret languages and codes. We have to complicate this shit so y'all don't remember. Y'all getting too close. These motherfuckers getting too close to remember. We got to complicate this shit more. We got to deepen the crisis more. They getting too close to remembering. What does the Bible say? What's the Bible say? I'm always telling you all the time that the adversary is the author of all confusion, right? That's what your Bible say. I don't remember the scripture. But the author of all confusion, the adversary is the author of all confusion, right? And I always knew that scripture because my daddy used to preach it to me all the time. As an adult, now as a dialectical teacher and thinker and observer of all phenomena and all the time, I'm teaching to y'all and I'm like, yo, the Bible say that the adversary is the author of all confusion, right? So I go totally unrelated because I search everything. I was like, what is the etymology of the word war? Because I'm always talking about we are in a war cult. We have paid allegiance to gods of war. So I was like, well, I can't keep saying that if I haven't searched the etymology of the word war. Let me look up the word war. And lo and behold, mind blown, because I always trust me. What is the original meaning of the word war in its origin, in its true state, its etymological state? The etymological definition of the word war is to cause confusion. Is to cause confusion. Your Bible that you was beat over the skull with your whole childhood said it over and over and over and over and over again. The adversary is the author of all confusion. And here I am at 50. I was like, let me search the word war for whatever reason on that particular day. And it blew my mind. War in its true state means what? To cause confusion. That's what it means. So I'm telling you, I know it's hard, y'all, because when we learn something deep and complicated and mysterious, you see the signs and symbols, you decode the matrix. When we get into that deep, we be feeling good about ourselves. Like I did that, I learned that. You can pontificate with the homies on the street corner, you feel me? But according to the divine mathematics, son, I get it. For a people that have been beaten, for a people that have been robbed, for a people that feel despair more often than they do pleasure, it makes you feel good when you have a breakthrough in your mind and you understand something that was not intended for you. That's something that was kept secret from you so you wouldn't remember the God that you are. I get it. But the other thing that we have to accept is that if the God of war is the author of all confusion and the word war means to cause confusion, then you as a revolutionary, you as an evolutionary have to simplify, bitch. You have to simplify. The most simple answer is probably the answer that's going to irritate the goddamn nerves of this war god. The most simple conclusion that you can come to, because sometimes I'll be up in here studying, I'll be real deep in these damn wormholes. I study this shit so I can chew it up and give it back to you in baby form, in baby food. You feel me? So I do that deep ass thinking shit. You feel me? And sometimes I'll be up in here, I'm like, it can't be that simple. I will say it out loud. I have a goddamn eureka moment. I was like, nah, I'm tripping. It cannot be that easy. It cannot be that simple. And the mother say, bitch, it's just what you said. It's just what you said. It's just what you said. It is the divine harmony of opposites. We are not at war. I want you to hear me. We are not at war. That's not what our role is. It is to make the God of war obsolete. And you can't make the God of war obsolete responding and reacting on the terms that his ass set. You can't do it. It's an impossibility. You understand? You can't. And so even this shit that had been insidiously fed to us for so long, that bullshit that Martin Luther King used to say. What did he say? You can't fight fire with fire. What else he used to say? If the world is ruled by an eye for an eye, then everybody blind. What Mother Teresa say? I won't ever participate in an anti-war demonstration, but if you want me to participate in a peace demonstration, I will be there. Warmonger that she was, but I digress. You understand? And I used to get so irritated by this guru, shaman, mantra ass, turn the other cheek type of sleight of hands ass bullshit. I was like, why I'm so mad? Somebody was like, why you hate peace? You know what I'm saying? Why you hate peace? What's wrong with you? Somebody said, why you hate compassion, Cassandra? I don't know, but I hate it. Until I searched the etymology of the word. Until I searched the etymology of the word, I was at war with myself. Maybe I am crazy because I do have a real ass attitude about the word compassion and why I be irritating my demons. Maybe I am a devilish bitch who hates compassion. Until I searched the etymology of the word compassion. So when I titled this damn here live that I said I was gonna be disciplined and only stay up on this motherfucker for an hour. And I titled it Save Your Ashe Today and Every Day. Speak only the opposite now. Speak only the opposite now. You understand? I used to get so irritated by compassion. Why you say that so much? I asked this woman who was running for office because she wanted me to manage her campaign. I said, why you got the word compassion on your website 17 motherfucking times? Why you say that? You couldn't come up with a better word? I had a whole attitude. My eyebrows were squinched and everything. You couldn't come up with a single better word than compassion 17 times in your website? Like, why you do that? And she looked really confused. She was like, why do you have an attitude about the word compassion? I was like, that's not the point. Why you use it so much? I said, who you talking to when you say compassion? Who do you think in your mind you communicating with when you talk about how LA needs compassionate leadership? Who are you directing that at? Are you directing it at the tyrants that have run this city into the goddamn ground or terrorized everybody up in this bitch? Is that who you talking about? We need compassionate leadership. Is that who you communicating that with? No. I said, okay, who you talking to then? You know, I do work with the homeless population. You talking to homeless people when you talking about how LA needs some compassionate leadership? She's like, yeah. I said, have you ever been homeless? She said, no. I said, it shows. She said, what you mean? I've been doing work with the homeless community, our homeless family members for 7 years. I said, I don't doubt that. And I'm not knocking your stilo. I'm saying it's obvious you've never been homeless. That's what I said. I still don't understand what you mean. I said, because I've been homeless, bitch. I've been homeless 3 times. I said, and all the times that I was homeless, feel me? Even when I was paying attention to the world around me, it never once occurred to me. I sure wish we had some compassionate leadership in the city. I promise you, it ain't never crossed my mind one fucking time. I sure wish we had some compassionate leadership in this city. Well, I gotta wash my armpits and my crotchatorial in the goddamn water fountain behind a church that's closed during the day. It ain't never occurred to me. I sure wish we had some compassionate leadership in this here city. In the 3 cities I was homeless. That never occurred to me one time. And she looked confused. I said, you know what? Let me take my ass home and look up this word so I can explain to people from here on out why I hate the word compassion and would see it excised out the human lexicon as the weapon that it is. As the weapon that it is. I look up the etymology. It's the first time I ever searched the etymology for a word. First time. Was in this conversation with this white woman who wanted me to manage her campaign for mayor 4 years ago. So I go home and search the etymology of the word compassion. And I pulled a Java Watts and I threw my laptop across the room. I said, what the fuck? These monstrous motherfuckers. The word compassion. As a matter of fact, we gonna do a little survey real quick before I tell you what it means. Everybody that's watching on IG, on TikTok, over here on YouTube, in just a couple of words, what do you think the word compassion means? And those of you who already know, keep your mouth shut. Don't be giving away the answer in the comment section. If you already know, zip your lips. Put some bridles on your typing fingers. Those of you who don't know, but what's your name? Sheila Gray is cracking up on me talking about washing my crotchatorial at the water fountain behind the church. Those of you who know, keep your mouth shut. Those of you who don't know, but have a sneaking suspicion about what you think the word compassion means, in a couple of words, type in the comment section what you think the word compassion means. That you hear over and over and like a goddamn mantra, over and over and over and over again. Tell me what you think compassion means. Quick like, man, quick like. Just a couple words. Okay. T Salo Tatasa. Oh, I hope I did not brutalize that, baby. I'm sorry. They say, because I can't tell from your little image if you are a he, she, they, or them, with a passion or sincere reverence. That's a nice guess. You, Nula, don't be giving away the answers. I just said don't be giving away the answers. This is for people who do not know, who ain't up on game, okay? Somebody else, tell me real quick, like, tink, what you think the word compassion means? What you think the word compassion means? This was a good one. This was a good guess by Salo Tatasa. This was a good guess, with a passion or with sincere reverence. Who else? Ain't nobody else going? Peace and understanding, according to Do Me and Blessed 0789. Nice guess. Somebody else? I learned that when I went through my Muslim phase. I see you, Nula. Nah, don't be giving away no answers. Compassion. Nula was right. Sheila Gray 3541 say, caring about someone who went through what you went through. That's a nice guess. That's what I would have thought it meant. But I was like, why I'm mad then? Why I'm mad every time I hear somebody say compassion? When all it means is that you care about somebody who going through some things because you can relate. You can empathize and shit. You feel me? That's what I thought it meant. Somebody say compromising your truth. I don't know about that one. But okay. You feel me? Now let me tell you what I went home after having this whole contest with this woman about her campaign while she got compassion on her website 17 times. And I'm like, I don't know who the hell you talking about when you write this platform. I don't know who you talking to when you talk about some compassionate leadership. I don't get it. So I said, let me go home and stop being ignorant, and so I can articulate in the future with an imaginary blade in my hand why I hate that word and I never use it again unless I'm explaining it to somebody. I never use the word again. The word entered the human lexicon at the proposed crucifixion of Christ. That the word passion and compassion mean to suffer. To suffer. Compassion means to suffer with, because com, C-O-M, as a prefix, means with or together. Passion means to suffer. Both these words entered the human lexicon at the moment that the mythological Jesus was crucified on the cross to describe the divinity of his suffering. It does not mean that you feel sorry for, or that you sympathize, or that you empathize. It literally means to take up one's suffering as your own. To take up one's suffering as your own. Now, what does that allude to? Who is the one that this statement is talking about? To take up one's suffering as your own. Who is they referring to? Just you and me, and since you struggling and I'm struggling, but you struggling a little bit more than I am, I'm going to take up your suffering as my own so we can walk through this thing together. That ain't what they talking about. It says to take up one's suffering as their own. They say it right in your Bible. That the only way that you can prove you love me, nigga, is to take up my cross and bear it as your own. You have to suffer to prove that you love me. This is what compassion means, according to the Bible, according to the origin of the word in its entry into the malignant phase of the human experience in lexicon as a weapon of war. It was a war minister that created Christianity. It was Constantine the First. It was someone who just a couple of years prior was feeding so-called Christian rebels to the lions and shit. Constantine was a diabolical, monstrous war emperor who took pleasure from the suffering of others. He loved to watch torture campaigns and people be disemboweled and hoisted up on stakes. He was a war god. And when the teeny little rebels, the Christians, the new bourgeoning Christian ideology, the Gnostics and the this and that, all the little sects, the Essenes and this and that, started staging a goddamn contest. All you gotta do is read your own book. Were the disciples wimps? Was the disciples wimps? Was they hippies? Was Paul a wimp? Was he a coward? Paul was packing heat. And let one of y'all cross my homie right here. Let one of y'all look at my homie in just the slightest misinterpretation of a wrong way, and I'm gonna pull out my blade and in one swift move, I'm chopping your ear off, nigga. Isn't that what Paul did? The police, the Roman soldier, he didn't even say shit when he stepped to Jesus. They all standing around. His crew, his homies, his 12 homies, they standing around him like, what y'all want? You understand? And one of the Roman soldiers stepped forward. He hadn't even opened his mouth yet. And in 1 second of a move, Paul went whoosh, in one fell move, and his ear came off. And Jesus had to hold him back. Isn't that what your Bible said, you? Jesus had to hold him back. Say, hold on, Paul. It ain't that deep yet, bro. It ain't that deep yet. That's what he said. Picked the nigga ear up off the ground and said his little juju shit and put the nigga ear back on his ear. Because he who? He a healer, ain't he? Ain't he a healer? Isn't that what your Bible told you about Jesus? That he a healer. You understand? He could see the future. You feel me? He could do all the things your mama do. And the only reason Jesus could do all the things your mama do is because he had to come through a uterus too. Here he is, God incarnate. But the God, his quote Father God, his quote Father, that is him, and that has always been since the beginning as the Holy Trinity, guess what? They couldn't do shit on the material planet without a uterus. None of them. Any of the patriarchs in your body, in your Bible, all the patriarchs for the 6,000 year history of the Bible, could now one of them do the miracles that they did without the uterus they came through first. And that's why they erased the name of every single mother in the Bible. You know the name of about 5 bitches in the Bible. Why are there only 5 bitches' names, but you got all these patriarchs, so-and-so begot so-and-so, and so-and-so begot so-and-so, and Elijah begot this person, and Abraham begot this person, and Jacob begot this person. Where they mamas at? What their mama name was? Because these niggas ain't begot nobody by their motherfucking self. How was Moses able to part the Red Sea so that 8 people was able to walk across on dry land and shit? How he did that? Because he was born. Because he was born, bitch. That's the only reason he was able to do that. It's the only reason he was able to do that. It's because he was born. See, God, the invisible God, the Father God that y'all be talking about, the super supreme, he's so super supreme that he didn't even need a uterus. He was self-creating, self-generating. How many deities across the globe you hear that same story? In their hatred of the mother. How many stories you heard about the self-generating, the self-creating deity who did not need no mama? He need no parents because he just emerged in the ethos as the divine supreme creator, this and that and this and that. But nigga, if you're the divine super supreme, self-generating and shit, that's some pretty gangster shit. That's some pretty gangster shit you talking about right there. And you hate women so much because this guy, unlike all of the other gods, Zeus and Poseidon and all of them, you understand? This God, Yahweh, unlike all the other boy gods in the past, he is like the reason that I am, the evidence that I am the supreme God. It's all these other gods, all these false gods, all of them needed to come through a filthy bitch vagina. They all had to do it. Couldn't be no demigods without some filthy bitch vagina. And I, who hate vaginas, though supposedly I created all the vaginas, you feel me? See, I am the super supreme because I don't have to have no relationship with vaginas. I don't have sex with vaginas. Unlike Zeus, who Zeus was notorious for what? Going to and fro, raping to and fro, turning himself into all kinds of creatures to disguise his evil intention against vaginas. And unlike him, who has no discipline. See, that's why all these other gods are below me, is because they ain't got no discipline. They kept messing with females, messing with humans. Ew. Ew. That little nasty water that be coming out their body, that little funky blood that be. Ew. 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 But if I am divine, you feel me? And I am the most divine because I ain't got no relationship to vaginas. I ain't got no relationship to vaginas. You see? Not only that, he is different than Zeus. Why? Because Zeus, because Zeus stole some other stories. You know, he had to give birth to Dionysus through his thigh bone. He had to give birth to Athena through his skull. You feel me? He still is trying to mimic the mother. And so Yahweh was like, I ain't got to do none of this shit. I can literally do what? Shape and mold you out of clay. You feel me? So there ain't no vaginas involved. Just shape and mold you out of clay and then breathe you into life. And I hate vaginas so much, but I recognize now you flesh and your ass probably gonna be lonely. So let me go ahead and create a bitch for you, a little squeeze toy for you. But I'm gonna put you in a coma, pop off one of your ribs, and construct your partner. You feel me? No vaginas involved. Even though I am the creator of vaginas. You know what I'm saying? I hate vaginas. I don't ever want to get close to a vagina. And so what I have to do, though, for y'all to believe on earth that I am God, y'all still have to believe that I have to have a human experience. It's the only way you're going to relate to me as God. So I still got to do that little shit. And so let me take at least a virgin, you feel me? Because sex is gross too. Like, who would want to touch a vagina? Ew. But I recognize I need to be born in order for y'all to relate to me. Because what the story say? If you saw me in my true form, you would go insane and you would die. That's why he had to be a little burning bush in the mountain. You feel me? Because if you saw my true nature, you would die. And he was not wrong, but we'll get to that later. You know what I'm saying? So he is like, ew, vaginas. But I need this story to be believable. You feel me? And I'm the divine creator of all that is, was, and ever will be. But I cannot shape and mold myself as a human. No, I have to go through this process for it to be believable. Why he couldn't just take his divine effervescent self and construct, just like he did with Adam all back in the day, and just construct a new self, just like he did Adam. Just whoop, whoop, there's dirt everywhere, just whoop, 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 whoop. As a baby that then grows, and maybe like the Queen of Egypt did, maybe he could just put the baby in a basket and send him on down the river and be like, hey, Mary, can you raise this baby, bitch? Because ew, vaginas. Ew, right? But no, he couldn't do that. Why he couldn't do that? Because, we have a tarot card. Y'all a while in the comments. We have a tarot deck called the Medicine Woman deck. And my favorite card, I don't remember the card, but my favorite quote from the card is what? As the mother, as the goddess. That you, human beings, all of you, are the avatars through which my will on earth is met. But it is only through a well-rested and relaxed you that I do my best work. So can you chill? Can you take a break? Can you eat some good food and drink some good drinks and be happy so I can get up out here and do this work? And so God say, look, ew, vaginas. And so what we need to do, all right, I think it's Michael. Was it Michael or was it Gabriel? One of them niggas. He's like, look, ew, vaginas. I don't even want to come into close proximity to one of those things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assign you the task to go get next to this girl down there that ain't had no sex yet, you feel me? Because she divine. You feel me? And the only reason she divine, and that's a whole nother story too. I ain't gonna get that deep. But go on down there and tell this little 14-year-old virgin girl that she is pregnant. I don't want to get too close. You know what I'm saying? So you go on down there, tell the girl she pregnant, tell her it's a divine pregnancy, and then Jesus come out, healing people and feeding people and everything. And then he go and corral his homies. He go and corral his homies. And his homies ain't punks. His homies ain't punks. I'm going to explain to you why his homies ain't punks. I'm going to explain to you why Paul, with his arms crossed, like, what you want with the Lord, police? What you want with our leader right here? What you got to say? And before he could even say anything, Paul was like, fuck all the talking. Whoosh, and sliced the nigga ear off. Clean. Cold. You understand? Paul was about that life. Right? And the reason I got into this little allegory about your beloved Jesus and his 12 homies is because Jesus, despite the fact that he too, his image too, has been used as a weapon against you by a very particular group of human beings called Zionists that are constantly funneling this image of your beloved Jesus as a turny of a cheek, long hair, hippie, sandal wearing, dress wearing dude roaming to and fro through the desert trying to unite the people and everything. But y'all, it's evidence that they can make the same movie over and over and over and over and over again. They can make the same movie over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And all you see is this brutal, diabolical, monstrous death ritual, murder ritual required of every last one of you by the figurehead of a murder cult. That's all you see. That's all you see. Peaceful, turn the other cheek, Jesus doing his little hippie shit through the woods. But if you read your own Bible, those of us who grew up with the King James Version, if you read your own Bible, Jesus wasn't really a punk neither, at least according to the word. But you just let your preacher read to you. You don't read that Bible. You're like, damn, Sunday school is so long. Why the preacher preach so long? Why he can't just leave it at 2 hours like y'all be saying about me? You know what I'm saying? Jesus wasn't a punk neither. Jesus say, do not believe that I have come to bring peace. I have come to bring a sword. That's what Jesus said. That's a quote. Somebody find that scripture. Tell me what that scripture is so I can open up my book. Jesus said, do not mistake that I have come here to bring peace. I have come to bring the sword. That's what he said when he was talking to his homies, when he knew, because you know, you can feel when the police closing in on your ass. You did something that they don't like, and you can just feel an increase in tension. You ain't got no evidence that you can see, but you can just feel like the time is, the pig's closing in on us. So he pulled him into a meeting because he like, look, first of all, there's some snitches in the crew. I see you, though I ain't got no evidence. And so before the cock crows, one of y'all gonna sell me out. One of y'all gonna go to the police and tell the police where I'm at, and they gonna come and get me, and I ain't gonna make it. But I need to leave y'all some codes. I need to leave y'all with a plan before I get up on out of here. That's what he said. Oh my God. That's what he said. Y'all ain't gonna believe. Y'all are not gonna believe. Because I don't even remember how I got on the Jesus shit. But y'all aren't going to believe what I came up on here to talk to y'all about, because it is a perfect segue into what I came up on here to talk to you about. So Jesus said, look, I need to put y'all up on game because one of you niggas is a snitch and gonna sell me out to the police for just a little bit of pocket change. You feel me? It's your destiny to betray me. And then what's gonna happen is that's what I came here to do, is to die for the cause. I was only born to die for the cause, is what it is. You feel me? But let me put y'all up on game. Let me give y'all the 411, and then y'all go out to and fro and spread the fucking word, right? What did he say to his crew? He said, I send you out as sheep among wolves, and your Uncle Tom, treacherous, diabolically complicit, opportunistic preacher, always stop there. Because the underlying thing he was trying to communicate in his allegiance with the state, yo preacher. That's why you always stop right there. That's not what that scripture says. Though I send you out as sheep among wolves. That's where they stop. Ain't that where they always stop? I send you out as sheep among wolves. This is why compassion becomes such a diabolical word. Because the presumption when you stop right there, I send you out as sheep among wolves, is that it is your lot in life to suffer. It is your lot in life to suffer. That's what it presupposes. I send you out as sheep among wolves. And then they just stop right there. The whole scripture says, though I send you out as sheep among wolves. He talking about this work. He about to send them all. Huh? Though I send you out as sheep among wolves. Oh, because I send you out as sheep among wolves. If you do not have a sword, sell your cloak and purchase one. That's what he said. That's what he said. Child, I'm having a whole moment. Ooh. Ooh, I'm having a whole. Ooh, oh my God, I'm having a whole moment. He said, look, do not get it twisted. The police is real. That's what he said. He said the police is real and they diabolical. He said the state is vicious. He called them wolves. He said, though I send you out as sheep among wolves, because I send you out as sheep among wolves to do this work, to get this work in, to spread this work as fast as possible, I send you out as sheep among wolves. So if your ass ain't got a piece, if your ass ain't got a sword, you need to sell your clothes. You need to sell your cloak and go get you one before you get out here and do this work. That's what your Jesus said. That's what your Jesus said. That's what your Jesus said. Your mythological Jesus. That's what he said. He said, I send you out as sheep among wolves, so get a piece, because people are going to be coming for you from every angle. Everybody's spirit is going to be harassed by the truth you have come here to tell them. And I ain't talking about a Jesus truth. I'm talking about the truth hidden in that Bible that was stolen and bastardized. I'm talking about the voice that emanates from that book, but that is not that book. Do you hear what I'm telling you? I'm talking about the Jesus who, I'm not talking about the Jesus who pretends to be female. I'm not talking about the Jesus who walks around in a long white dress with some long hair like a hippie and some flip-flops on some peace and love. That's not the Jesus I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Jesus that he stole that image from. Who is that? His mama? Who is that? Her uterus? Who is that? Who is that? Because the Jesus, even that they told you, they tried to put you up on game. Why did I tell you that? Because this Christian Bible, this King James Version Bible, where my Bible at? This King James Version Bible. I know I just saw this Bible now. I'm tripping. Damn. What I did with it? I just saw it today. Oh, there it is. God damn. Hold on. This last thing I'm gonna say about your Jesus, okay? Because I'm telling you, it is a perfect segue for what I came up on here to talk to you all about anyway. And I said I was only gonna be up on this joint for an hour, and here again, I lied. I digress. What was this scripture? Matthew 10, 34 through 36. Let's get up in this book real quick, like. Let's get up in this book. Because everywhere you go, there you are. Not only everywhere you go, there you are. There is nothing on this planet. There is nothing that you've ever witnessed or experienced. And I'm telling you nothing. Once you see it, you are forever. Until we restore everything, once you see it, that everywhere you go, there you are. Once you see it, child, listen. Once you see it, you can never go back. As a matter of fact, let me make my famous disclaimer. If you up on here and you ain't never seen me for the first time, or this is your first time seeing me, if you are up on here and you do not want to see, if you up on here and you don't want to see, you need to log out right now. Because once you truly see, you cannot unsee. There ain't no forcing the genie back in the bottle. None of that. Once you see, you cannot unsee. And sometimes sight is harassing. Sometimes sight is overwhelming. I be up in here at war with the mother. I ain't gonna lie. Like, can I just have a regular ass day, please? Can I just have 1 week where I'm just a regular ass person with a regular ass life with no highs and lows? Just can I just be regular for 1 week? Just 1 week, can I be regular? And the answer is absolutely positively not. Never again. Never again. So if you ain't really ready to get to that moment, I'll give you a few seconds to get your ass up off my page. For those of you who are about that life, share my shit right this minute while I'm finding this scripture. Share this shit on all of your social media right this second. Share it far and wide. And even after I get up off of here, consider making a contribution to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. We have a world to change, and I know you can tell that we are on the brink, but it ain't gonna change y'all by yourself just listening to me and feeling good about some shit I said that struck you in your heart chakra and be like, I feel good. I'm not your goddamn prescription medication that pacifies you through another goddamn day of misery. That ain't me. So if you ain't here to do no work, if you ain't here to share no shit, if you ain't here to do the same thing I'm doing, which is to take as much information as you can, transform it into language that you can communicate through, and try to put everybody the fuck around you up on game so people are not out here blind and dismayed and terrorized. If you are not trying to do any work, you just come up on here to just knowledge consume, and then you don't have a single conversation with nobody around you about what was revealed to you, please don't, because this ain't it. I'm not out here trying to make you feel better about yourself as an individual by yourself. That's not, as a matter of fact, that shit is disgusting to me. And the evidence that people be on that shit is, I am so tired of turning around, having breakthrough after breakthrough after breakthrough that I have, and I know it's peculiar to me because I watch thousands of hours of other people's shit. I'm reading 5 or 6 books at a time every day. I'm writing literally 70 to 100 pages of notes every single day. I sleep 3 hours a fucking day. 3 hours a day. So anything that I have said, 75% of it is absolute spiritual breakthrough while in goddamn ceremony trying to put y'all up on game. That's the only reason I do it. Is to try to put you up on game. Can we solve this shit as quickly and directly and simply as possible? That's it. That's all I care about. That's all I care about. That's all I care about. I cannot say to myself, I'm not trying to condemn nobody else. Your walk is your own because you are a sovereign. Your walk is your own. But as a sovereign, I have to help liberate your skull from the malignancy called patriarchy that has been resting comfortably in your head, dominating your whole life. And as I learn, as I am having breakthrough after breakthrough after breakthrough, trusting, though everything in my life is attempting to sabotage me, man. Everything is attempting to sabotage me. That's how I know I'm doing the right thing. Just like Jesus was like, look, I can't give you no evidence, but I know they closing in, bitch. These motherfuckers is harassed. They harassed because they know the word is spreading and they know I'm the source. You understand? And I'm not going to die out this bitch, first of all. I'm going to be like Harriet, motherfucker. I'm going to be 98, 120. I am going to discover. I am going to recall. I'm going to remember the true key to eternal life. I am going to live a very long time. I am going to live, and the change that we're talking about is not some shit that's going to require me to be no gray-haired woman. We about to set this shit off. I can feel that shit every day. The more reactionary these motherfuckers in power get, the more confident I become, the more cocky I become, the more audacious I become. I'm tired as hell because I'm like, I'm tired. I'm not trying to be Jesus, bitch. I'm not trying to be out here a poor, starting pauper artist trying to set this shit off. I need my ambitions. I need my desires. I need the goddamn mission that the mother has sent me on. I need the money to match the mission, bitch. I'm serious. I'm serious. I need my I need my resources and my environment and my support to match the mission. I'm not trying to be Jesus out this bitch. I'm not trying to be a martyr. I'm not trying to be a pauper, but I'm not trying to be a rock star neither. Not like that. Now, I'll be a rock star because I'm a bad bitch. But I'm saying I'm not trying to be Gandhi. I'm not trying to be who else? What's his name? The Dalai Lama. I'm not trying to be, what's his name? Desmond Tutu. I'm not trying to be any of these betrayers of the mother who have told you to deny yourself ecstasy, deny yourself pleasure, deny yourself a divine ecstasy, pleasure, play, comfort, rest, peace, bliss. These men are the antithesis. They are the two-faced. These shaman, mantra chanting meditators who practice austerity and deprivation. That ain't me, and that ain't no shit you'll ever hear me say. You'll never hear me say it. You'll never hear me say it. That bullshit, the shamans and the gurus and the yogis who are so thin that you can see every rib and crevice and all of that bullshit, they are your Democratic Party. Yes, they is. The shamans, the gurus, the peace at all costs, they your Democratic Party. They your Democratic Party. The Christians of old who was like, our Jesus informs me that, bitch, if you was a witch, we need to terrorize you, string you up on some shit, set you ablaze, cut out your organs and body parts. That's Jesus. That is your Republican Party. You understand? That's your Republican Party. The peace at all costs, meditative, I'm going to tell you something today. These monks marching across the country and everybody in their heart chakra because these monks are walking across the country for peace. You better recognize your enemy, bitch. You better recognize your enemy. But because there is nothing staging a contest, we can swing back and forth from extreme to extreme. That's what you're looking at. Left wing, right wing, extreme to extreme. A red, blue party, red party, extreme to extreme. What you call it? Asceticism, and gluttony, America. Gluttony, Thanksgiving. Gluttony, Christmas. Gluttony, America. Extreme to extreme. Why? Because that which is hidden in your face all the time, you avoid like the plague. What are two motherfucking wings of extremes without the control of the bird that rests between? Y'all don't even ask that question. Where the bird at? Why we keep talking about wings to wings? Where the bird at? Where the bird body at? Where the head at? Where the brain at? Where the heart at? Where the circulatory system at? Y'all don't even ask that shit. I'm left wing. I'm progressive. I'm a nationalist. I'm a conservative. What the hell does that even mean? What does it even mean? You have consented to madness. You've consented to madness. Not only have you consented to madness, you hold the articles of your oppressor in your hand just like you hold this Bible. It's against the Constitution, what they doing. Yet they still doing it. Because see, the Constitution is for you. It ain't for them. It ain't for them. The Articles of Independence, that's for you. That ain't for them. What is it? The Declaration of Independence, that is for you. That ain't for them. And those documents are still objects of illusion. Because though they say one thing, just like this book, say one thing, the behavior and expectations of you are completely opposite. This ain't Christian behavior. Y'all know it all the time, right? People will do some terrible diabolical thing under the auspice and the banner of Christendom, Jesus and shit, right? And then when people say, and then when you say this is the outcome of Christianity, he did this under the banner of Christendom, and then you'll hear Christians say, but he ain't living according to the Bible. He ain't no real Christian. Tell me what the fuck a real Christian is. Because just like you, this kind of Christian, And he that kind of Christian, like January 6th. This dude that I was a friend with, damn near my whole adult life, stopped being friends with me on January 6th. And you know why he stopped being friends with me on January 6th? Because we sitting there watching this bullshit unfold live on TV. And he is crying. He holding his chest. He is dismayed. He's like, I don't understand what I'm watching. I don't understand what is happening. I said, what are you talking about? He's like, this man is on the Senate floor, the dude with the antlers and shit, is on the Senate floor holding a Bible and praying to Jesus for their victory. I said, I still don't understand what you don't understand. Why are you upset? He was like, this man is praying to Jesus. I said, okay. He's like, Cassandra, I'm a Christian. That ain't no Christian. I said, baby. I said, why are you confused by what you witnessed? Them two things that you just said can both be true. This boy can be a Christian and you can be a Christian. You know why? Because that fucking dichotomy is right in this book you read. The Old Testament is the war guy who loves he says it in the book. I love the smell of burnt flesh as it comes to me in heaven. Don't he say that in the book? Don't he say that in that book? And do you think that the only offering that God who loved the smell of burnt flesh as it came up into heaven, do you think that the only thing that appeased that smell for him was the sheep or the goat or the ram or the lamb? No. That's why he said, when you go to take somebody else's shit, set everything ablaze. Isn't that what he said? He said, burn it all. He said, burn it all. The babes that were still suckling. He said, burn everything except the 13-year-old girls that you can keep for your wives. Isn't that what he said? Every single time he sent them to and fro, burning and looting. Oh, shit. Bob Marley might have been talking about God's chosen people, baby, when he sang the song burning and looting. Isn't that their whole first entry into the world from Genesis until Matthew? Isn't that their whole introduction to every group of people that they met, that they came in contact with? Whether they housed them, clothed them, let them set up camp on their land, fed them, libated them. Eventually, they're going to be like, this was nice, but now this our shit. We done been here feigning friends long enough. Now, our guys say everybody that we come in contact with is a heathen, unworthy of the sight of God. Isn't that what the Old Testament say? That if I promise you, that's your shit right there. You might need to play friends. You might need to be a friend every now and again. But don't you get comfortable, because eventually I'm going to have you set this whole motherfucker ablaze. That's all they did. From person to person, from camp to camp, from kingdom to kingdom, burning and looting. Isn't that what they did? Isn't that what they did? He said, kill the beasts of the air, kill the birds of the air and the beasts of the land. Isn't that what he told them to do? He said, burn it all. So there is no memory of them that remains. Isn't that what he told them to do? Why you act confused when you read the Old Testament, which is the absolute, unabated, unbridled, unhidden, bold-faced war god that is Yahweh of the Old Testament, and suddenly you confused when now he presents as his son self, as his baby self, as his halfway effeminate self, talking about love and peace. And now you Gentiles that we just spent 4,000 years burning and looting, now y'all can be one of us. Because now I have come as the Messiah, the mender, the unifier between the left and right pillar, the red and blue pillar, the Boaz and Jakim. Do y'all even read y'all own shit? This is the whole book of the two-faced. I may need to present as my brute force self, but if people be finding me out and be up on game, I might have to come back as my innocent, nice, friendly self. Yo, Paul, you're being too deep, man. It ain't that deep. Pick that dude ear up. Let me put that shit back on there. It ain't that time yet. Because I've come here to heal the sick and to feed the poor and shit. And so much so, I love all y'all so much that I'm going to pay the ultimate price. Do you think why they spent 4,000 years burning and looting at the behest of the war god Yahweh, Do you think that the only thing that satiated his appetite and desire to smell burning flesh was rams, lambs, goats, bulls? Do you think that was the only thing that did that for him? Why else would this be his preferred method of human sacrifice? War as human sacrifice. Huh? Is because he's like, the thing that satiates my spirit more than anything is the smell of human flesh. That's what gets me, bitch. I love that. I love that. I know, to save face, you may have to do a little ram, lamb, goat, sheep, whatever the fuck. But if you really want to be blessed, you chosen people, if you really want to be blessed, if you really want to please your rageful, vengeful, that's what he said about himself. I ain't talking ugly about your God. He said himself, I am a jealous God. I am a vengeful God. I am a God that loves to slay, bitch. I love to slay. That's what he said. So 4,000 years of the Old Testament, that's what your God said. That's what your Yahweh said. Your Jehovah, this and that and this and that. I live for war, bitch. This shit sets my spirit on fire. I love this shit. But because his little crew had been going to and fro doing dirt so long, they couldn't get no play on the block. They couldn't get no play on the block no more. People was like, them Hyksos, them so-called Hebrews, listen, spread the word, y'all. When you see them motherfuckers coming, block the gates, bitch. Don't let them get close. Don't let them get close. Y'all done heard the stories. Everywhere they go, they post up and they patient. They patient and they're watchful. And they even may let one of their daughters marry some heathen to get closer under the auspice of trust. Sound familiar? They patient. They will play the game because they see the long view. Sound familiar? Does it? And so everybody was up on game. They was like, you can't let them get close, boo. You cannot let them get close. Because your ass will be friendly with them for 30 years, 50 years, 100 years. And one day, seemingly out of nowhere, does this sound familiar? Once they have become so integrated into the society that your heathen ass, that they still see as a heathen, they'll be so integrated into your society that you will not be able to distinguish them from self. Sound familiar? You will not be able to distinguish them from self because you are good. You got a big heart. You hate to see people suffer. You feel me? And that's exactly what they rely on. Huh? And one day, seemingly out of nowhere, oh my God, how can this be happening? How can people do this? Sound familiar? Why y'all talking about ICE? And still acting perplexed and confused about how we arrived at this moment, seemingly out of nowhere, where they just gave ICE $183 billion budget and you act brand new. How did we arrive to this moment? Do you think that this is just something that happened overnight because Trump took hold of the reins of power? Do you really believe that? If you do, you have been dumb, deaf, and blind. If you cannot observe this phenomena of how you can see black and brown and yellow and white men in uniform mowing down, kidnapping, selling, brutalizing, killing people while they are in captivity, and it's unlike anything you have ever, and you think this brand new, when you can look into the eyes of a brown person, a black person, a uterus possessing person with a uniform on that turns them into a monster of gargantuan proportion, and your ass act brand like we ain't got thousands of years of history to tell us, a version of history, to tell us what we are looking at right now, and what our apathy, what our complicity, what our blind compliance, what our timidity, what our willful and deliberate ignorance has contributed to. Because I grew up reading this shit. I grew up terrorized reading this shit. Daddy, why God say he love us and he's so mean? This the Old Testament though, baby. God changed in the New Testament. That's what my daddy used to tell me. I used to cry. Daddy, why the Bible tell us we gotta hate our mama and daddy? I don't hate you. This is the mind of a 5-year-old trying to understand the diabolical nature of this monstrous weapon. Because then nothing in my baby's spirit, nothing in this motherfucker made sense to me. Nothing in this motherfucker made sense to me. Why God tell us that we have to pluck out our eyes? Why God, Daddy, why God said that? Daddy, why you always tell us that the parent who spares the rod spoils the child before you beat our ass bloody? Why you say that? Why you tell us it's gonna hurt you more than it do us? Why you do that? Me, the little disobedient thing that I did it really warrant you having me go outside as a method of terror? Choose your weapon. That's what he said. He didn't know he was saying that. He said, go out there and pick a switch off there. And it better not be too small because you don't want me to go out there and pick that switch. This is a terror campaign woven into culture as something that is necessary to protect your babies against something bigger. Telling his 2 daughters, y'all know y'all fucked up. And I don't want to whoop you. But the Bible say, the Bible tells me that I do not love you if I am not willing to spank your ass, to harm you, to hurt you. That's what my Bible tells me. That the only way that I can display love to you, my child, is to beat your ass when you step out of line. Is to turn you over my knee. Is when you get too big, lay you across the bed and expose your bare ass and beat you. And to be that child, man, and to love my mama and daddy more than anything on the planet Earth, and to be beat till my backside is risen and bloody, to get dressed, and after I stop crying, gonna say, I'm sorry, Daddy, I didn't mean to disobey you, because I loved him. For me to disobey was equivalent to me disrespecting him, not honoring him, betraying him. This is the mind of a baby. I betrayed my daddy who loves me, and the evidence that he loves me is to keep me alive. He will beat my ass, and minutes later, I'm sitting on his, I'm sorry, I disobeyed you, Daddy. Because I loved my dad. I love my dad, man. To accept that poisonous ritual so much as a child that I inflicted the same trauma and terror on my daughter who I loved more than anything on this planet. In my split personalities, fucked up brain, through perpetual ritual of love and terror. Love and terror, love and terror, love and terror, love and terror. Convinced in my spirit, though I felt so guilty every time I spanked my baby's ass. But to have the patriarch alive in my head, fed off rituals of terror all these years in my baby brain. To have him override what my heart was screaming about. Literally feeling guilty in my flesh, bitch, when I spanked my baby. But the patriarch in my head say, baby, don't listen to that shit. She did what she did. Now she got to pay. To still, even at this late stage in the game, the last time I, quote, popped my granddaughter's behind, I think Kalani was 2 years old, 2.5, and she did something to her little brother. I said, Kalani, why you did that? And so I pat on her backside. And I didn't, quote, hurt her in that little pat, but I wanted her to know, you don't do that to your brother. And this baby at 2 years old looked at me the way she should have. She looked at me like I had betrayed her. She didn't say a word. Her heart was broken this 2-year-old baby. She looked at me like she could not believe I had done what I had done after that baby had imprinted on me when her head emerged from my daughter's body. And I never put my hands on my grandchildren again. That was the moment a couple of years back when I did the video for y'all about, I forget what I called it, but it was about spanking. It was about spanking. It was about how every last one of us, through terror campaigns of love and war, love and terror, love and brutality. That's why you go into every relationship expecting to be betrayed, expecting to be harmed, expecting to be heartbroken. Joy and pain. It's like sunshine and rain all the time, weaponizing the God in you to become a soldier of confusion, a soldier of war, a weapon of despair. All of us play a role in what is. There is none among us exempt. I don't fucking care who you are, what your upbringing is, what your background is. We have all participated because this cancer has plagued the whole planet. No space is empty. And this man, who I loved, and he never talked to me again because I challenged him. I said, why are you confused about what you are looking at? When you see this white boy in the center of power, having after sieged the center of power, praying at the pulpit with deer antlers on his head. And y'all don't think this motherfucking shit was a deliberate and orchestrated spiritual ritual? January 6th? January 6th was not a rebellion, bitch. January 6th was a baptism for what was to come, but we refuse to see we refuse to see ritual, even if it's butt naked in front of us. We refuse hardcore scientific dialectical materialists that we are. We refuse to see, but we have the separation of church and state. But we refuse to see. I am a worshiper and devotee of the goddess. But we refuse to see when our opposition, wearing a garb that says politician, is literally functioning like the executioner of old during the witch trials. And he is literally wearing all the updated, evolved garb of the executioner. The tie around his neck. The colors that are very strategically chosen all the time. Everything is deliberate. He who fames the brute tyrant that is Trump, and then the next day, he that fames like the senile, I don't quite know what's going on. Let me do my little dance. The two-faced, all the time. The God of war, Yahweh, whose voice trembles down from the mountain. And Jesus, the hippie, just effeminate enough to get you to let down your guard and trust him. Jesus, the vampire. Jesus, the only way I'm going to come in is if you let me in. Jesus, the vampire. What the Christian songs be saying? He's only going to knock on the door of your heart so many times, but if you do not open the door and let him in, you will not receive everlasting life. Aren't these the songs that you be singing in your church? The only way to have eternal life is when Jesus come a knocking, like me, as a disciple of the Lord, knocking at 13 and 14 and 15 years old on strangers' doors. Excuse me, sir, can I teach you about Jesus? Do you know if you die today, if you will go to heaven? If you don't, let me teach you. Knocking on these people's doors, strangers, saying, will you let me in? Because I'm a disciple of the Lord. And the Lord is the chief vampire. Ain't he though? He teaches you how to be a vampire. What does Jesus say out of his own mouth? That you are born dead. And that the only way to guarantee that you will have eternal life is to drink of my blood and eat of my flesh. Don't he tell you that? Sound like some man shit to me. Don't he tell you that? And when does he say that you will have eternal life? Does he say that you will have eternal life right now? Like after you drink my blood and after you eat my flesh, will you live forever right now? No. Why won't you live forever right now? Because Jesus hates pussy. You want to understand what I'm talking about when I say Jesus hates pussy? He promised you, he say, if you drink my blood and eat my flesh, you will have eternal life. You will have life everlasting, just like vampires live forever. But unlike the vampires, Jesus is the light side of a murder cult. Do you hear me? Jesus is the light side of a murder cult. And so when he promises you life everlasting, the only way you can, quote, get that life everlasting, the only way you can ever acquire that life everlasting is to die. Because he is the light side face of a murder cult. You can't get everlasting life, bitch, until you die. Am I wrong? He didn't say you gonna have everlasting life right this minute. He didn't say that. He said, drink my blood and eat my flesh, and you will have everlasting life. ... Small letters in parentheses after you die. Am I wrong? Am I being funny? Drink of my blood and eat of my flesh, and you will have everlasting life. After you die. Like the pharmaceutical commercials. This will help you with your skin rashes and shit. But beware, because it will cause lung cancer, thyroid cancer, colon cancer. It might cause you to die of pneumonia, but at least your skin will be clear and not itchy. I'm convinced the pharmaceutical commercials were literally fashioned after your Jesus script. You will live forever. Don't everybody want to live forever? But the only way to live forever is to die. The only way to live forever is to die. Y'all think I'm tripping? Jesus say to you, open up your heart. He didn't say open up your heart. He said open up the door to your heart and let me in. Didn't he say that? Over and over and over again. It's got to be voluntary. You feel me? You got to, I'm going to rap, tap, tap on that door. But you got to let me in. How do you do that? You have to believe with your heart. Because don't we associate belief with this right up here? You have to believe with your heart. That's why they had to specify. You have to believe with your heart that Jesus is Lord, that you are a sinner, and that the only way to heaven is through him. You have to believe with your heart and say with your mouth, confess with your mouth that you are a sinner unworthy of heaven. Believe with your heart that Jesus is King. Believe with your heart that Jesus is Lord. Say with your mouth, confess with your mouth that you are a sinner unworthy of happiness, unworthy of heaven, unworthy of pleasure, unworthy of ecstasy. And once you let him in, you will be forever forgiven. There's that absolution y'all be looking for. But there's a caveat. After you drink the blood and eat the flesh, the only way you're going to see everlasting life is once your ass dead. Once your ass dead. You got to die first. But damn, Jesus, I thought you said we was already born dead. Why I got to die again? Didn't you say we was born dead? Wait a minute. What's that scripture over there where you said we was born dead? Where you said that at? Let me pull out my eyes. I guess we the fuck up in here. God damn it. But y'all gonna have to pay me. I mean this shit. Y'all gonna have to pay me. Where's my glasses? God damn it. Y'all gonna have to pay me. So thank you so much for those of you who made donations. Let me just go ahead and backtrack because I did not ignore y'all, but I was on a run. So let me go back and thank those people who gave me super thanks and super chats. Honey Dip Chocolate, it's been a while since I have seen you, dear. Thank you so much for that generous donation. I will also take the opportunity to encourage those of you who are not yet paid subscribers to my YouTube channel, Daughter of the Fates, to do that. To do that, to do that, to do that. You feel me? I will also encourage those of you who are over on other pages like TikTok and like IG to come on over here and make your presence known over here on this YouTube channel right here. Somebody else made a donation. Oh, Java Watson. I think. Yeah. Oh no. Babyzo 889. Thank you so much for the donation, my dear. And I love emojis. Thank you so much. That's cute. I think that's it. So these are the methods and ways that you can contribute to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence that is putting your ass on game right now. And I will challenge any last one of you to go and find me a link that you can put in my comment sections of anybody else who is giving you this shit the way I'm giving it, from the perspective I'm giving it to you, because I still ain't dropped the coup d'etat on you. We're talking about Jesus, but it is important, as this today is the first day of Neptune's entry into Aries. I'm having a whole moment. God damn it. I'm having a whole moment. Because these archetypes have to be in you. You have to see them so that you can expose them everywhere they show up. And they're everywhere. What does Neptune and Aries have to do with Jesus? I'm trying to tell you. I came on this day where I said, I'm going to do 30 minutes because I got to get out here and make some money. I have to get out here and make sure my rent man don't be trying to put me the fuck up out of here. I got to cut up in here and send 1,000 emails. I got to get up in here, and I still haven't organized the damn press conference to announce my candidacy for mayor of Los Angeles. Thank you, Unique Wisdom and Java Watson, for those kind and generous donations. Y'all think I came to play, man? How am I going to keep telling y'all about the contest we have to stage? How am I going to keep telling y'all about how what we're experiencing is that everybody on this planet has been so subdued by violence that we talk about wanting power, black power, native power, this and that and this and that. We need power. We need power to determine our own destinies. We need the power to this and that and this and that. But when it comes down to it, we are scared to hold power. That's what's kept us from staging the contest. We're not scared of making the contest because we might go out here and set some shit off. It's happened before where people be like, I had enough. Let me go get my piece. I'm running up on these streets. They'll do that, but they are scared to hold power. We have been scared to hold power. We have been conditioned to fear power. What's the brother's name? Mike Flo. This my brother. I love Mike Flo, and he don't get nowhere even close to the props he need to get. There is a song. What is the song called? Oh, it's called 24K. Go on up in here. When we get up off of here, go to your YouTube channel and put in Mike Flo, Flo, Giant Among Men. You understand? He got a song. It's old. Sarak is in the song. She guessed in the song. The name is 24K. He is Mike Flo. He's been the longtime producer of all of Dead President's music. You feel me? He's got a song called 24K. The whole song is jamming. But there's a single line in that song that will forever remain. He says, we don't fight the power, we embrace it. I said, come on in the room, Mike Flo. All these songs about fighting the power. He said, baby, we don't fight the power, we embrace it. We are scared to hold power. We are fearful because we don't have a frame, any kind of recent frame of reference about what power looks like in our collective possession as the determiners of our own goddamn destiny within the destiny of and relationship to the whole. Not at one another's expense. I am a sovereign entity, bitch. That means you a sovereign entity. And I don't have to discipline myself not to be violent against you. I respect you as a sovereign because I respect your mama. Who is your mama? God. Who is my mama? God. Who they mama is? God. How many gods there is on the earth? Everybody who's ever lived. Why is that? Because we all have a singular ancestor that connects us all. Who is that? God. What's her name? White people want to call her Lucy. Okay, fine. Choose your language. You feel me? Is she a metaphorical untangible, imperceptible vastness that we can't touch, taste, or smell. No, she got flesh and bone and blood and a uterus. You understand? If she, Lucy, the metaphorical Lucy of sub-Saharan Africa, through which the DNA relationship of everybody alive on Earth right now shares, even if you guys mother DNA up in there, y'all all got the same mama, bitch. Y'all all got the same mother. She who could regenerate. She who could spontaneously create, bitch. She who gave birth to herself. Who is herself? Her daughter. She who continued to parthenogenically give birth to herself over and over and over again until her very quiet and secret and spiritual language in her relationship with the actual mother, which is our earth that we share, spoke to herself and said, baby, there's enough with the girl shit. Your babies need some booze. We need to diversify this shit. You feel me? Because if we do not diversify this shit, this is going to eventually be problematic. What do they say about the cloning process in science? The potential harm and side effect of cloning is genetic conditions and flaws. So at the perfect moment in this relationship, this dance that the single mother who is regenerating herself over and over and over through her daughters, aka her daughter cells. Mama say, look, your daughters, yourself, they need a partner. The partner has a peculiar and vital and necessary role to play in this relationship that you and I have been dancing for a very long time. And you and all your daughters, who are you, will love him and protect him and nurture him and help him to lovingly understand his relationship within the whole, though he is so different, appears so different from you. He needs to be able to see that he too is God. That he is not apart from you just because he emanated different from you. And so the mother in her divine wisdom that is always evolutionary. She's always changing, morphing in and out of herself to adjust for how we evolve. Do you understand? How those animals knew to stay the fuck away from humans and turn themselves nocturnal, even though in they little cells they ain't never been nocturnal. Their relationship with the earth was like, look, my babies over here, the big ones, they ain't safe right now. Y'all go on ahead and during the daytime, y'all just start sleeping during the day, putting yourself in little caves, staying out of sight and out of mind. And then when them niggas go to sleep and stop partying at around 2:00 in the morning, then y'all can come on outside and play. This is evolution. This is the constant process of ebb and flow at the seen and unseen level that always is attempting to make us the most perfect and best personification of ourselves. We are not flawed. We are not born flawed. We will never be flawed. What is happening is the need for us to collectively accept that there has been some kind of tear, some kind of string, some kind of tear that started out as imperceptible in the matrix and has led us to this moment. And in this tear, in this rip, affecting the whole fabric. A spider can't weave a goddamn web and not know what is happening on every square inch of the web, even if she can't see that far. Something's gonna happen in that web and she's like, damn, something wrong. Let me go over here and figure out what's wrong. And in this tear, in this split, in this moment that changed everything, this is the lesson, man. In that moment that changed everything, that helped us to arrive where we are now. I want you to hear what the fuck I am saying. If you don't hear nothing else, there is only one past. There is only one present. There is only one future, and we are all up in it. There's only one past. There's only one present. There is only one future. We all create it. We all create it. We all create the singular past. We all create the singular present. We all create the singular future. And so when this book right here that I'm telling y'all about the relationship of yin and yang, and the book say, the nature of yin and yang, that the only way the yang, the son, the child, the baby, the only way Actually, what it says is that when the yin becomes passive, the child, the baby, the son becomes aggressive. So we have to look at ourselves and say, where have I contributed to this future where have I contributed to this present we are at? Or we can always look out and say, he wrong, she wrong, this and this and this and this. Why she look like that? Why they dress like that? Why he said that? Why you believe that? This and that and this. Every moment that you speak your ashe out into the universe, I'm telling you, every moment, every time you exhale, right? You exhale spirit. That's where inspiration comes from. Expiration, inspiration, respiration. It all comes from spirit, in and out, taking it in, returning it, taking it in, returning it. When you speak this generative force out into the universe, what is attached to it? What's attached to it? Where's your heart at when you speak out? Where is your kidneys at when you speak out? What is the condition of your liver, who is your general, trying to create the world you say you want to have? Because that's where you imagine it. Your liver, as the general, looking through your eyes, examining the world and saying, this is what I want to see happen. And your liver is fighting like hell to give you what you say you want to see. But every time you open your mouth, you speaking the exact opposite of what you say in your mind's eye you want to create. You want to see a world that's peaceful and where everybody's happy and fed and can have a home and live in perfect, beautiful harmony. And your liver was like, all right, bitch, I got you. Let's go. I'm the general. I'm creating the plan for that shit. He's like, but keep your motherfucking mouth shut. If you ain't gonna speak the mission, bitch, just don't talk. That's what he's saying. Your liver's telling you that all the time. I'm the one with the foresight, the liver. I'm the one that can see the greater terrain and the strategy, the liver. The gallbladder, his partner. I'm the one that gives you the courage to move and make judgments that's always going to contribute to this vision you say you got in your mind's eye, the liver and the gallbladder. But the liver's mother is the kidneys. The kidneys is like, I am the secrets that you have not yet understood. I am the water of the deep, dark bottom of the ocean floor, yet discovered, with all the gems, all the secrets, everything you need is right there in the dark, primordial deep. Why? Because they say your kidneys existed before your parents ever met. Your kidneys existed before your parents ever met. Why? Because the kidneys are the mythological chain that Obatala stole. Don't get me started. The mythological chain that Obatala stole and supposedly came down to earth on. You feel me? Some people say that's an umbilical cord. I accept that. But that chain that he shimmied his way on down to earth, on is your DNA, bitch. That's why your kidneys can exist before your parents ever met, before your parents ever had sex, because it is the chain link of your ancestral DNA that exists in all timelines and in all dimensions. You feel me? And so your kidneys is the water, the deep, primordial, secret possessing water that mothers the liver, your general. The general is the tree. He's got his roots in the mother, the general, your liver. He's got his roots in his mama. Who his mama is? The kidneys. Who your kidneys is? Your connection, your unbreakable chain to every ancestor that ever existed since the very first one, unbroken. That chain is unbroken. Not only is that chain unbroken, that chain connects us all. This is his mother, the general, the liver, the tree of life, whose roots is in his mama, the kidneys, and whose trunk and branches are firm and sturdy based on the health of his mother, the water. And his branches go out so far because his branches and his leaves and his stems and the fruit are the myriad of possibilities of your existence on this earth as the tree. Every leaf, every acorn, every fruit, every seed within that fruit is a guarantee of your perpetual ability to live forever, because just like you are the tree and your mama is the water that nurtures the tree with the secrets of the deep, all the way back to the one. He say, look, little baby. You say you want to be a firefighter. You can see it clear as day in your mind's eye. Well, I'm going to work overtime to make sure that your desires, whose desires is he trying to meet, deliver? Whose desires is he trying to fulfill? Is it your brain's desires that the liver is trying to fulfill? No, bitch. It is your heart's desires that your liver is fighting like hell to fulfill. Why? Because your heart is your emperor. Why? Because your heart was housed in heaven. What is heaven in Chinese medicine? It is your mama's uterus. Yes, it is. That ain't my opinion. That's not even my interpretation. The uterus as the lower burner, the uterus as the lower jowl, the uterus as the emperor's palace. That's what it's called. The uterus is called the emperor's palace. Who is the emperor? What's the center of your universe? It's your heart, bitch. It's your heart. The first thing that you can detect when the zygote makes its first division and then its second division is the heartbeat. Your heart is your emperor. That's why the Chinese call your mama's uterus the emperor's palace. Your mama's uterus is what connects heaven and earth. Huh? Let me get back to this Jesus shit. I thought I had, where my glasses at? Because I want to tell you, there is no Jesus. There is no devil. There is no Satan. There is no Yahweh. There is no Thor. There is no Shango. There is no Oshun. There is no Oya. There is no Hera. There is no Kali as we have conceptualized it. Every story our ancestors ever told us, no matter where we are on earth in the language that we speak to conceptualize these ideas, every story our ancestors ever left us was a secret map to always bring us back to. Every story, every mythology, every metaphor, every science, every number, every articulation, every myth, every secret is you. If you are talking about Oya, if you are talking about Shango, if you are talking about Kali or Parvati or Brahma or who else y'all be talking about? Buddha, and when you say those names out loud, you are perceiving something outside yourself. You have missed the boat. You've missed the boat. You have missed the boat. So while I can say, because I know how you understand, I know how you conceptualize, I can say, Oshun ain't real, Shango ain't real, Obatala ain't real, Thor ain't real, what's his name, Odin, All Father, his ass ain't real. If every time you say those names, you are conceptualizing something that's outside yourself. If you are talking these names in a way that is apart from you, that is afar from you, that is separate or separate from you, distinct from you, you are missing the boat. And that version of those names you saying are make believe. They ain't real. They ain't real. They ain't real. They ain't real. Now, if you are saying those names, or if you are doing ritual and ceremony with those names on your mouth, and you totally have accepted the knowing that every time you say these names that you hold sacred, Oshun, Oya, Yemaya, Iami, Ajay, that even with your ancestors, as a matter of fact, that if you go into ceremony, if you perform ritual, if you perform ceremony, and you are saying these names and you are identifying these energies, these archetypes, these essences that you feel in your body have an impact on your life, and you now receive them as different articulations of self. But if you say these names, and every time you pray, and every time you do ceremony, and every time you sing the songs, and you do the dances, and in your whole essence, you are literally perceiving that these names that you are calling out are entities outside you, separate from you, distinct from you, you're missing the boat. You're missing the boat. You're missing the boat. And you ain't been hearing what we saying when we talk about mommy and I are one. You can't believe both things, boo. You can't believe both things. Can't believe both things. Can't believe both things. If mommy and I are one, that is all up and down the line. That is from the quark all the way out to the undiscovered edges of the universe. If mommy and I are one, it means everywhere, in all times, in all dimensions, in all things, in all understandings, in all languages, in all interpretations, it's still me, mommy and I are one. And if that is the case, then it means it is an absolute impossibility that what we understand as God is separate from us, is outside of us, is distinct from us, is bigger than us, is smaller than us. Let me talk about that, Jesus. Yeah. This is the great there's ooh, fucking shit, goddamn. Ooh, shit. Yikes. Where did I hear that? There's this maybe it was a movie. Where did I hear that? God. Ew. Damn. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. Listen. Oh. Oh. God. Ugh. I need y'all to pay me. 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 God damn it. Woo. God. God damn it. God, oh shit. God damn. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo. Ooh. Oh my god. Shit. God damn. Oh. Listen, I need y'all to pay me. Let me tell y'all the other ways y'all can give me money. God damn it. Oh. Ooh. Let me tell y'all the other ways y'all can give me. Uh. What? Listen, I'm gonna need y'all to pay me. So I'm gonna tell y'all how to pay me. I'm gonna take a minute. I'm gonna go over here and get a poster board and some pen and paper. I'm about to teach y'all tonight. God damn it. Oh. So EVOEMETEMP@gmail.com. EVOEMETEMP@gmail.com. Is there a way? How you do that? I ain't never did it. Anybody know? I'll have to figure it out next time. Anybody know how to add a moderator? I might have one of y'all in the comment section be my secretary. How you add a moderator? Or you do have to do that before you. Oh, I see it. Hold on. In the comment section, one of you that are tuning in via YouTube, put in the comment section who is willing to be a moderator. I'm going to add a moderator so you can be typing some directives that I give as I am going into this real ass ceremony right now. So I don't forget anything in particular. I'm gonna need like almost kind of like a secretary, you know what I'm saying? I need some notes taken so I don't forget anything. I'm having a whole moment, y'all. Y'all ain't gonna believe what the fuck has just happened to me. I need somebody to take some notes as a moderator. So I'm gonna take a break. I need some water. I need to get some more libation, and then I'm gonna tell y'all really quick how to give me money. now. I'm not playing no games because this shit, I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted on having breakthroughs that I know y'all ain't heard nowhere else. And I'm still fighting the rent man. You feel me? So be generous. Be generous according to the value that you receive from the breakthroughs that I have been giving you, and I'm about to lay on you because I'm having a whole ass moment. As a matter of fact, let me do this. I ain't never used this thing either. Let's see. Mm, mm, mm. Okay. All right. I ain't never used this thing, but I'm gonna can I do that? Why is it not letting me do that? Oh, do I have to answer that one too? Hmm. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I don't try. I'm trying to use. I've never used this thing. I'm trying to use this this like goal thing. It's like it says start a goal. So we shall see if it works. Or what? No, that's not water. That's not water. It's one of these actually. It's in the bottom of the refrigerator. Um, okay, let's see what happens. So I'm gonna set a goal. I've never done this before. We'll see what happens. Um, oh, shit. Ew. Okay, I can't miss my train of thought though. Okay, Beverly Duke, baby, thank you for the super chat. Star S Taylor, thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much. Um, Goddess Divine 4236, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Leslie Y just became a paid subscriber at the Oshun level. Thank you for that. Java Watson and Unique Wisdom. Okay. All right. So let me go ahead and put out. So the email, EVOEMETEMP@gmail.com. You can use that email address to send a Zelle, which is preferred, and a PayPal. I'm going to tell you, I'm about to come up with PayPal soon. But for right now, that email address you can use to send a Zelle or a PayPal. If you want to send a Cash App, that is $ Daughter of the Face. So on all three apps, TikTok, IG, and YouTube, that is $ Daughter of the Face. That's actually the title of each one of those pages. Thank you so much, Ancient Mom for the donation. Okay, so if you want to send a Venmo, it is my name, Cassandra Floyd, Floyd, Cassandra Floyd to send a Venmo. Is that and then also those of you who are on YouTube, there's the super chats that you can do in real time, but there's also you can become a paid subscriber. There's I think 6 or 7 different tiers of subscriptions, and then I feel like there's something I'm missing. Subscriptions. Thank you so much, Salote Tasa. I hope I'm not pronouncing that wrong. I love the spelling though. All right. Okay. I don't want to forget. All right. So what did I say I was going to do? Okay. I got a drink. You feel me? Um, I need a poster board and some markers. Hold on. I'll let you know. Actually, that would be great. All right. So I'm telling you, I'm still gonna get to this astrology, but it's not this separate from the fucking breakthrough I just had. Ugh. Hold on. Let me shout out people who are making donations that I'm getting alerts for. Um, thank you, Celote, for the donation. I appreciate you very much. Thank you, Morgan L, for the donation. That's awesome. Appreciate you. Candace W, thank you for your donation. Yes, mommy and I are always one. Yes, yes, yes. All right. So, those are the ways. For those, so I'm trying to do this like in real time, but also there's other fundraising ways that you can contribute. You can contribute through, we have a store that's also a part of the fundraising apparatus for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. That too is Daughter of the Fates. So Daughter of the Fates, Fates, daughterofthefates.etsy.com. Daughterofthefates.etsy.com. I'll think if there's anything else. Okay. All right. Let me tell you something. So I'm sitting here over and over and over telling you mommy and I are one, telling you, I mean that literally, that every metaphor, every spiritual system, every version of the goddess, no matter where that goddess comes from, no matter what her complexion is, it's still the same story. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. And what that means is literally that your body, your flesh, your life remembers the moment that you were in your mama's body, indistinguishable from her. The other thing, though, that just, I don't even know how I got on it, that just blew my mind. Let me get one more thing. Oh, shit. The other thing that I've been saying since the beginning of this live is what? Everywhere you go, there you are. Everywhere you go, there you are. Am I saying that? Oh, this is what it was. Okay. Everywhere you go, there you are. Everywhere you go, there you are. Remember what I was telling you, your Jesus in the Book of Thomas said? The key to true, the true key to immortal life is that no matter where you are, always recognize what is right in front of you. And do you know that thing that is always right in front of you is the most elusive, the most ever present, the always visible, though you cannot see, the literally this close in front of your face. Remember the breakthrough I had when Jesus, when the boys say, Jesus said, always recognize what is right in front of you. And I immediately thought about the hidden message in why all of the noses of all these statues everywhere on earth is locked the fuck off. And we were always told some make-believe story that when the conquistadors and the white people coming here and there and to and fro saw all these genius people and these big ass noses, and they were like, we don't want nobody to know they had big ass noses, so we just gonna climb up these buildings, climb up these statues, and just lock their nose off. And we accepted that. But did you know that in the occult, that the nose has, and it's a deep dive I'm gonna have to do on another day. I just read topically because I was like, what's up with the nose? I was like, what's the occult meaning behind the nose, and why there's always something about the nose everywhere, right? And did you know that the nose has an extraordinarily specifically significant occult meaning? And that occult meaning is about literal life and death. I read one story on an occult website that said that the reason why all of these statues' noses was lopped off, this is an occult website, like based on esotericism, that the real reason all the noses was lopped off was because the ancients saw the nose as the true path between life and death, based on what we was just talking about all the way at the beginning. Our respiration, the inhalation, the exhalation. And they believed that if you chop the nose off of a statue, that was the real end of the life of the person the statue was crafted after. They believed this is how they could end the legacy, end the life of the person the statue represented. Okay. I'm going to get deep into that because we talked about the headlessness cult, which is huge. We talked about But now we have to have a conversation eventually. It won't be today, but it is relevant because we're talking about this particular line of astrological events coming down the pipe that has so much to do with the nose. Oh, fuck. Hold on, let me write a note so I don't forget for later when I start talking about the nose. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. 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 God damn. God damn. Oh, oh, oh. Mm. Uh-uh. Jeez. Mm-mm. Okay, I gotta stop. I gotta stop that. Okay. Um, because I don't want to lose this other thought. Everywhere you go, there you are. Sheila Gray. Um, leave those there. Leave those there in case I need to reach them. Sheila Gray, thank you for your donation. Lolita Mason. Oh, hey, sweetheart. Long time no see. You need to put the link, Lolita, type the link in a comment section to your book so people can buy your book. Lolita made a book. And she's been following for, I don't know, 3 years, maybe more now. But take the link to your book and put it in the comment section, Lolita, so people can get your book. Thank you, Janet, for your donation. Sheila Gray, Salote, thank you. I think I got everybody else. Candace, thank you. Yeah, I think I got everybody else. Okay, let me tell you. Everywhere you go, there you are. Right? And so I'm trying to bring y'all back to all the time, right? Mommy and I are one. That this is literal. And that everything. Remember, I was talking to y'all a few months ago about the brother who is a Babalawo, but I really, really like him. I can't remember his name. One of these days I'm gonna remember his name and just say it. But he was the one that I was telling y'all made the statement that all religion, all spiritual systems are the deification of culture. All religions, all spiritual systems are the deification of culture. What is culture? It is a collectively agreed upon set of behaviors, mores, activities that preserve the life of the group. That's where culture emerges from. Culture emerges from your engaged material relationship with the earth, transforming earth to be able to better suit your needs. That's what it is. Ooh, fuck. Ooh, I can't get off. I can't get off. That's what it is. Okay. Over time, rhythmically in groups that get bigger and bigger or whatever, you go from hunter gatherers, to agriculturalists, and all of that shit. The group gets bigger. The group gets more proficient in the preserving of its own life, the life of the individual within the group and the life of the group itself. These things that you recognize are things you need to keep doing. And then there's other things in the evolutionary process as a group. You say, as a group, it get bigger. We don't really need to do that right there. You feel me? And so this rhythmic repetition of these things that you do to preserve life, but not only to preserve life, to make life better. Because that's what your mama is telling you all the time she wants you to have. She wants you to experience the best of what this wonderful earth she has created has to offer. And she wants it to be non-laborious. So you learn through rhythmic and communal participation, and you see the always scientifically calculable outcome of your behavior and activities together in unison with the earth. And now you ain't got to have a crystal ball to see when the tree gonna pop up out the ground or when the cucumbers gonna pop up out the ground. You don't have to be a sightseer or a soothsayer to know that if these set of activities at this time of the year happen, that these other sets of activities that we will be ready for at this time of the year will have us go out and, quote, reap the benefits of our predictable behavior. You don't need to be guessing every day about whether or not something that you can eat is going to come up out of the ground. So you learn rhythm and you learn rhythm and reciprocity. We've lost the reciprocity. You learn rhythm, cyclicity, and reciprocity in the always engaged and reciprocal relationship with the earth and environment around you. Once you do these sets of things for a certain period of time, and the outcome is always predictable, you say, this is so nice how we get to live now. We ain't got to be hauling our whole tent on our back all the time to be chasing some food. We can just post up now, you feel me? We can just post up. And now we can take these seeds and know that we can have some apples. We can take these grains and now we know we can always have food. And now we can take the dirt and pound it and mutate it and range it and shape it. And now we have shit that we can carry water to. So we ain't got to necessarily always live right up on the riverbanks. But we always know how we can get water to and from where we need to go in our reciprocal predictable relationship with our mother, from the smallest grain of sand all the way up to the big ass trees, right? And every time we have one of these evolutionary breakthroughs in cyclical, reciprocal, harmonious union in relationship with each other and our mother, our burden lightens. Historically, every time we engage with the earth and one another collectively on the same accord, the transition from the hunter-gathering epoch to the agrarian age. The other thing that we learn about the agrarian age, is that when human beings no longer were always thinking all the time about where their next meal's gonna come from. Does this sound familiar? When they were freed up from not having to wander to and fro behind herds of animals that they would have to sit and hunt quiet for hours on end, trying to see if they can get a shot off, when they no longer had to hunt for meat, when they no longer had to forage what was around the campsite, where now they have learned through the scientific observation process that is historical and material dialectics, they say, okay, we have discovered that when we watch these birds, them berries right there, we can eat. But them berries right there, them birds don't ever touch. So it must mean we can't touch them neither. You don't have to have a white lab with a white guy in a white coat with a white microscope to be able to identify, observe, analyze, and conduct experimentation in the wild. Over time, you say, okay, these are the fungi, these are the little mushrooms we can eat. I'll keep these little dangerous mushrooms in case baby daddy want to act up. I can just give them a little bit in the morning, give them a little bit in the evening. You know what I'm saying? I digress. And so, the reason this becomes important, the whole idea of how every religion, every spiritual system that has ever existed is the deification of culture. Culture is that repetitive, repeatable, reciprocal, identifiable, mathematically and scientifically calculable behavior that the group engages in to conserve and preserve the life, the life and the lifestyle of the group. That behavior that they have collectively decided on needs to remain to give them the best quality of life, and because it makes them feel so good in their spirit when they do these things, these activities, these real world life preserving activities. This is the period in human history where you start to assign characteristics to the behavior, songs to the behavior, deities to the behavior. For example, the one that I use when talking about the deification of every religion is the deification of culture, and how the example that the brother used was, I was hurt The first time a priest told me that the greatest crime, the greatest offense that you can ever commit is to defecate in fresh water, because fresh water belongs to the goddess Oshun. I said, oh my God. The first thing I thought about was like, damn, why they do this then? Because I'm thinking about the white man, like why he did that, why he got to defecate in fresh water in these goddamn toilet bowls and shit, when the book say, when the Odu say we ain't supposed to be doing that. Just the greatest crime we commit against the goddess Oshun is to be defecating in fresh water. Like, why they do that? That was my default, because first of all, I saw Oshun as something distinct and apart from me. That's the first thing. But second of all, I did not understand the scientific, historically observable, mathematical, scientific genius that our ancestors were, that gave us these mores to keep us always in cyclical, harmonious union with the earth. You tell a story about the greatest crime that you can commit is to offend the goddess by shitting in fresh water, is because you have to also recognize the God that is every other human being. So when you commit an offense against the water goddess Oshun, what does that mean in your relationship with the other gods that you occupy the earth with? It's about cultural, habitual, scientifically observable mores that human beings developed in harmonious relationship with one another. So he say, this becomes a moray that we use, where because most ancient people would build their townships around bodies of fresh water, rivers, lakes, streams. You feel me? And so if you living at the river's head, you feel me, and you need fresh water to drink and to feed your livestock and this and that and this and that, to add to irrigate your crops and all of this stuff, and you need uncontaminated fresh drinking water. You feel me? Then you being at the head of the river, you would dare not defecate in the water, because even if you cannot see them, but because you revere the God that is other human beings, you would dare not defile the water by shitting in the water, when you know that there are people downstream that you don't know and probably won't never know and can't see, who too need fresh drinking water for all the reasons that you need it. So you create cultural stories in more ways, anthropomorphized epitaphs about why it is the greatest crime against the goddess to defecate in fresh water. This is a cultural, scientific phenomenon that became a story to always even make little babies understand. You don't poop in water. You go out to the woods where a tree is and you poop in a hole, and then you cover up the hole. And the Mother Earth knows how to get rid of and transform your little poop. You go away from the water to do your business. This is the cycle of life. We aren't the only ones that live on this planet. There are many, many people downstream. Not only people, animals, trees, and plants that need fresh water, uncontaminated water. And so this is how you begin to create stories and stuff for your babies who may not be able to understand, quote, the scientific language and lingo of defecation in water and contaminations and bacteria and this and that and this and that. You tell a story about the goddess and how she's always watching to make sure that you do not defile her water. You understand? This is the deification of culture. Every religion, every story is a deification of culture. This becomes important when I tell you that if you conceptualize of these deities, of these gods, of these iconic, images in your mind, whether that's European ones, what's her name, Sedna, or anybody up in them European places, or anybody in them Southern American places, we have to keep science and mathematics and spirituality, understanding that they are the different faces and articulations of the exact same phenomena. That phenomena is we are everything. We are everything. That's the whole basis of Chinese medicine. Is the old people out there saying, well, look, we are farmers and everything. And if this happens out in the environment, then what is happening out in the environment must be happening in our bodies too. That's why our blood vessels become metaphors of streams, rivers, wells, and seas. It's like, if we can observe it out here, it must be happening in here. It's not a metaphor. It is what it is. We are, as a matter of fact, you know who we are? We are the tree Don't we say that in our conspiracy? We the tree, we the weavers. Don't we say that? Why? Because part of the tree that is the most necessary is unseen. Why? Because it's below the surface. Why? Because it is reaching down into the deep of the earth where the oldest of us live. Huh? And that without them, we could not exist above the surface. Do you know what else we become a metaphor of? Trees. We trees. Huh? Is that moment where you can see the tree from the unseen into the seen, because the top of the soil up is heaven. The top of the soil up is heaven. The horizon, that split between heaven and earth, is literal. Everything from the top of the soil up is heaven. You already in heaven. You as a tree represent a bridge between heaven and earth. You do. Each one of you do. You did at the moment you were born. You do every time you get up and stand with your feet on the ground upright. You are a metaphor for this bridge between heaven and earth. The rainbow bridge that Thor and Odin Allfather and Loki be traveling on, that bridge is your back. That bridge is your span. It's always been your span. You are the everything. You are the tree. You are the serpent. You are the birds. Bitch. You are, what else you is? Huh? You are the scorpion. What else you is? Anyway, let me tell you about this breakthrough moment I just had, because I'm all over the place, but it's still all related. I hope you can walk with me. When we're talking about this thing that I just said, still related. Everywhere you go, there you are. But you cannot recognize you. Everywhere you go, there you are. But you cannot see you until you recognize you. You hear me? Everywhere you go, there you are. But you cannot recognize you until you see you. What do I mean? Everywhere you look, every mythology, every story, every fiction, every novel, every movie. I'm watching movies. I'm crack watching movies lately till my brain hurts. Movies I've seen 1,000 times. I'm like, oh my God, it was there all the time. Every story on the news, no matter how bad or good, I'm telling you, everything, everywhere, all the time, everywhere. Now, I couldn't see it. As deep in these studies as I've been, I'm like, damn, it's really that simple? Yep, it's really that simple. Like, the reason you don't recognize you, the reason that you do not see you, though you are everywhere, and everywhere you are, there you are. Everywhere you go, there you are. Everywhere you've been, there you are. Right now, even if it was 100 years ago. Everywhere you've been, there you are. Do you know why? Just like I just told you the story about, the problem is that we see ourselves separate from, distinct from, away from these things that we call deities, goddesses, this, that, and this, that. Right? Every time we pray to our ancestors, we treat our ancestors as if they are apart from us, distinct from us, somewhere else. We say the ancestral realm, this and that, and this and that, as if it is something distinct and apart from us. And I just spent all this time telling y'all that if you are saying these things in your mind's eye, them being distinct from you, that shit that you think you're talking to does not exist. It ain't real. It ain't real. It ain't real. What is real is if you have these same names, these same venerations, the same reverence, the same respect, the same deep conviction to these same deities that you say, these same names of your ancestors that you say, and when you say it in your mind's eye, you see you, then you are correct. When you talk about the goddess Oshun and her looking in her mirror and this and that and this and that, and you like, yes, bitch, I do look good. And wait. Where my mirror at? Hold on. Where my mirror at? Now I got a scrying mirror, but we gonna pull it out anyway. You know what I'm saying? But I can still see me. And I've got my scrying mirror. You feel me? And I'm looking, I'm like, damn, girl, you cute. Man, you look good today, even though you ain't did nothing to your head. Girl, you better go looking like your mama. Looking like your mama. Who is that? Looking like your mama. You understand? Every time you turn around, not only Oshun, the mirror is trying to teach you something about you. These stories, these metaphors, these images that you see, where Oshun got a mirror in her hand, Yemaya got a mirror in her hand. I hadn't seen this yet. Any pictures of Oya with a mirror in her hand, but maybe. What's the mirror? Is to reveal that who they are looking at and encouraging you to look at are one and the same. When you see Oshun looking at the mirror with her titties out by the waterfall, like, I look good today, bitch. I did that. I ain't even have to do nothing. Look at me looking like God out this bitch today. She like, oh wait, shit, I am God. She is telling you a story to help you remember that when you look in the mirror, you better behave the same goddamn way. That when you look in the mirror, you see me. Why? Because I am you. Why? Because mommy and I are one. What does that mean? You sat in the primordial water of your mother's body for 9 months to ensure that a miracle was on the other end. Not a guessing game. Scientific, mathematically calculable certainty that on the other end of this dynamic process, you would become. And the only reason that you can look in the mirror with the audacity, the arrogance, the ego, all that shit that you can is because of a process of scientific, mathematical, reciprocal, repeatable, like a scientific project, precise, perfect process that is called the ritual of life on this earth. That's why you can look in that goddamn mirror and say, I don't give a fuck what kind of badass day I'm having. I'm God up in this bitch. My mama said so. My mama said so. The process guaranteed it so. The process guaranteed it so. And I'm talking to all of y'all. Male, female, all the genders in between. Black, white, all the races in between. Rich, poor, all the classes in between that we set out to destroy. Yep. You understand? Now, let me tell you about this moment that I had. Because in this process, everywhere you go, there you are. Everywhere you go, there you are. Everywhere you go, there you are. I don't care who you are. Everywhere you go, there you are. The there you are that you feel so sad, so lonely, so separate, so stuck, so it is because we have all been conditioned to forget who God is. I'm not talking about a metaphorical God. Every movie that you see, your mother is all in it. Faceless, voiceless, nameless, and everywhere in it. This is the basis. That whole, what was it? 2 6-hour lives that I did on the history of headless cults. Remember that shit back in, I don't know what that was, May, June, whenever that crazy shit we did was. I was like, why is headlessness so pervasive? And once you see it, I told y'all, once you see it, you can't unsee it. Right? Remember we did that? And it was like, oh my God, I'm thinking about all these movies when people got their head cut off. Why they did that? You know what I'm saying? All these movies where people get shot in the head. All these movies with zombie movies. And the only way you can kill the zombie is to crush him in the head, shoot him in the head, do him in the head. But the only way you can kill vampires is in the heart. Isn't that something? Aren't they both considered walking dead? But the zombies are the living dead. The zombies are the walking dead. And the vampires are the living dead. See, they're attractive. They're sexy. They're desirable. They woo you. They seduce you. They scare you. But you're so intrigued. This is the living dead, who you can only kill through striking through the heart. The walking dead, who are just led around by their lust for eating. I just want to eat. Not thinking, not plotting, not scared. I just want to eat. The only way that you can kill them is to, because when you chop their heads off, they don't die. They still do. You gotta shoot them in the brain, crush them in the brain, whatever. Everywhere you go, there you are. I was thinking about these headless cults. I'm like, damn, why they do that shit? Why are we always confronted with I'm sitting here talking about, look at this thing I got right here. It's everywhere. It's so pervasive so that you forget. Just like Jesus said, everywhere you go. What did he say? Always recognize what is right in front of you. Everywhere you go, this headless shit. So I was like, this is deeper than even this damn headless cult thing that I did, right? And the reason that it's headless, as at least in my estimation, as a possible origin, is when you go to Egypt, to ancient Egypt, to the first dynastic period of Egypt, and you start seeing these deities. None of these deities got human heads. None of them. None of them. They got cobra heads. They got lion heads. They got dog heads. They got bear heads. They got frog heads, crocodile heads, alligator heads. Fully human. But they have animal personifications as their head. I was like, could this be the origin of all these headless cults emerging in Europe? Understand? As an attempt to reverse the power disseminated by the images of these deities always having the head of the animal spirit through which they are personifying. I'm telling you this because there, wherever you go, there you are, right? And so I'm watching all these movies lately, all these horror movies, because I'm trying to see where she is. Now I'm trying to see where she is all the time. And the crime that they have committed against her by disappearing her and still hiding her in plain sight, right? It started with this deep dive that I did with that bullshit ass movie y'all wanted me to see, the Weapons movie, Weapons, about the crazy old witch lady who was, doing a little juju to control people and to at the same time siphon their life force out of them so she could, quote, live forever. And I did a whole long deep dive on that. So y'all just go back and watch the Weapons deep dive that I did. But it was obvious the first 5 minutes of the movie. I was like, oh, okay, so here's a hardcore, in your face propaganda movie to deepen still your hatred of the mother. Because as much as we hated her, and I didn't like her, I was like, but even knowing who she was, I was like, oh, I don't want to hate her. You know what I'm saying? Conflict. Because that old ugly white woman playing this mean, diabolical, old crickety witch that needed to kidnap all these babies to siphon their life force and shit, while holding them hostage in the basement of the house, in the bowels of the house, is Saturn. Every single aspect of that story is the archetype of Saturn, bastardized, flipped upside down, inside out, and made the most notoriously evil villain in history. Saturn, our great-grandmother crown. They did that shit. And they knew that they had been doing such a good job for so long, they didn't even have to hide her good. Her hair shaped literally like the rings of Saturn. Her she had on her little bell had the number 6 with the literal alchemical symbol of the planet Saturn on her little bell. So much, right? The reason I'm saying this is because everywhere you go, there you are. And that's why you hate yourself. Everywhere you go, that's where you are. It's why you have mental illness. Everywhere you go, there you are. And because they have done such a good job teaching you to hate your mother, who is yourself, because mommy and I are one, you can't figure out why you always in some type of deep internal conflict with your own self. It is because there is no way to teach you from birth throughout your whole life to hate the one who gave you life and not hate yourself. Because whether you acknowledge it or not, don't make it any less true. Mommy and I are one. And so if I hate her, it means I hate me too. And that's why I'm always in a tussle with my own spirit. I'm schizophrenic, whatever, right? And to be even more clear about what it means, everywhere you go, there you are. And I'm talking about you as the goddess. I'm talking about you as your mother's child. I'm talking about you being indistinguishable from your mother, okay? This is the breakthrough. For whatever reason, when I was getting ready to read this Jesus article, this phrase, and I kept saying, you remember I was just saying, I don't remember where I heard that from. but let me write it down so I don't forget it. I don't remember where I heard that from. I immediately came to my head this it was like a line, maybe in a movie or something. I don't know where I heard it from, but it was called the it was a concept, maybe it was in a movie, I don't know, but it was called the Great Breaking. Somebody was talking about the Great Breaking. The Great Breaking. And I kept hearing this right here when I was flipping out. I kept hearing the Great Breaking, the Great Breaking. Where did I hear this from? Right? And at the same time that I was writing the Great Breaking, oh my God. Everywhere you go, there you are. I'm like, oh shit. Right? As soon as I heard the Great Breaking, trying to remember what movie or TV series I heard this from, I instantly thought about the goddamn movie, two movies, as a matter of fact, that I can think of right off the top of my head, that are always talking all the time about the Great Conjunction, the Great Conjunction, the Great Breaking and the Great Conjunction, the Great Breaking and the Great Conjunction. I said, oh my God. Oh my God. When I tell you everything that you have ever seen in your whole life that has been meant to make you hate your mother has been using the image of your mother to make you hate your mama. And it's worked up until now. It's worked up until now, because up until this moment that I'm about to put y'all on game to, man, up until this moment, you understand me? Up until this day, right here, where Neptune, the guardian of the primordial, unseen, secretive deep, oh shit! Woo! Whoa! Whoa! Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm. Mm. God damn. On this here day, where Neptune, the governess of all of the secrets of the deep, she who is the holy shit. Oh my God. Y'all, I can't do this. Listen. God damn. Son of a bitch. Listen, let me tell you something. On this here day, when apparently Neptune got a motherfucking attitude, she like, there's some shit I need y'all to see. Y'all ain't seeing fast enough, bitch. There's some shit I need y'all to see. Okay? There's some shit I need you to know, because y'all ain't getting this shit quick enough. I'm about to put y'all on game. If I hear one motherfucker repeat my shit without giving me credit, I'm slaying you. And I mean that shit. I'm so fucking tired of people stealing my shit while I'm up in here in ceremony all the time while sweating the rent man, sweating if my car gonna break down any day. Don't do that to me. It takes 2 seconds to say this breakthrough that I'm transferring to you, because I'm telling y'all to repeat the shit. Just say where you got it from. Don't be stealing from me. I'm so sick of that shit. I'm so through with it. To steal from me and then not pay me, bitch? Don't do that. Neptune got a problem today, and she's trying to put you up on game up in this bitch, and I'm about to give it to you blood raw. If I hear one motherfucker repeat my shit without saying my name, I will shut this shit off. I will shut it off. I will shut it down. I will never do this shit again. I mean that shit. I'm sick of it. I cannot believe what's happening right now. Neptune, your kidneys, is the keeper of the secrets of the deep, waiting to come to the surface, just like the single cell organism that would eventually become you, to give you everything that you need to perpetually become the better, best, more dynamic version of yourself. Evolution does not go backwards, bitch. Evolution don't go backwards. This process that has been perfected by our mother over billions of years is to always ensure the best outcome, to always ensure the most currently perfect personification of all that she created. That's what she do. She always scoping the terrain from the smallest microbe to the greatest one of us on this planet, always always got her eyes and hands in everything to ensure a perfect, harmonious display of her perfection. Always. That's what evolution is. That's what you learn in 6th grade biology. The genes come together, the best of the lot come to the surface to ensure our ability to survive and thrive in this environment from which we emerge. The process is perfect. The process is perfect. We as human beings also involved all the time in a perfect process, even as that perfection is changing and evolving, morphing and reconstructing its shape based on its tentacles, which is the electromagnetic field emanating from your emperor, your heart, 6 to 9 feet outside yourself, always peeping the terrain to keep you safe and thriving and happy. It's like, bitch, we got you, the emperor. We got you. I'm going to direct all my other little consorts up in here to do what they need to do so that we can have the best and most harmonious, happiest presentation of the you that you are as the sole sovereign of your own universe. That's why the whole process is perfect. You have been convinced that you, through this here rotten ass book, that you were born dead, born imperfect, worthy of hell, unworthy of salvation, which means happiness, ecstasy, and this and that and this and that. And you can't get it until you die. Can't get happiness, ecstasy, and none of that shit till you die, because this book right here talks about how you must carry your cross. You must suffer like I did. That's what compassion means, is to suffer like me. That's what it means. That's what compassion means. To take up one suffering as your own. Jesus said you need to suffer like me, bitch. And you need to be willing to take the most gangster suffering. Spears in your ribs, crown of thorn, cut your head, you feel me? Whips on your back, carry the heavy ass cross up the goddamn hill and shit. Then have big ass nails nailed in your wrist and in your feet bones. And then you need to parade the murdered, massacred, brutalized, tortured, masochistic display that is me around for 2,000 years to guilt everybody that comes into my contact into submitting their will, meaning submitting your desire, submitting their will to me, to accept in their mind that a gift that they can only hold until after they are dead, and that if the more brutal your death is, the more glorious your heaven will be. That's why you glorify martyrdom. The more you can suffer in this life, the greater your heaven will be. And you wear your suffering like badges of honor. I did that. I persevered. I survived. I'm a survivor. I'm a survivor. I did that. Because we glorify suffering. We glorify death and despair, martyrdom and asceticism, starvation, deprivation, sadness, unhappiness, pain, and suffering. We glorify that shit because we are taught to glorify that shit. Even though it hurt, even though it's fucked up, even though we be sad and shit, we're like, well, you know, at least I survived it. I know there was a lesson I had to learn from that shit. Because we can't even fathom perfection. We cannot even fathom an age that actually existed, which is the one we walking into, but we letting a fucking maniac set the stage for what the golden age is supposed to look like. That is completely contrary to what our mother has told us the golden age was. No need to work, no need to toil or labor, that the fruit will just flow freely. You understand? You got a megalomaniac who is the figurehead currently of a megalomaniacal, insatiable war god who leads a murder cult. And you can't figure out why these pigs are mowing people down in the street. It's brand new to you. It's unfathomable. This ain't the America that I know. You feel me? Damn. And hold on, I had to restart this live. The other thing is if this godhead of war is a god, a Odin Allfather, a white-haired, white-bearded, old ass, old son of a gun, you feel me, in white robes, in a white heaven with some white angels with white robes and white wings, and white castles and pearly gates and one little street of gold and then what's hell? Who is the guardian of hell? Everywhere you go, there you are. Everywhere you go, there you are. And it starts with one thing. Everywhere you go, there you are. Every monster ever created and fed to you to terrorize you is a malignified, bastardized, fucked up, blasphemous regurgitation of your mother's image, captured by a maniac, separate from himself, separate from his mother. He takes her archetypes and recreate, because he ain't got a generative bone in his body. He can't come up with nothing new. That's why he got to perpetually steal. He can't come up with nothing new. All he can do is take what you got and mutate it, infect it, fuck it up, and then give it back to you and say this is brand new. Every monster, every gremlin, every fairy tale, every ogre, listen, get these books. What's this book right here? The Women's Dictionary of Secrets and Sacred Symbols and Sacred Objects. The other book of hers, the Women's Encyclopedia of Missing Secrets. Everything that you have ever feared. Everything you ever feared. Everything you ever feared. Everything that ever scared you. Every story you were ever told. Every monster that the Witcher killed. Every monster. Now I'm not making this up. I saw it in the director's cut. Every single solitary monster that the Witcher killed in 3 seasons of The Witcher were all monsters based on actual folklore, and all of those monsters were female. So again, everywhere you go, there you are. And so we like rooting for the Witcher. Yes, get that monster. Kill that monster. Not recognizing that we respond to symbols way quicker than our conscious mind is responding to what we see. Do you see? Why would this director say, yeah, it's interesting because every single monster that we created for the Witcher to kill as the killer of monsters was based on an actual story of folklore from actual places around the world. And he didn't say it, but I knew to understand it because I studied. He knew that the majority of you were going to see it exactly how he was, quote, directing you to see it. That every last one of these monsters' origin story were as the emblems and archetypes of some goddess killed out of the culture, her archetype kept and created and transformed into a monster to terrorize little kids. Every single one. Every single one of these monsters on The Witcher that we was rooting for him to kill. And ew, look at that ugly monster. Get that monster. Every single one of these monsters was an articulation of the goddess. Every one. I sat there because I love The Witcher. I watched every episode. And even as well on game as I am, it did not occur to me until this director spilled the secrets. He was like, not only did he say all of these monsters came from actual folklore and folk tales, he said all of them was female. He said it. All the monsters was females. So we rooting for this debonair, slick talking ass, long, white-haired, white, because he is a mutant. White, like abnormally white face, wielding swords to slay female monsters. Rooting for him. Everywhere you go, there you are. And everywhere you see you, now that you see, you are the villain. You are the evil. You are the monstrous that must be destroyed. You are rooting for the hero, the personification of the mother's son, so split away from him in her, from seeing himself in her. He becomes the sword-wielding solar sun hero whose only labors, there you go, everywhere you go, there you are. They can't create nothing new, so his labors will death. The solar sun hero, his labors, who is it? Perseus, Hercules, you name them. And they talk about all these men got these labors, all these heroes got these, quote, 12 labors that he must traverse to become his true God self, the demigod who becomes greater God. But he has to do these 12 labors. His labors wield death, because each one of his labors, what is he doing? He is slaying a different archetype of the mother. Open up your goddamn zodiacal chart. Open up your goddamn zodiacal. Jesus ain't no different. Open up your goddamn zodiacal chart. Here is the mother's son and his 12 labors, no matter what the mythology. You people who are Mayan, you people who are Azteca, y'all don't want to hear it. You people who are Maya, Azteca, you people who are Lakota, Choctaw, Blackfeet, This story exists everywhere because we were all watching the same sky. The hero, the solar sun hero, who must give his own version, his fucked up death cult version of the mother's perfect process, that he couldn't even change the word, called it labors, because he has to emulate the mother's labor. While her labor gives life, his labors has him and move through the constellation, slaying the archetypes of the mother. That's why Samson has to kill the lion. That's why what's his name? Hercules. He does. Each one of these sun solar heroes that's got to perform their labors before they can become God. They are every single one of the archetypes of the mother, the lion, the serpent, the seven-headed hydra, the Medusa, the god-headed with snakes on her head and have her body as snakes. The who else? The chimera, the archetype of the mother having become one, the lion head, the serpent body, the eagle wings, the weird foot. I forget, but anyway, you understand? And so his labors wields death, can only generate death, can only secure death. He has no, even in his malignancy, y'all, he has no identity that can be separated from the mother. Because even if you malignant, bitch, mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. There is no separation from her, though you can perceive it. You can perceive separation. And so this is why the son, he has no choice. Because listen, our logo, this is just a part of the logo, but the logo of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence is the cosmic egg with the serpent, with the Ouroboros wrapped around it, right? And so it talks about how in the beginning of all that has ever been, ever will be, ever is, in every dimension, perceptible and imperceptible, there was she. And she was a primordial galactic serpent, jet black. And like serpents, even to today, the way that they reproduce is to lay an egg. This is the cosmic egg of the great black primordial serpent that existed before all that is perceptible in the universe. And in this story about the cosmic egg and the great black primordial serpent that laid this egg, like any egg, within the egg, within the seed, within the acorn, within the egg is all possibilities. Within the egg is all possibilities. Within the egg is all futures. Within the one is all futures. Within the one is all past. Within the one is all that will ever exist, ever. Within the egg, within the one, everything that can ever exist already exists in the moment. That's it. You see? This is why the sun cannot come up with anything new, cannot come up with anything original, because there is only one original. That is the great black imperceptible everything that gave rise to everything that is and ever would be. That's why he can't create anything new. He is not the original. He is the product of her imagination wielding everything into existence. If you want me to say that another way, in yin yang theory, it is said that the yin generates yang, and in return, the yang stimulates, invigorates, and moves yin. They can't exist without each other. But the yang cannot create anything. The yang can't create mass. The yang cannot create matter. The yang cannot create matter. You understand? And so I'm saying that because everywhere you go, there you are. Everywhere you go, there you are. You have been made villain. Perpetual, faceless, nameless, invisible, hidden in plain sight, ever present, invisible, primordial she, the originator of all that is. Always in your face. There you is. There you is. You understand? And it all has an origin. It all has an origin. These monsters that the Witcher was slaying to and fro, and we was rooting for him because he killing the monsters. Here we are with the breath of our mouth saying, we are glad that this son who does not see himself in his mother, the son that does not see himself in his mother, can, because he has no ability to be satisfied. A son separate from his mother has no ability to be satisfied. Isn't that what Saturn means? Remember when we went through that and we said, what is the etymology of the actual word Saturn? And the first three letters, S-A-T, means to be filled, to be satiated, to be full, to have what one needs and desires. That's what it means. That's what it means. And so while your great-grandmother crone Saturn wants you to be happy, wants you to eat to your fill like your big mama would. You sure you don't want no second plate, baby? You sure you ain't ate a lot? You want some more? You want some seconds? Unlike your mother, he has... I hate TikTok. This shit is so trash. Like it's an app for babies or some shit. I hate this app. I recognize the need to use it because there's just so much more traffic on it than anywhere else, but it's trash. It's not behaving now either. But and so since the sun can, since the only thing the sun can do is to bite and then corrupt his mother's style, right? Bite and then corrupt his mother's style, and only produce a death-dealing version of his mother's image. All you're seeing all the time, every day, all the time. Every time you think you're rooting for the good guy against the bad guy, 99.9999% of the time, you're rooting for an archetype that is played over in your face all the time. If you are rooting for the so-called good guy and you rooting for the good guy to kill the bad guy, I'm telling you, if you start to study archetypes, you can see that the so-called villain, the so-called antagonist is your mother in plain sight. Faceless, nameless, headless, and still her. I'm telling you, it's everywhere. Everywhere you go, there you are. And the envy, the primary ritual of envy of the son, split apart from himself, fractured from himself, not able to recognize the primordial God that he already is, chronically seeking God's status, and can't figure out why his hunger is never satiated. How we always talk about, damn, with these motherfucking billionaires, like too much is never enough for them. They can't help. They can't stop gobbling up everything. They are literally the mythological in real time philosophy that our mother was trying to warn us about in these mythologies. These mythologies are not static and lost in time. They are the foretelling, the whispers of what is to come if we do not reconcile what has happened in the fabric that we all occupy. That's what it is. That's what it is. And so the ritual is this. The ritual that is always being repeated in your face and then bastardized and villainized is the birth ritual. It is your mother's open legs at the moment of the great breaking. I said, where did I hear this? What were they talking about? I don't remember the movie, but it just came. I was like, yeah, I remember the great breaking. What were they talking about? The great breaking. Everything that we understand has its origin in this. The great breaking. The great breaking. The splitting of the one in half to make room for the new. The one, the pregnant mama that becomes two. Your mama as the one, because up until the moment you are born, your ass is still imperceptible. Your ass ain't got a name. You ain't got no time on the clock. They don't count your inception phase as a part of your life cycle. They don't count your inception phase, your gestational period, them 9 months. They don't count that as the moment that your time stops. Your time starts as a new universe. They don't count that. You feel me? So the one, your mama, who in an instant becomes two, the one that becomes two, the moment that the 10,000, what is it called? The thousand petal lotus, the moment that the 1,000 petal lotus becomes enlightened, at the moment of epiphanetic breakthrough. I think I'm having a breakthrough. Oh my God, I'm experiencing this epiphany. The one who becomes two at the moment that your 1,000 petal lotus becomes enlightened in the process, the first process that will help you to remember in your baby brain what enlightenment feels like in your body as the 1,000 petal lotus then is enlightened. And then the third eye is enlightened as you coming through your mama. Still, the throat chakra enlightened, the heart chakra enlightened, the solar plexus enlightened, the navel chakra enlightened, the root chakra enlightened, until finally your feet that will stabilize you between heaven and earth are revealed, and the one becomes two. But is that where that started? Is that where that started? Because your father, by way of his mother, and your mama come together, the two. Your mama and your father, the two that become one. How do they become one? In sexual union. But it's not just their bodies that become one in the sexual union. It is her essence and his essence that become one in the sexual union of the one within itself. If y'all have sexual intercourse, and in that intercourse y'all are one, then it is the two, the sperm and egg, the two that become one. Right? The two that become one. When the sperm finally penetrates that egg, now it's one. And in the perfect process of union and unfolding, union and revelation, constant process. Now the zygote, the pregnancy is real. Now the one that started out as two, becoming one. Now the one becomes two, and the two becomes four, and the four becomes 16, and the 16, and so on and so on. So 16, 32. See? Right? So the zygote becomes two in the first division, and so on and so on and so on. And so the division, specialization, organ, this and that, this and this and this and this. So now what started off as one and became two, well, let's go all the way back to your mama and them men. The two that become one in sexual union, and in that sexual union, hopefully in orgasmic epiphany, the evidence of the two of them having become one becomes a new one. That zygote that is formed when the two become one So the two becoming one at the macro level, your mama and your daddy, the two of them at the micro level, the sperm and the egg becoming one, as a foretelling, as a foreshadowing of what is to come. But in order for the one to become on the micro level to become the one as the macro, guess what else has to happen? The division, the division, the division. The one becomes two, the two becomes four, the four becomes 16, the 16 becomes 32. The specialization, the inherent knowing of what they call stem cells. How these stem cells know they're gonna be a liver cell? How these stem cells can differentiate that I'm gonna be the heart tissue? Huh? The inherent knowing that is. You feel me? And so the division, specialization, the compartmentalizing, the this and this and this and this. And so that which started off as one but could not complete the process without the division and the multiplication. Because it's the division that multiplies. It's the division that multiplies. See? The one becomes two, division. But now there's two. The division that multiplies and needs to multiply and specialize rhythmically, cyclically, mathematically precise, scientifically observable, and repeatable process that at a certain time in this perfect dance of ocean and blood and primordial memory, the baby, not the mama, the baby says, okay, ma, I'm ready. And the mother's uterus begins to contract. And that baby who's ready, who knows intuitively that they are ready because the lungs that will allow them to live outside of their mother's body has alerted their little cells, okay, we're going to produce this little hormone that is going to force the uterus to force us out. This story of the most beloved, the most beautiful, the most perfect angel that is Lucifer, the angel of light. What do we call our babies? The light of my eye. This is my boo. This is my whole world. This is the light of my eye. The apple of my eye. Don't we do that? When you are pregnant and you welcome the pregnancy, you're like, oh, I'm so happy. This is my baby. I don't even know them yet. Don't even know their face yet. Don't know their name yet. But you do that with certainty. Where does certainty come from? Does certainty come from hope? Does certainty come from belief? Does certainty come from faith? Certainty comes from science. All the time, every time. You can bank on it. It's a guarantee. It's a guarantee. That if I do what I know intuitively, I am supposed to. What is intuition informed by? Do you have intuition when you don't have a body? Do you have intuition when you just a spirit being out in the ethos somewhere? Do you need intuition when you out in the ethos somewhere? Intuition is informed by science. All the time, every time. It's informed by flesh. All the time, every time. I don't know, now my IG is acting up. You see? And so, one of the most malignant stories is this story that demonizes your entry into this world. You see how insidious this shit is? That Lucifer was God's most beloved. That Lucifer was God's favorite, his most perfect creation. And because Lucifer became proud, because Lucifer became arrogant and thought that he was greater than God, that's the bullshit in that story part of it. But this story that I'm telling you is about this process. Because he became greater than God. What does the story say? The story says that he rebelled against God. He rebelled against God. Isn't that what the story say? But didn't I just tell you a story a little while ago about where God lives? Where God lives? God live in heaven, right? Like y'all believe God live in heaven, right? Yeah. Okay, that's the general consensus. God live in heaven, the beneficent, right? The all-knowing, the ever-present, the omnipotent. Oh my God, the omnipotent. Oh my God. Whoa, shit. The omnipotent, the all-present, the ever-knowing, lives in heaven, right? What did I just tell you heaven was in Chinese medicine? Heaven is the uterus. So where God lives? In the uterus. Who is God? You. Why are you God? Because you come from God. You was living in God's heaven. You was living in God's heaven. You feel me? And at some point, you got too big for the box. You got too big for your britches. Isn't that what they tell you? It means when you prideful and arrogant and haughty, that you too big for your britches. Isn't that what they tell you? Isn't that what they tell you? Everywhere you go, there you are. You too big for your britches. You too grown. You too grown. Here you are in your mama's body, and it's nice, and you just floating in the universe. That is her heaven. You just floating in the universe. You like, this nice. You know what I'm saying? I like it. It's comfortable in here. I can do a little stretching, some little exercises. I ain't even gotta chew my food. I just absorb the food. You feel me? And at some juncture, your ass get arrogant. You get too haughty. You get too, quote, big for your britches. And so you rebel against your God. You rebel against heaven. And what does the story say? That there was a moment where Lucifer, the light bearer, Lucifer, the light bringer, Lucifer, the water bearer, rebelled against heaven, rebelled against God. And as a response to this rebellion, isn't this the story I was just telling you about how once the lungs can survive on their own, they emote a hormone that forces the uterus to contract to expel the baby? And because you got too big for your britches, meaning it's too cramped in here, mama. It's too cramped. I gotta get out of here. It was comfortable for a little while. Now it's too tight in here. I'm not comfortable. You know how little babies do when they first come? They constantly like, right? Man, it's too tight in here. This was nice, but it's too tight in here. I want out of here. And so you rebelled against heaven. And the only thing heaven could do was say, you know what? You're right. It's time for you to get the fuck up out of here because I don't want to be pregnant no more. Neither. And so you start to contract. You start to expel. You start to toss your most beloved out of heaven. And what does the Bible say? Not only was he tossed out of heaven, he was cast down to earth. This is literal. It's not metaphorical, bitch. It's literal. Because if you look at them ancient Egyptian walls, or hell, the European, Greek, and Roman walls, the Mesopotamian and the Sumerian walls, what do you see all over the goddamn planet? 2 or 3, maybe even 4 women gathered around a woman in a birthing chair. Why? Because she needed to prop her arms up in the squatting position straight down so she could cast that nigga out of heaven and down to the earth. You feel me? And so he don't crack his skull on the earth. You got some midwives that's gonna catch his ass before he land. Every image that you see, women around her holding her up so the baby can have an easy trip to earth. It don't say that God cast Lucifer to hell. That's not what it say. That's not the story. What does the story say? That God cast Lucifer down to earth and gave Lucifer dominion over the earth. Who is that if that ain't you? Light bringer, from who water flowed upon your entry to earth. Who is that if that ain't you? What is that if that is not a beautiful metaphorical story of a scientifically observable, mathematically precise and predictable process that women been doing since women been on this earth? You understand? It is only when the son sees himself separate from the mother that this becomes a horror story of doom and damnation. To hate the mother. Be not concerned with the things of the earth, because Lucifer has dominion over the earth. So anything in the earth you feel me, is associated with Lucifer and his demons. Every time you turn the great breaking that came through my skull, I said, oh my God. The conjunction of the spheres. What is the conjunction of the spheres? The same thing. The great breaking that breaks your mama in half to transport you from the unseen to the seen realm, from the spiritual to the material realm, so you can actually execute your godlike powers in the real world. What is that if that is not the one that breaks in half to become the two? That cell, that is you, the zygote, the great breaking. But what did I say? It is the division that is also the multiplication. You hear me? The division that multiplies. The great breaking, and at the same time, it is the conjunction of the spheres. Oh my God. Damn. Oh my God. Oh my God. It is the division that is necessary to multiply. It is the division that is necessary to make whole. It is the division that must happen. It is the great breaking, while at the same time, it is the conjunction of the spheres. When you see the little zygote under the microscope that splits itself in half, divides itself in half, but it ain't half. Because if it's still together, it's not half. It's just a different personification of the whole. The division that multiplies. Because the one becomes the two becomes the four becomes the this and this and this and this, until at the end of this guaranteed, mathematically predictable and precise process, a one emerges from that division. From those divisions. Multiple, thousands and thousands, millions and millions, and all them divisions that were multiplying, all them divisions that were multiplying, all them divisions that were multiplying. And at the end of this process, guess what? It ain't a bunch of divisions that come out. It is a singular, whole, new universe. This process that I'm talking to you about here is repeated every day of your life until you become one with the mother again when you are planted in the ground. This process right here, nigga, this process is repeated every single day of your life until the day you become one again physically with the earth. Every cell in your body repeats this process every day of your life, regardless of your gender, regardless of your race, regardless of your class. She is always trying to remind you that you are perfect. I want you to see me in everything, every processes, because everywhere you go, there you are. Everywhere you go, there I am. Why? Because mommy and I are one. That's why we don't be do in science. Any of you who nerdy scientists, have you ever heard anybody talking about the cellular division, mitosis, meiosis, and all of that shit, the different stages of cellular regeneration and this and that and this and that? Have you ever heard them talk about the mother cell, the mother cell in the cellular division process giving birth to sun cells? Do she give birth to sun cells? Have you ever heard this in science? No. What happens when she must die? Because she must die. But before she dies, what does she do? She generates two daughter cells that look just like her, and then she commits suicide. What they call it? Apoptosis. She, when her time is up, makes sure that she is reproduced so the process can remain. And what do they call them two daughter cells that look just, I just told you. What do they call them two cellular versions of herself before she knows her time is up and it is her time to fall back? Apoptosis. But she has made sure that the process that is your universe, you, the perfect person that you are right now in this moment, that you got everything that you need uninterrupted without a break. I'm going to leave these two daughter cells to pick up the mission. And the process is perfect until it's not. And the process is perfect until something that we cannot explain goes wrong. The process is perfect until what Hahnemann and the ancients called the miasma that breaks the chain, the miasma that causes some kind of separation, some mutation in the DNA of the perfect cell. Causes some mutation. This miasma. What did the ancients call it before the white boy stole it? The ancients called it a spiritual atmospheric pollution spoken from the mouths of harmed women. Listen to what I am telling y'all today. Hahnemann himself said that the cause of all disease is the miasm. It's the miasm. What did he call it as a doctor of one of the most effective medicines of that period? A spiritual pollution that, if left unresolved and unaddressed, will bourgeon in layers. The spiritual will then show itself in the emotional. The spiritual body will show itself in the emotional body. The emotional harm will show itself until finally the last stage of this disharmony is a physical presentation of whatever was left unaddressed. What did he say it was? A spiritual pollution that is the cause of all disease. Everywhere you go, there you are. What did in the Women's Encyclopedia of Missing Secrets, when they were talking about the end of the world? No, it was the mother's curse. Remember the chapter on the mother's curse that we read up out of the Women's Encyclopedia of Missing Secrets? What did they say about the mother's curse? They said that there was nothing more powerful in the universe than the word spoken from one who had given birth. That's what they see it. That there was nothing more powerful in the universe. Listen to what I'm telling you on this day where Neptune said, I don't care what you got to do, bitch. You're going to sit your ass right down here today on this day when Neptune, enters into Aries at 0 degrees, about to set this shit off. You're going to give them the business today because they ain't going to have no excuse. If they watching you, they ain't going to have no excuse. They ain't going to have no excuse. You better sit your ass down today, baby. What did they say? About the mother's curse? That would be the cause of the end of the world. That's what they said in that book. That the mother's curse is, what did they say? What was her name? It wasn't who was it? It wasn't Ruth. Who was the other girl in the Bible? I forget the other girl in the Bible. But she says in the Bible, the moment her son's head emerged from her body, that she screamed out loud, I am enlarged over my enemies in this moment. No, she said, my mouth is enlarged over my enemies as her baby is being born, her first child. My mouth is enlarged over my enemies that I can speak life or I can destroy. This some shit we gonna have to reckon with. Oh my God. We have to reckon with this shit. Because the metaphor of the dragon, the metaphor of the fire-breathing dragon that everybody's so scared of, and the sun solar hero has to destroy, she is we. Oh, she is we. And so what's the fire metaphor for? She is the compilation of the harm against the mother, and the mother she can only do what she know to do. It is to destroy. God damn. Everything in sight. God damn it. Oh. God damn. Oh my God. Oh. Oh my God. Ah. Shit. Oh my God. She is us. She is us, y'all. The dragon, the fire-breathing dragon, threatening throughout history to destroy everything that is. Kali, the destroyer, in her personification as so insane in the fight to save the world that she threatens to destroy it. Sekhmet, the left eye of Ra, that gets so turned on by the lust of war that she threatens to destroy everything. Oh my God. 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 What does this mean? Oh my God. Oh, shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. Ugh. I don't want to do this. Oh my God. Ah. I don't want to do this. I can't. I can't. Oh my God. Yo. I'm having a moment, y'all. Fuck. God damn it. I'm having a moment. Fuck. Ah. Oh my God. Oh. Oh my God. Oh shit. Y'all. Shit. Everywhere you go, there you are. Oh my God. Ugh. Everywhere you go, there you are. Ah. Oh shit. Oh my God. Ha. Mm-mm. Y'all. Shit. I'm wrong. God damn it. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Oh shit. Woo. I'm wrong. Oh, I don't want to say this out loud. Oh my God. Can you get him, please? Hush. 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 I don't want to say this. Oh. Mm-mm. Oh. Boy. He's not going to walk in. He's not going to walk in. Oh my God. Damn. Listen. Oh my God. Ugh. Listen. Ugh. You know how we used to hear that bullshit about how and I used to get so angry about especially like yogis and like oh my God. Damn it, man. About yogis, shamans, gurus, always talking about like once you can understand, oh my God, once you can understand there are no enemies. I used to hate that. Oh my God. I was like, what the fuck they mean? They ain't no enemies. Holy motherfucking shit. Yo. Oh my God. I used to be so outraged by that statement. What they talking about? Why the world look the way they do if there ain't no enemies? Huh? Why the world look the way it do if there ain't no enemies? What they talking about? Why they be saying that shit? On that turn the other cheek, bullshit ass bullshit. Why they be saying that? Oh my God in heaven. Oh, 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 oh. Mm-mm-mm. God damn it. My God. Mm-mm. I didn't get it. I didn't see. I didn't understand, man. I didn't understand. The closer I thought I was getting to this breakthrough, the wronger I was. Oh my God. I was wrong. I was wrong. Oh my God. Oh my God. Listen, I used to get so mad about these so called pacifists, and there ain't no enemies, and it's all in your mind and shit. You know what I'm saying? People hijacking the mother's language in this, whatever this is, this fracture, this unforgetting. God damn. Woo. This fracture that has been begging for us to remember. The process is perfect. It is. The process is perfect. It is. And if the process is perfect, but at the same time, oh, fuck, always morphing and changing, moving in and out of itself from extreme to extreme and harmonizing again and extreme and extreme. And this is the process of learning the self in the perpetual unfolding project that is epiphany. Oh my God in heaven, shit, son of a bitch. The changing and transitioning from one age to another, the morphing and becoming and re-becoming, the disappearing and reappearing that happens at the micro and at the macro, the cyclical repetition in different presentations of the pattern in the fabric, the construction and deconstruction of that which you have built. Ooh, 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 ooh. The construction and reconstruction of that which you have built to be the damn, 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 damn. Oh my God. Oh shit. Uh, mm-mm. You remember how your mama used to say, I brought you in this world, I will take you out? How this book right here say that the mother's curse was the only unbreakable curse. That out of the same mouth that she could speak life was out of the same mouth that she could destroy it all. Out of the same mouth that she could create was the same mouth that could destroy it all. And to be careful with how you approach and handle the mothers, so that you could ensure that her destroyer personification was not nurtured to the surface. Aren't these all the tales of Oya, the great primordial she that is the Alpha and the Omega and every space in between, the mother of nine? She who nurtured children that were not hers because her children were all born dead. So all of her nine children, she, like the auntie in your community, she didn't give birth to none of them. She said, you know what? You don't want your baby. You can't take care of your baby right now. I got your baby. Oshun, the mother of the Abeji that she abandoned because she did not want them. Oh, yeah. Took in Ibeji. Oh, my God. Oya took in Obeji. Oya took in Egun, the ancestors. as her children. Oya, who would collect the whole, the abandoned and betrayed, and raise them as her own. And this big old loving spirit that is Oya is the same one who what is the grand androgyne who will put on pants and go to war. And who are the army of Oya that she go into battle with? The army of the dead. Oya goes into battle with the army of the dead. God damn. But not only does Oya go into battle with the army of the dead, Oya is the governess of the lungs because she lays in the space between each inhale and exhale. She, as the mother of the winds of change and radical transformation, she, as the governess of storms, whether those storms are in the macro or whether it is the swirling behavior of the air that we take into our lungs that look like little microscopic tornadoes. She who will stop your breath so that you can walk into the realm of the ancestors. She who is there at the spark of light, the lightning emblem that is her, the spark of light, the spark of life at the moment that the sperm finally penetrates the egg. These are her domains. The seen and unseen. She who is the owner of masks and knows how to use them. She, as the owner of masks, will wear a mask to get close to her enemy, or she that reveals the mask. Removes the mask of her enemies so that they can be seen in the light and judged. This is her. She, as the mother, she, as the destroyer, she who eats the trees from the top, she, as the mother to all, she, as the one who wants you to be rich and fat and happy from the abundance of her domain, which is the guardian of the underworld, Oya as Pluto in this moment. But she who, when it is time to rip all of this shit up to make way for the new, will run through everything and everyone. She, Oya, as the one who in her dance of destruction flips hurricanes off the rim of her 9-colored skirt. The Zoya, the destroyer. Pele, the nurturer and destroyer. Sekhmet, the mother of all magic, the guardian of the menstrual cycle and the mysteries of the menstrual cycle. They never talk about this aspect of her, but the patron of all midwives and doctors, and her, the destroyer. Oh my God. I don't want to say this. The fates, the furies, the fates as the weavers of human destiny, and their personification as the furies, as the judges and executors of judgment of those same fates. They are all one. The fates and the furies are one. The fates and the muses are one. The fates and the Chairites are one. The many-faced. Did y'all ever see that book? Do I have it over here? Where's that book at? Did y'all? It's by Joseph Campbell. Did y'all ever see that book? Man, I know a good motherfucking well I brought that book over here. Bullshit. I picked up that book in my hand and brought it over here. What did I do with it? Well, I was going to show you the cover. I need to show you the cover. I can't be. I wanted to. I have to show you the cover. So what did I do with the book? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. By Joseph Campbell. The name of the book is The Hero with a Thousand Faces. The name of the book is The Hero with a Thousand Faces. God damn. Oh no. Mm-mm. 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 Oh my God. Oh my God. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready. God. Goddamn. Damn. God. Oh shit. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this shit. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this shit. Geez. Okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. Goddamn. I get it. Damn. God. This shit is too fucking much. Shit's too much. It's too much. um, I started out by saying, that I used to get annoyed, actually outraged by this concept of like, there was no enemy. You understand? There is no enemy. Like, what they talking about? What they talking about? But the moment that I'm having, I can't walk it back. I spent how many hours I've been up on this bitch already? 5 hours. Telling you, everywhere you go, there you are. Male, female, all the genders in between, black, white, all the races in between. Everywhere you go, there you are. Why? Because you are your mother's child. Why? Because we have one common ancestor. Right? I spent all this time telling y'all that. Everywhere you go, the macro and the micro. Always trying to remind you. Always trying to remind you. Even when I was talking earlier about so-called left-wing shit and right-wing shit, right? And how we missed the middle. Where the bird at? We got the wings. Where the bird at? Where the brain? Where the body? Where the blood? Where the bird at? While we swinging from extreme to extreme, perpetually, right? And the undertone of this deep dive and explanation has still been based on this. I sat here and told you in a moment of epiphany that just occurred to me that anytime you say the names of these deities or these ancestors, and in your mind you see them as something out there, apart from you, away from you, over there somewhere, you're wrong. really bad. That when you say them same names, or Shun, Yamaya, Iyami, Ajay, and this and that, and this and that, and this and that, that why are you saying that in prayer and reverence and this and that and this and that? That if you are perceiving that you are talking to your universe, then you right on point. I've not been saying that. And still, as I'm saying it out of my mouth, perceiving an other, perceiving a separation, perceiving a them over there, perceiving an enemy, telling you a story about the two that become one and the one that becomes two. A division, not an isolation, a division that is necessary for a multiplication, for evolution, for the perfect process of becoming better and more and better and more until one personification evolves into a whole new personification. The single cell zygote becomes, in the multiplying of division, becomes a whole new, from an unseen realm into a seen realm, dynamic new replica of God on earth, yo mama. You never saying that? And still, why I'm going so deep in this understanding, still split in half in this idea in my mind as an attempt to explain the mutation that ripped the fabric and trying to make it make sense in my mind why males are the problem, while saying the exact opposite is mommy and I are one. You are not apart from your mama, and something you males did that made you perceive your separation from your mama, and so that's why you're eating this mess, because y'all can't see yourself in your mother, like it's them over there, they problem. But if mommy and I are one, and she is the primordial everything that ever has been, will be, and so on. If she is the great primordial serpent that existed before all else, and her great primordial cosmic egg was all possibilities for forever. Oh my God, I don't want to say this. Then is our son what is wrong? Is our son what happened? Or it or is our son a vicious reflection of what happened before him that he is attempting to replicate? Because we can't keep saying it. Mommy and I are one. 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 That includes everything on the planet, everything in the planet, all that's on the planet, even those quote malignant sons of sons over there who be doing all this dirt to all these people. Mommy and I are one. This one planet. We all exist on it. We all emerged from somebody's body on it. And it wasn't until I started talking about this dragon bitch when I've been teaching y'all for 5 years about yin yang theory. I've been teaching y'all for 5 years about yin yang theory. Talking about this moment. What did Morpheus call it? Morpheus as the personification of Neptune in this moment. Today, I am having a whole motherfucking today, as Neptune enters Aries at 0 degrees. Who is Aries at 0 degrees? If it is not every single one of you who were born the moment you became at 0 degrees, the moment time stamped on your birth certificate as second number 1, the moment you were severed, the cord was cut between you and your mama, making you your whole own self sovereign. Every last one of us that have ever been born, regardless of what our sun sign is, Every last one of us at the moment that we were born are Aries at 0 degrees. I'm every last one of us is Aries at 0 degrees. Not only is every one of us Aries at 0 degrees the first second that we are born, every one of us is both personifications of Aries. We Aries the innocent, we Aries the newborn, we Aries the squishy little love nugget with all potentialities and no past. All potential, just like the cosmic egg. The moment that it cracks. There's a book called The Crack in the Cosmic Egg. The moment that it cracks, and that little thing that exists within it goes from unseen to seen. This is you, baby Aries at 0 degrees, representing all potentialities and no past. The reason I'm saying this on this day that on this day, where Neptune, it's not a contradiction. It's not a contradiction. I don't know how to say this. It's not a contradiction that that our sons have gone through a process of trying to be like she, because every baby does it. To be able to see yourself as the gateway, as the bridge between heaven and earth, between past, present, and future. All the time, recognize how we arrived at this moment. Every single second is the arrival of a moment with multiple, what they say? Somebody do me a favor. Somebody Google the mathematical definition of a point. Somebody right now and put it in the comment section. God. Put it in the comment section. What is the mathematical definition of a point? Somebody else. I have to walk myself through this. Because telling the story about the dragon, and every time you see the dragon, she is we. And she is we, the dragon. We always said that the she that is we, that is the dragon, that the serpent, the dragon, the snake, they were always seeing being slain, murdered, killed by the great sun solar hero, right? And the reason that the sun solar hero feels the need to slay the dragon is because the dragon, for whatever reason, has been using her firepower to destroy villages and shit. You feel me? And then I defaulted to all of these stories from around the world that are all similar. But because they didn't look like us, we fell into a process of telling these stories. Listen to me. We talk about Neptune. We talk about what's his name? Uh, what's his name? Oh my God. Oh my God. What we've been missing is the middle. In the metaphor 4 hours, 5 hours ago, about these extremes and the swinging from left to right. I'm left wing, I'm right wing, I'm left side, I'm right side, I'm blue side, I'm red side, I'm left pillar, I'm right pillar, I'm progressive, I'm conservative, right? All of these extremes in the divisions, right? And I kept saying why we continue to absolutely avoid the middle, right? And I kept telling y'all because she's in the middle. The one, the perceived divisions. Oh my God, that are everywhere. The perceived, because what did Jesus say? I have come to mend all divisions. Damn. I have come to mend all divisions. What did he say? I have come to make the seen unseen and the unseen seen. What did he say? I have come to make the top the bottom and the bottom the top. The back the front and the front the back. And the key to immortal life is to always recognize what is right in front of you. What am I saying? Everywhere you go, there you are. Everywhere you go, there you are. Trying to explain it in a metaphor of the first ritual on earth, which is that moment that you go from seen to unseen. I mean, from unseen to seen. But that's really not the first ritual. But we'll stay there. We'll stay there. I don't want to overcomplicate. But looking through these little cards right here, it's got me having a whole ass motherfucking moment, child. Damn. Yeah, here he go. Because, Jesus said, damn. Jesus said that when I return to share with you the secrets of eternal life. When I come, I am coming to mend all divisions. To mend all divisions. And so I'm thinking about Olokun, as I was talking about Neptune, right? I'm thinking about Olokun, right? And we who have been on the walk with this goddess all this time, and it has been giving us power, and it's been giving us voice, and it's been giving us confidence, and it's been giving us courage, and it's been giving us attitude and breakthrough and all of that shit. But we still keep coming back to this, whether we speak it out loud or not, it's us against them. It's these rogue ass sons against us. It's the mythological father God given birth to by the male mother known as our son against us. And so Neptune, which we kept calling a theft of the mother goddess, a perversion of the mother goddess, right? Olokun, who is supposed to represent the unseen realm of the ocean. That moment where the one is split in half, the unseen and the seen, where the one is split in half, huh? Olokun, representing that portion of the ocean where the sun can no longer penetrate the water, where you can no longer detect the sun in the water. That's Olokun, the hidden, the unseen. And Yemaya is the portion of the ocean where the sun penetrates. She is the one that generates the storms, the what you call it, the what's it, I forget what the name, the tempest, the ocean storms. But right where the ocean is perceptible, there is no separation. This is a difference in personification, because there's this water, Yemaya, where the sun shines. There's the deeper water, Olokun, where you can no longer detect the sun. And then there is the water that separates the perceptible water from the imperceptible water. The ocean that you see and the firmament of ocean you cannot see, cannot perceive. Yo. And so even though we've been doing this walk with the goddess, getting mad every time we quote see the evidence that the sun gone rogue has taken the mother's iconographies and made them his own, and disappeared her to exalt himself as God, you feel me? And we get mad at the every time we see the evidence of the mother hidden in plain sight. And it is, I don't want to say this, and me going back and talking about the miasm, talking about the miasm, god damn it, talking about the miasm, the spiritual pollution, the spiritual atmospheric pollution that is the source of all disease, while talking about the mother's curse being the facilitator of each and every one of these apocalyptic end of the worlds. The mother's curse being, when they talked about Kali in the Kali Yuga, in the myths and secrets, it says that Kali, not only her, Nenasurg, not only her, what was the Nordic one? All of these deities said that when she is in her destructive phase, that she would destroy and consume everything, including the gods she gave birth to. I don't want to say this. The inversion of the story, the inversion and the re-inversion of the story of Sekhmet is a prime example. Sekhmet as a primordial creatrix, governess of sacred magic rituals and the mystery of menstrual blood that must pre-exist for birth to exist, at recognizing the necessity of the menstrual blood, the magical blood that flows from no wound. She is also a guardian and the patron, the matron of midwives, Sekhmet. And in the story, where as a primordial goddess, she is demoted in her status by her rising son, who becomes her father. Her son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. I'm through, y'all. In this story, as a primordial creatrix and keepers of the ritual and keeper and guardian of the rituals of life and life-giving, Sekhmet, the life-giver, Sekhmet, the primordial mother, oh my God, Sekhmet, the teacher, it is becomes subordinate to her son Ra, Horus, what's the other name? What's his name? Asar. She, in the changing of the tide that was predictable in heaven, oh my God, she becomes subordinate. Damn. She becomes subordinate to her son. She becomes subordinate to her son. And in her subordination, her son becomes her father. Her son becomes her father. She, as father's daughter, becomes the eye of judgment, or the left eye of Ra. She, as subordinate to her son, now becoming daughter to a full-grown Ra, personified as midday, 12 o'clock midday in the desert. She, as mother life giver, she, as primordial mother life giver, becomes daughter she, as primordial life giver, she, as the facilitator of the regenerative process of new life, in the changing of the tides that we should have been able to predict and prepare for, etched in the skies, she, primordial, life-giving, and sustaining mother, becomes daughter to her son that becomes her father. She is the daughter, he is her father. And in this inevitable reversal of roles, guaranteed, predictably, scientifically, mathematically guaranteed, in the yin and yang that is always in flux, in ebb and flow throughout all dimensions. Oh my God. Ooh, shit. This is the universe. This is your cells. This is everything. In the predictable, mathematically, scientifically observed great heavens that told that there would be a time when light would reign over dark, where sun would rule over mother, because this is the cyclical pattern repeated throughout the entire universe, throughout our bodies, throughout the rivers and streams and such, throughout the scientifically, mathematically precise, rhythmic, cyclical inevitability of what do they call it? The Krebs cycle. What Why do they tell you that there is no new water, that you cannot create no new water, that all the water that exists has always existed and will forever exist? Because you cannot, all you can do is change the presentation of water, but water is what it is, and the same water that we drink today is the same water that our ancestors from 1,000,000 years ago drank and urinated out, and it became a part of the cycle of the current ebb and flow that exists everywhere, all the way out into the edges of everything. Ew. Ew. So the prediction was the mathematical, scientifically, inevitably calculated, recognizing that the archetypes were there to teach us about what to prepare for when, in the shifting of the stars through the Milky Way galaxy that literally looks like an infinity symbol, two S's opposing each other. That's what the infinity symbol looked like. Two S's joined together as one, but opposing. That's what it looked like. Telling us, y'all better prepare because there's going to be a minute when your sun is going to become more powerful than you. This moment is needed because these cycles just guarantee the in and out, ebb and flow of what does this medicine say about the yin and yang? Let me just read you what the medicine say about the inevitable, predictable behavior of yin and yang, mother and son. It say opposition. This is one aspect of yin and yang. Everything in nature has two aspects: motive force of all change, development and decay. It says in terms of yin and yang in this opposition relationship, the aggressive spouse versus the passive spouse. For one spouse to become aggressive, the other must be passive. This is a statement of the ebb and flow and sometimes the disharmony that is manifested when there is not harmonious flow. Interdependence is another aspect of yin and yang. Interdependence means one cannot exist without the other. That's okay to say. That the great primordial divine she at the beginning of all that is personified as a primordial cosmic black serpent who gives birth to a little white egg. Why is she all black, the ever-present black that is all things? Why would she give birth to a little white egg? Where that came from? Because the little white egg is the personification of the everything that exists within her that she will ever create. And what is this primordial, divine, black, cosmic serpent known as in every tradition that exists on earth? The divine androgyne. The divine androgyne. Everywhere, every culture, every story. The divine androgyne. That's what her name is. So it's not a contradiction. Hold on. God, that yo. So what does that mean for her to be the divine androgyne? What that mean? What they talking about when they talk about divine androgyne? It's in every story. Aya is known as the bearded lady, the divine androgyne. She who puts on pants to go into battle, the divine androgyne. Who else was a divine androgyne? She's the one I can think of the most because they literally call her the bearded lady, right? But what does that mean scientifically? Since we always doing this dance between the metaphors of spirit and science, what does this mean scientifically? The grand androgyne. It's literally in your face. That's why I'm telling you the simplicity is fucking me up right now. What divine androgyne means is something like this. If the divine androgyne that we call mother is still she, then it is the he that is still part of the one. It's the he within the she. That's divine androgyny. It's the he within the she. What I mean when I say the divine androgyny, huh? I mean, something like this right here. Woman and woman, right? But it is right in your face. The divine androgyny is the primordial, the original, the matrix, the mater, the matter, right? The woman, and there her son is already within her. Because what do we say? The cosmic egg already holds everything that would ever come into being. She, the all-knowing, the omnipotent, the this and this and this and this and this and this. She's like, eventually, they're going to have to be some kind of opposing presentation of my daughters to make this shit flow right. It's in your face. The woman, the women, and there he is within her because mommy and I are one since the beginning of time. Wait a minute. Hold on. And this women thing right here, that's another deep one. Totally unrelated, but I'm going to put you on game anyway. I went one day because I was studying about the witch trials, right? And how they were talking about, how everything became an omen. Everything was an omen. Everything was a sign of the times. Everything was bad and everything was a sign of the times, right? And so I'll go. Because typically omens, nobody wasn't really interested in good omens. They just want to know if something bad was about to happen. You feel me? And so you would go to people who could read like the intestines of animals and get omens from there, or bones and get omens from there, or bird pattern and behavior and get omens from there, right? And it was literally the definition is like foreboding, brooding, right? Something bad to come, something wicked this way come, that type of shit, right? So I'm looking up the etymology for the word omen. I don't remember what it was. But then I was like, holy shit. It's been in our face the whole time. The reason that omens became to be synonymous with all things bad and wicked and scary, and omen, right, is because it descends from the hatred of women. I should put that closer. But you put a W in front of omen, and there you got us. I like it's literally in our face all the time. All the time. Right? So back to the divine androgyny. Right? And so if our sons, just like everybody else, is a part of our body, because mommy and I are one, and we are the original, and we are the matrix. And those of you who took my matrix workshop, and I was putting y'all on game about who Morpheus really was. Morpheus is Neptune. I didn't say it in that meeting because it just occurred to me here. I said, Morpheus, what does his name mean? He was the god of dreams. Morpheus was the god of dreams. Neptune, that just entered Aries at 0 degrees today, is the god of dreams. His name means he who gives shape to, morphs. He who gives shape to your dreams. Morpheus is Neptune at this moment today. And Neo is the little baby newborn Aries at 0 degrees in that movie that happened in 1999. You can't make me rock that back or change my mind. Morpheus is the god of dreams, he who gives shape to one's dreams. Neo is, quote, born in a metallic uterus. And I just told you that no matter what your sign is, because Neo is supposed to be a representation of the sun solar hero. But I don't care what his sun sign is. That nigga, at the moment that he parted, even out of that metallic womb, day one, Aries at 0 degrees. Being ushered in to this new manifestation by the god of dreams who gives shape to one's dreams. Why is this important? Because even as I'm talking to you and I'm having this motherfucking mind meld about the great breaking, and at the same time that the great breaking is happening, the splitting of the zygote, the splitting of the atom, the splitting of whatever, the splitting of your mama in half, at the same time that the splitting or the, quote, great breaking is happening, because the division is a multiplier. Because the division is multiplier, at the same time of the great breaking, the conjunction of the spheres is happening at the same time. The conjunction of the spheres is happening at the same time, right? In this movie, The Dark Crystal, which is the first time I didn't remember it until, what was it? The winter solstice of 2020. The winter solstice of 2020 was when we had the great conjunction, the conjunction of the spheres. The winter solstice of 2020, December 21st of 2020, is when we had the conjunction of the spheres, and of its like had not happened since the supposed birth of Jesus. That's supposedly the last time the conjunction of the spheres or the great conjunction happened. And when the great conjunction was occurring, I was trying to learn everything about it that I could. And then I was like, oh my God, they have been preparing us for this conjunction. Because I started all of a sudden remembering movies I ain't seen in years and years and years where they talk about the conjunction of the spheres. I was like, all these goddamn movies was literally telling us to get ready. You want me to name the movies? The Dark Crystal. I had not seen The Dark Crystal in 10, 15 years. And all of a sudden I start studying astrology and they talking about the conjunction of the spheres, the great conjunction that has not happened since the supposed birth of Jesus. This is big. And so me and my homie went to Atlanta to facilitate an ayahuasca ceremony for all Black people at a goddamn nature preserve in a yurt for 3 days, doing ayahuasca under the conjunction of the spheres on December 21st of 2020. And so I, after leaving that most radical freaking ayahuasca ceremony with a bunch of Black witches, child, that shit was so... Anyway, so upon coming back, I was like, damn, what are they preparing us for? I was still feeling ayahuasca, because they tell you after you do it, you can still be in full ceremony for easily 6 weeks after you take that medicine. You understand? And so we were driving back to his house after the last day of doing ayahuasca, and I was fully still in ceremony. I was like, yo, this is out of control. This shit is crazy, right? And I am telling you, because I've talked to y'all a lot, I'm still trying to work it out in my mind, but I kept telling y'all, man, this thing with music is deeper than we're giving it space for. And the thing that got me on it was this ayahuasca ceremony at the Great Conjunction in 2020, the conjunction of the spheres in 2020, and we're driving back to this dude's house just across town, and I've got my playlist playing on the radio in his car on shuffle, no biggie, and this song comes. Damn, the song comes on. Like, oh shit! Oh my god! This song comes on that was made in 1988. The name of the song is A Day Called Zero. A Day Called Zero by the Sugar Cubes, who was fronted by a very young Bjork at that time. And I always thought it was just a plucky, cute song. I didn't know what she was talking about, but it was my jam. I was like, this cute. I like this. And child, 30 goddamn motherfucking years later, we driving in the car after doing ayahuasca or the goddamn Great Conjunction, which happened at 0 fucking degrees. And on the day of the conjunction at 0 degrees, the one song that comes through my radio all random like is A Day Called Zero about a different world. A day called zero is the day we'll all relax because mountains will crumble under the weight of our happiness. Y'all ain't hearing. That shit motherfucking happened. I had a breakthrough in that car. I said, I don't believe this is the song that is playing on this day after what we just did out in these damn trees under this conjunction of the spheres that supposedly has not happened for 2,000 plus years at 0 degrees. Here I am now. What was that? 2020? 6 years later. On this day, as Neptune enters Aries at 0 degrees, it is telling me, baby, look, it has been uncomfortable. Ooh, it has been uncomfortable. It has been hard to bear. It has been held in secret, but it was always there. Your sun is not your enemy. Your sun is not your enemy. Because what the gurus could not communicate in their malignancy of this moment, what the gurus could not communicate, but tried feebly, is that there are no enemies. Because mommy and I are one. Every possibility, every potentiality, every event that could and would be, every past, every present, every future, every moment, I already knew. I already saw coming. I attempted to write it in the stars so that you could see it too. But you know, this is the ebb and flow, the in and the out, and the inevitability of all that is. This is the cyclicity that I have been trying to give you reminders of in the stars, in your body, in the earth, in your relationship with animals, under the earth. I've been trying to tell you that this was coming, this most uncomfortable moment in human history. And that if there is no enemy, because mommy and I are one. And every story from every culture that had no relationship to each other, yet their deities are telling the same story, not of what was, of what is coming. Kali is not a story of a past and what was. Kali was a story of what was to come and what was to happen and what must be done. She also tells a story, Kali. These stories of the sun, quote, gone rogue, of the dissection of the sun, of the splitting of the sun away from the mother, were not metaphor. Because she said, I told you so. I told you so. Your son is in your body, indistinguishable from you until that moment where the cord that connects you, that's in your face, in the sign of Pisces, the two opposing fish connected though apart by the what? The little red string that don't nobody ever seek to explain to you. What's that little red string between them two fishes in the zodiac? It is a story of a future that we saw to come, where the opposing that are indistinguishable from one another become split apart, as you can see them in the sigil of the Cancer, where they are successfully split apart. And now it is not an opposing black and white, it is a white split apart and a white split apart. Look at the sigil of the Cancer. Is this why we call the malignancy cancer? That is not because it's a crab, because it was a prediction of the sickness that would plague the planet in real time, that it would start as a miasma, as a curse from the mother spoken into the atmosphere that would affect us all, that would infect us all, that would kill us all if we did not recognize that we are actually one. There is no division. Just like in the water, we get mad. Why these men came on after the fact and split the mother in half and said Yemaya was now two people, and that and what's his name? Olokun is now greater than her because he now keep all the secrets of the deep, and she up at the surface and shit. And see why they did that. Them men, they did that. They always split the mother. I told you the story about how Brahma, Vishnu, and what's his name? Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva were, quote, three personifications of the many-faced mother. And so the Brahmas came along and was like, we ain't gonna hold her up as the great primordial no more. We gonna pull a switcheroony on them, and then we gonna take different attributes of the mother, you feel me? And we gonna make them male deities that now become her husband. Now she becomes subordinate to her husband, the mother, who gives birth to the son that becomes her lover. This is it's everywhere. I am fucked up. It's everywhere. It's not an either or. It is the same story. Oshun, who is made to be one of three of Shango's wives, four actually, one of four of Shango's wives, he, the Yoruba sun solar deity Shango. And he is raised up above the mothers, primordial, right? He is raised up above them, and they become subordinate to him, and it's supposed to be in primordial mothers. Now they boos, they baby mamas. You feel me? They are his wives, not his mothers. And when Shango, in his ego, goes out of control, and he ends up being responsible for these two twins, aka the Abeji, these two twins to murder one or the other in this duel, and he is so overcome with grief and guilt because in the madness of his perceived separation from the one, he just did all this reckless stuff that ended up in one of these brothers dying. And it was the screams of the women that shook him out of his madness. Oh my God. Oh my God. It was the screams and cries of the women that shook him out of his madness. And when he came to his right mind, he was overcome with guilt. Damn, I did that. And what did they say he did? That he went to the Iroko tree in an attempt to end his life because none was greater than him. None was greater than him. What does that mean? That in his madness, his peak personification and separation from the mother, there is none above him. There's nowhere else to go but back to the beginning of the cycle. And in his madness, he said, there's none above me to judge me. So I, doing the principal thing, must punish myself. I must end my life at the Iroko tree. This is a metaphor for new life, y'all. Goddamn. Shango is a metaphor for the hanged man in the tarot. Because Shango, juxtaposed against Greco-Roman mythology, Shango is Aquarius. Shango is Aquarius. Because what is the story of Shango? Is that he was born human. Sound like Jesus, right? Is that he was born human. And then at the moment where his life was about to end, a goddess intervenes so that he don't go to the ancestral realm. That space in between life and not life, that space in between is when the goddess Aya rescues him because she sees the earnesty of his breakthrough. Rescues him, and in that instant, he is elevated to God's status. Only through the intervention of the Divine Mother. The shift back around the cycle from the age of the desert, utmost yang, 12 noon, in the desert, no yin present. There's no place to go after that but back into the dark. Back into the dark. Because that's the cycle. But the cycle told us all the time. This was coming because it is the inevitability of cycles. But do not make an enemy of your son because his response will be destruction. So I'm telling you a story of how Sekhmet as the loving, Sekhmet as the creator, Sekhmet as the primordial, Sekhmet as the keeper of the secrets of the life-giving ceremonies and rituals, as the mother to baby Horus, born as Aries as Heroes decrees. This is her role when he is baby, when he is child. And when he becomes man, when, as the cycle turns, as the wheel turns, when he becomes man, she can't do anything but adjust to his movement. So when she is on top, he is down here. She is mother, creator, this and that, and he little baby that she taking care of. When he becomes on top, high noon in the desert with no yin present, she is subdued and made daughter to father. Her son becomes her father. Do you understand? And in her role as daughter to the sun gone rogue, high noon, utmost yang, high noon in the desert, and she still has a role to play. Oh my God. She still got a role to play. And so what do they say about Sekhmet under the reign of Ra? They say that she is the left eye of Ra. All these people in your face doing the left eye of Ra. She is the left eye of Ra. And in this role reversal, where he rules and she is subordinate as the left eye of Ra. See that? She as subordinate to the father as the left eye of Ra. In this role, she is destroyer. They say that when Sekhmet becomes the left eye of Ra, this was the cause of the desert. She, governing fire in her destructive personification, destroys everything and takes pleasure in the death, takes pleasure in the destruction. Isn't it the same story that they tell you about Kali? That when Durga, loving Kali, Durga, big mama personification, Durga, loving, cooking for you on Sunday, big mama Durga gets stepped to by the demon. Who is the demon? The full-grown son of the mother who has forgotten who he is within her. This the demon that steps to Durga and was like, yo, I want a box, bitch. I want a box. I want to throw down. I got beef. And so how does the story go? Is that Durga was like, well, just like your mama, she'll pull out a little switch. You know what I'm saying? Oh, well, if you got some scrap for me, let's go. I got a little scrap for you. And she pulls out her sword. And every time she cuts him or jugs him or whatever, when his blood hits the ground, another of him emerges full grown. Oh, oh, oh. Another of him emerges full grown. To the point that she becomes overwhelmed and subdued by all of these demons who are now not only threatening to destroy her, but to destroy the world that she created. And in this most dire of circumstances, this is when her ass go unconscious. And the destroyer within her springs from her forehead, love guided, because this child of mine who is now seeded himself all over the place through rituals of war and bloodshed, because blood spilled out of your flesh is the evidence of harm against the mother's child. What do they say? That the blood, once it is spilled, is going to die. It's going to die, your blood. But not this blood that comes from no womb. You understand? And if you are not feeding your menstrual blood to the earth, the life-giving stem cell mineral rich blood to the earth, but the blood that is soaking the earth now is the evidence of death. All that you can create is more death. So this demon child run amok and run straight, threatening to destroy everything that is, which is the period that we're in now. This story about Kali is about the period that we're in now. And so Kali, as the destroyer aspect of herself, that got her titties out and is barefoot and drinking the blood of everybody she cut off. Sloop, sloop, sloop. This is my shit. They say that she goes mad in the dance of destruction, baby. That's what they say. That she goes mad with ecstasy in the dance of destruction. This is my shit, yes! She got nigga skulls on her skirt. She got nigga skulls around her necklace. This is my shit! They say she dancing. But once the threat to the earth is done, she can't stop because she in her bag. She said, I don't get to come out often. Isn't that the same story that they tell about Sekhmet? That once the threat was gone, she wanted to keep killing. She was like, oh, y'all can get it. I don't care if you call me on the scene. Ah, this my shit. Ah, this my shit. And that the only thing that could subdue her, because she loved blood too, Sekhmet. That's what they said. In the death and destruction of war, that she loved this my shit. And that the way that they were able to calm her down and draw the, quote, fire out of her head was to use red mead beer and pour it in the Nile so it looked like blood, because that's what she wanted, some blood. And they filled the Nile with red mead beer. And she was like, oh, shit, it's blood. And she's drinking it and drinking up the Nile that she thinks is blood. And the alcohol of the beer subdued her. It chilled her out. It drew her out her head. So she could be like, oh, okay, I'm good. I'm through killing. Okay. All right. Okay, cool. Sekhmet, the destroyer. Sekhmet, the daughter destroyer of her son turned father, in her personification as the destroyer, Kali, who is dancing out of control because this my shit. This my shit. What else do they have in common? What else do they have in common? All the destroyers. Bet you won't guess. They all have one inconsequential, you think inconsequential thing in common. They all wear skirts. Kali, her skirt of skulls. Oya, her skirt of 9 colors from which tornadoes and typhoons fling off the end in the ecstatic dance of destruction. Sekhmet has a skirt on because she too is dancing while she turning up in battle. Guess who else? Pele, where they literally show her as lava coming out of the volcano, right? With her titties out, you feel me? And she's like, yes, it's about time. It's my time on the block, bitch. Let's go. And the volcano itself is her skirt from where lava pours. Why the skirt? This just occurred to me. Why they all got a skirt on? Why they all seem to be dancing in destruction? Why they all got a skirt on? Because there's whole mentions of skirts in your Bible. Whole mentions of skirts in your Bible. The secrets that are kept the secrets that are kept under the skirt, under the hem of the garment. That in the last days, the skirt will be lifted to reveal all secrets. Huh? In these goddesses of destruction. What am I getting to? Your son is not your enemy. Why? Because there are no enemies. Why? Because mommy and I are one. For how long? Since the beginning of all that has been. That's how long. That's how long. It was inevitable that our sons would become our fathers because we literally watch this story unfold every single day of our life. That the son would become dominant, and the only way the son could become dominant is for the mother to become subordinate. And then the mother would become dominant, and the only thing that could happen is for the son to become subordinate. I'm talking about the fact that when you open your eyes in the morning, this is the birth of the son. That at high noon, this is when son is in his man bag, in his brute force. Is my shit. I'm the man. High noon. This is him in his move from baby born to dominant patriarch to old man beginning to die, aka the sun is setting, foreboding the time when the mother would become dominant. You see this story play out every day in your actual life with your actual eyes. In every story. That's why it's not a contradiction. All this time, we've been facilitating the split. We women have been facilitating the split. Why? Because every culture on earth says that their variation of it, that the strongest ashe in the universe, as a matter of fact, the strongest ashe in the universe is that which is let loosed from between the lips of a mother. And that means a potential mother, anybody born with a uterus. Because in Ifa, the Iami-Aj, the Iami and the Iami-Aj are anybody born with a uterus that holds in their body the potential, the portal, the potential to generate a whole new planet out of their body, a whole new universe out of their body. The strongest, just like we were talking about the miasm, and they say that and the mother's curse, that the miasm is a spiritual pollution. Is a spiritual pollution that will go on forever unless resolved. And so all this time, I want you to hear me because now I'm gonna close this shit out. And all this time, we have had the expectation. It's a viable expectation, by the way, but our articulation of the expectation is what has been wrong. We have had this expectation that somehow our sons were going to just one day have a collective epiphany and do right by us. Stop killing us, stop harming us, stop raping us, and all of this shit. We have been expecting that our sons were going to have a collective epiphany one day and just end harm against us. But what the mother has said is what Killmonger said in Black Panther. What did he say? He said, the child cast out of the village. The child cast out of the village will burn it to the ground to feel its warmth. What does this sound like if it don't sound like the story I told you about heaven, aka God, quote, casting down her most favorite, her most beloved to the earth? Every God that exists was given birth to by the mother. What do I mean by that? Mommy and I are one. That's why in this book it says that in the end, in her phase of destruction, she would destroy everything, including all the gods she gave birth to. Who is the she? Every last one of you. Where is the power coming from? From the portals in your body. What are the portals in your body? The chakras, the wheels in your body. Why is that? Because the ability to actually impact the material world, whether you have a uterus or not, you being the mother sun too, can speak something into existence. And now we have the infrared light that demonstrates that shit to us. And what does it say? That the miasma is a spiritual pollution. Huh? What about the metaphor of the fire breathing dragon that the sun hero has to kill? What about the metaphor of Sekhmet as the governess of life giving, becoming the destroyer, creating the Sahara Desert? It says that in a fit of rage and war, she created the Sahara Desert. But then she gave life. She was the keeper of the blood and the this and the that. And how she did that? Because there is no separation. They say, okay, she is the left eye of judgment of Ra. No, she is Ra. What did I just say? Huh? That at the end of her blood satisfied rage, Kali dancing and cutting up, drinking all the blood so the demons don't get reproduced, putting every skull on her skirt, check marking, I did that, and that. And then we see the image of a pure white Shiva underneath her foot, where he supposedly done lifted up her foot and put it on his heart chakra to what? Draw the fire out of her head. So she does not, in her destructive phase, destroy that which she created. So what does this mean? Shiva, as her husband consort in the story, laying himself prostrate and putting her foot on his chest to draw the fire out of her head. What did they say about the throat chakra? Remember what we was talking about, the throat chakra? What's the throat chakra called? What's the name of the throat chakra? What is the name of the throat chakra? The name of the throat chakra is the Great Gate of Liberation, where the sacred masculine and divine feminine become one to speak liberation into the world. What does that mean? Where the divine feminine and the sacred masculine come together as one at the gate of great liberation to speak liberation into the world. Because our sons are not our enemies. Our sons are the facilitators of what we have spoken into the earth. Feeling their separation from us, they become the disseminators of the judgments that we have, the judgments and the curses that we have cast on earth. Oh, oh, oh. Because our sons are not our enemies. The child cast away from the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. Our sons are not our enemies. If we see story after story after story after story after story after story that are always saying the same thing, the goddess, the many-faced, that's what got me on it. I ain't even show you the cover. Joseph Campbell's The Hero with a Thousand Faces, and you see the male in there, and then all the little mini males up in there. The guy with the hero with a thousand faces, and I stopped and looked at this book. I said, "Oh shit! Look at this circle up here that looks like the Ouroboros." I said, "Oh shit!" The Hero with a Thousand Faces. Who is the hero with a thousand faces? Who is the hero with a thousand faces? Where my little board at? Who is the hero with a thousand faces? Who is the hero with a thousand faces? It is her, the original. It is her, the original hero. It is her, the original, is the hero with a thousand faces. And if we are both the life givers and the destroyers, and that we are the personification of all the dynamics in between, the jealous Hera, the witty and sharp and shrewd Athena, and easily offended, the Artemis, the huntress, the Oya, the sexy and fertile and behipped, if we are the quote hero, the hero of a thousand faces, and our sons are of our body, indistinguishable for the first 9 months of their existence from us. And this story about Sekhmet, the life giver, becoming the destroyer, threatening to destroy all that is, every son on earth, every man on earth is a son. Every son on earth, every man on earth is a son. And so what does this mean here that I've been telling y'all all this time? What does this mean? Quote, the age of the desert, the age of utmost yang, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, and there's, quote, no yin present. I was wrong. The yin is still ever present. We are blinded by the light of the sun, but she is still there. Not only is she still there, the age of the desert, utmost yang, God the Father, God the Son, God the Son, the Holy Spirit, is not God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, is not God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. The age of the desert, utmost yang, is the unbridled fire, the unbridled destructive fire of the primordial fire breathing dragon in her destructive phase. What we're experiencing in this phase that we try to lay at the feet of our sons alone is us rejecting our son, and the only outcome that could come was destruction. This is all the goddesses. This is all the goddesses. This is all the goddesses. That the sons are the facilitators of the curses we have spoken. Our sons are the weapons. Oh. I'm going back to this movie Weapons. This movie of this white woman who literally looks like Saturn, our great-grandmother Crone Saturn, and she uses these babies as her, quote, weapons. And because she has weaponized these babies, when the young child gets a hold of her magic and her juju, the young child that's not under her spell gets a hold of her. He learns the secrets of her magic and her juju. He turns the children that she has weaponized into weapons against her, and they turn on her and rip her apart and devour her. All of these movies are astrology. All of these movies are astrology. All of these movies are foretellings. All of these movies are the story of your mother in this point in history where we are that is about to shift, because supposedly the Kali Yuga, the age of destruction, ended on the spring equinox of 2025, ushering in the new golden age according to Hindu tradition that is called the Satya. S-A-T, there she is again, great grandmother crown, the Satya Yuga. The Satya Yuga. The Sat meaning satiated, to your fulfillment, pleasure, and ecstasy. Bountiful fulfillment. That's what Sat means. What does Yah mean? Everywhere on earth, Ma. You got your Yah, you got your Yay. No, Yah means grandmother. Yay means mother. So here you is, Satya, great grandmother crone, that we entered on the spring equinox of 2025. A transition from the destructive age or yuga into the new golden age as promised by every single one of these ages, quote, of man. But the Kali Yuga cannot completely end until we monitor our mouth. I know that was an extraordinarily long way to get to that point. The golden age that we have been lamenting for and that the stars have been promising as an inevitability cannot come to fruition until we monitor our mouth. We mothers with black holes, portals in our bodies, able to speak the universe into existence. What's the universe? That's your universe. That's you as a universe. What's the multiverse? That's each and every one of us with portals in our bodies, and the babies that we give birth to, the little separate universes that we give birth to, us together is the multiverse. What's the omniverse? It is when, even in our sovereign universes and our relationships with other sovereign universes, the universe, the multiverse, the multiplicity of universes coming together, that's the multiverse. And the omniverse is even in our distinctions, that our distinctions are not divisions, our distinctions are not separations, our distinctions that we perceive as a division, our distinctions are the division that guarantee a multiplication. You see, this is the multiverse. The individual universes, self-sovereign universes, in relationship with other universes, the multiverse, in the multiverse becoming uniconscious, singularly conscious of our unique and peculiar sameness, oneness. Do you understand? And so these divisions that we women coming into goddess consciousness have been fighting against. Why these men destroyed the mother? Why they cut her in half and chopped her up and then took her icons and her iconography and superimposed it on themselves? These male mothers and shit. Why they do that? Why they gotta be an Olokun when Yemaya came first? Because cyclically, biochemically, in your goddamn genes and cells, in your genes and cells, at the moment of your conception, at the moment of your inception. She is telling the story over and over and over and over and over again, baby. Yes, you are always the primordial mother, but your ass is also a daughter because you got a daddy who was also a son, and then he became a man. And then he took his divine seed. These men ain't been wrong. They just been wrong in their approach. Their seed is the divine. Because their seed was the necessary ingredient that their primordial mother saw fit to create, to diversify the gene pool in the creative process that was hers to govern. Not as a hierarchy, males with their divine seed. Yes, their seed is divine because the mother saw fit from her own body to make it so. And so even in the reclamation of our God consciousness as females, as women, we have facilitated through the words that come out of our mouth, because every culture says that the most impactful, the most powerful miasm, curse, spell, blessing, ashe, that exists in the universe comes out of the mouth, comes from between the lips of mothers. And we, in our cutting away and dichotomizing of our own consciousness as women, have been speaking spells as the personification of the goddesses of destruction on this planet. And our sons, perceiving our despair and rage and all of those things, can do nothing but execute the will of that which comes from our mouths. And so if we are speaking destruction, despair, and all of that shit, the sons say, okay, I've been talking about a Godhead of war, child, but there is no Godhead of war. 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 Mm-mm. There is no murder cult. Mm-mm. There is no murder cult. There is only cycles, repetition, knowing and not knowing, remembering and not remembering. And in our amnesia of who we are as God on earth, especially those of us with portals in our body that bridges all things all the way back to the beginning. They said it right there. That the age of destruction, the apocalypse, the end of all things in all yugas was facilitated by the goddess. She that created everything is she that destroys everything. And that in those days, she would even destroy the gods she created. Who is the she? Who is the personification of the she as the destructive goddess? It is our son in skirts. It is that which we call the male mothers. This is the personification of the goddess in her destructive phase. That's why the skirts. It is to lift up the skirts to reveal what has been hidden. Woo! Because our sons are us, indistinguishable in our bodies from us. Our sons are our children, feeling cast from the mother's warmth and embrace, and can do nothing in response but rage. They can't do anything in response but rage. It's in our face all the time. It's in our face all the time. Because we perceive our sons as something separate from us. Casting them out of the Garden of Eden, casting them out from perfection, casting them out from peace and harmony and ecstasy. In our own madness. Because there is no enemy. Because mommy and I are one from the beginning. Mommy and I are one from the serpent that laid the egg that gave forth everything that ever would be in every moment. Every word that we ever spoke already existed within the one. And the perception of divisions that are apart, not divisions that guarantee multiplicities and evolution. Divisions as a perception, a make-believe, a great breaking. Huh. A great breaking. She said they still don't get it. I have to speak louder. They still don't get it. I have to speak harder. They still don't get it. I have to speak more painful. This metaphor, I'm telling you, this shit is literal. I don't give a fuck. Ain't nobody want me back. This metaphor is literal. Remember months ago, I was having this breakthrough while talking to y'all about the little glyphs for all the different zodiac symbols. And I said, because we was talking about that movie Sinners that y'all talking about all over again. I was talking about that movie Sinners. And how once you see the twin shit everywhere, you can't unsee the twin shit. Why is there twin shit? Because mommy and I are one. Why is that the twins? Because where the mother is the great primordial black serpent that is the origin of all that is, guess what? She laid a white egg. She laid a white egg as the cosmic egg. So is she separate from the egg? No, mommy and I are one. The egg is the mother. The mother is the egg. You understand? And why am I saying that? Because I had this breakthrough about remember I was telling y'all I was researching. I said, because we got to get up in these letters. It ain't enough for us to get up in this etymology if we do not learn the meaning of the letters, the origin of each individual letter, because it might reveal something even deeper than the etymology. Remember I said that? I said, well, let me go ahead and do the first letter, which is S, because it's everywhere. Let's do the S first, because it's everywhere. The word S in its origin means to whisper secrets. The letter means to whisper secrets. She who whispers. She who whispers. She who hisses. That's what the letter means. She who hisses, she who whispers, she who what is it? She who whispers secrets. That's what the letter S means. And remember last week, I was like, damn. All this time I've been teaching y'all this yin-yang theory, yin-yang theory, yin-yang theory, yin-yang theory. And there the S was hidden in plain sight. Like she always be. Hidden in plain sight. And remember, I just told you that all this time we were seeing the S in the symbols of the S as something separate from, even though it was right butt naked in our face, right butt naked in our face, right? As something separate. This the S. She who whispers secrets, she who hisses, she who whispers, there it is, the S, right? Hidden in plain sight. And then you add a backwards S to that joint, and you got the secret of eternal life that we know as infinity. What is that if that is not the opposing mirror image of the other? The frontward facing S and the backward facing S. The mirror image of yourself in your mother, the opposing that are one. Two personifications of the opposing that are one. There she is. She who whispers secrets. She who hisses everywhere in your face. What is this? She who whispers secrets. She who is the keepers of secrets. She who hisses secrets. What is this? The key to immortality and eternal life. If it is not the frontward facing S and the backward facing S that represents the opposing serpents, aka the double helix, aka the winding serpents up the goddamn rainbow bridge to the path of enlightenment. What is the infinity symbol if it is not the mirror image opposing facing secrets of the S everywhere you fucking turn? Your eyeballs. Your eyeballs. God damn it. Your eyeballs. Huh? There's your eyeballs. Huh? There's your eyeballs. This is what allows you to perceive the outside world, the secrets, right, of the two opposing S's that represent the she who whispers secrets. These are two. These is to perceive, right, your outward environment and the place in between where they meet, the chiasma. Don't that sound like miasma? The chiasma. Don't that sound like miasma? The chiasma, there is the space right here at the bridge of your nose. What did it say? What did Jesus say? The key to immortal life, to eternal life, is to always recognize what is right in front of your face. This bridge between the outside world, the seen world, and the unseen world. The space in between all things, the chiasma. So where your eyeballs perceive the outside world, your inside world, that meets at the chiasma right behind your nose, you feel me, is your so-called third eye, but it's actually by certain sects called your first eye. The pineal gland is your first eye of illumination, because if you are descending into consciousness, if you are descending into enlightenment, if you are the light bearer in your mother's heaven, if you are the water bearer in your mother's cup, in your mother's jar, in your mother's heavenly jar, you are the light bearer. You are Lucifer. You are he who goes from heaven to earth, from unseen realm to seen realm, to become he who holds dominion over the earth as the material personification of your primordial mother. And so when you are descending into enlightenment, when you are descending into enlightenment, and the first thing to perceive light in this new manifestation is the 1,000-petal lotus. That's the first thing that cracks your mama body in half. Is the 1,000-petal lotus, because that's why they call it crowning, you see. And so in the descension, your third eye is the next thing to be illuminated. So that's why they called it the first eye. In descension, the first eye. And then this is the relationship between your crown chakra and your third eye that the Hindus say is necessary to take your conscious, omnipotent memories of your primordial past, all your lives, all your incarnations, that these two must be enlightened into this new material manifestation first, so that they can become no longer a part of your conscious mind while you in utero, because you still God in your God form in utero. You still omnipotent. You still ancient in utero. You feel me? And that when your 1,000-petal lotus and your first eye is enlightened literally first, that the pain and pressure of your transition through the pubic symphysis forces those conscious memories of your past life and your primordial bigness into your subconscious mind to keep and store as secrets that will help you on your journey in this new incarnation. Then your physical eyes are enlightened. This is your first eye. These are your other two eyes, right? And so at the chiasma, at the space in between, at the crossing point, is where the secrets are revealed. That's why I asked y'all why the left wing and the right wing, and why don't nobody talk about where the bird at? I'm this the left wing party and the right wing party. You left wing, I'm right wing. But why don't nobody ever talk about like where the bird at? Can them wings fly? Where the bird at? What the bird think about your left wing views and your right wing views? What the bird think? Can the bird fly right if one wing is opposed to the other wing? If there's no cyclicity in rhythm because one wing don't like what the other wing doing? Like, where the bird at? The space in between, hidden in plain sight. The space in between is where the mysteries are revealed. Because I'm talking to you about science now. The chiasm or the chiasma literally means crossing point. So between these two eyes that you literally see, the infinity symbol, you see, and so the optic nerve of your right eye, goes in and crosses. The optic nerve of your left eye goes in and crosses. And so you are perceiving with your right eye everything on the left. You are perceiving everything with the left eye, everything on the right. Because you're taking in this information. When they talk about the right brain controls the left side of the body and the left brain controls the right side of the body, the primary way that process begins is through the information you are taking in to yourself, into your skull, by these optic nerves that cross right behind the bridge of your nose. The optic nerve goes in and they cross. And this point that they call the chiasma, right there, sitting like a little cradle inside the crossing point, is the pineal gland, aka the first eye or third eye. Choose your pleasure of articulation. Here she is. These mirror image facing oppositions that are still one. Why I get on that? Because we were wrong, women. We were wrong. I'm just saying we were wrong. And wrong does not mean bad. It just means that our understanding was warped because of patterns and stubbornness. We were wrong. I was wrong to get an attitude. I was wrong to get an attitude about why they split Yemaya in half like that just so they can make a male version of her that becomes stronger than her, because science wills it so. We women are not born mothers. We women are born babies. We are daughters that become maidens, that become mothers, that become crones. This is the cycle. We don't emerge from the body full grown, ready to have babies. We don't do that. Just like our sons are born babies. And then they become bigger babies. And then they become teenagers. And then they become fathers. And then they become grandfathers. And then they get old and they die. So me is so crazy that 7 hours later, I am revisiting this story about my time in the party and how I be so mad about how you socialists be so dogmatic. Y'all don't ever go outside the lines. Y'all don't ever recognize cyclicity because y'all be stuck in a box. And that is not the science of dialectics. But here I was completely separating my understanding of dialectical materialism from these archetypes that I attempted to keep static and stuck in these personifications in time, never changing. Yemaya did not emerge from out of nowhere as she was. She was the process of all religions being the expressed, the outwardly, mythologically expressed deification of culture. So I was getting an attitude. I don't even talk about no male or Risha no more. It's all about the goddess. That was me. still seeing these articulations of the quote male and female Orisha as separate and distinct from each other and as completely outside of myself as the universe. And if mommy and I are one, and if mommy from the beginning has been the divine androgyne from which everything emerges, the he within the she, and the she that embodies the he. And I just tell y'all, if you are praying, if you're doing ritual and ceremony, and you see, you understand these images in your mind of Oshun and Oya and the and Shango and the this and the Ogun and the this and that and this and that and this and that, as something apart from you that you must appeal to get their attention so they can come to you, that you wrong. But if you say those names, which are not incorrect, all of those names, the Shango, and you recognize for real and embody for real that every name that you say, including the names of your actual ancestors that you know existed because the chain is unbroken, and you speak their names and accept for real that you are what you are speaking. They are you. You are they, and they are you. Mommy and I are one. All pasts are one, singular. There ain't but one past. And we have all created it. There's not but one present, and we are all creating it. There is but one future, and we are all creating it. Whether we're creating it consciously or whether we are creating it unconsciously based on our fears and our acceptance that we are separate, that we are other. Because other that we are other. We believe it. We accept it. We are other. We're other. And the only way that we can accept that we are separate from, distinct from, isolated from, cast out from, the only way that we can accept that is because we do not believe that we, in whatever personification we are in, male, female, all the genders in between, black, white, all the races in between, we are mother. Mommy and I are one. Is this a top-down articulation? Mommy and I are one? No, it's not. Is it a hierarchical, dominating articulation? Mommy and I are one? No, because we were wrong. It was charted in the skies, the moments our babies, our sons, our offspring, our sons were going to attempt to do what my grandson did. My little Zane, as soon as he could walk around, he started finding clothes. And he ain't lived but women, me, my daughter, and my little grandbaby, my little granddaughter. And so he would try on Kalani's clothes. He would get mad. And I was wrong. He would get mad because mine's so cute and she's such a girl. And so I have belly dancing tassels. Tinky, 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 tinky. And I was like, Lonnie, you need to learn how to belly dance. And so I wrapped the little belly dancing tassels around her. And so I played some belly dancing videos, and she's like shaking the little rattles on her bottom. And Zane, who don't understand why he can't have no tassels on his bottom, so he trying to start pulling the tassels off of Kalani. I was like, Zane, don't take those from Kalani. He can't even tell me, but I want bell tassels too. Why can't I have bell tassels too, Yaya? He can't tell me, but I can see the disappointment in my baby's face. And it didn't occur to me. It didn't occur to me. Because this baby boy, who was still nursing does not see a separation from he and his mother, who he latches onto every day to be fed from her body. Why she get to do it and I don't? He didn't have to say it. I saw it in his baby spirit. That as a little baby, without some fracture in our own consciousness about a division from the he to the she and the she to the he, that we are all she and he. We are all the divine androgyne. Not just uterus carriers. We are all the divine androgyne. We're all the divine androgyne. People born from a woman's body, but with external genitalia that identifies them as the he within, literally within the she. This is science I'm talking to y'all about. The quote, he within the she. The quote, he within the she as the divine androgyne. Isn't she still the divine androgyne when she has a male child in her body? Wouldn't she technically be the divine androgyne, the he within the she? Is she no less the divine androgyne if she is pregnant with a girl child? Nope. Because she is still the he within the she. Why? Because even though she got 2 X chromosomes, guess what? She is the producer. She is the creator of the Y chromosome. The he within the she. That too deep for you? Even with double X chromosomes, guess what? She still produces testosterone, bitch. The he within the she. The he within the she. You understand? And so all this time, we be getting mad. I don't worry about no goddamn Brahma. Motherfucker going chop Kali into 1,000,000 pieces and then parcel them off as gods that didn't even exist. But guess what? Males didn't exist for a long time either. And then in the divine cyclicity, the mother said, okay, it's enough with parthenogenesis. You babies need some booze. We need some genetic diversity. You need you females, you feel me? You need some companions. And I want to see the ecstatic expression of myself in my children. So I need the lock and key that become one, that are perfectly matched, where male and female become one in the flesh. They become one in sexual, ecstatic, orgasmic union, looking one another in the eye and guaranteeing the explosion of new synapses that give birth to what we know as human consciousness today. There cannot be an enemy if mommy and I are one. There cannot be a division if you recognize the divine separation that fosters multiplication. There is no separation. There is no, quote, division. There is dynamic multiplication. Maybe that's what I need to do. That's how I need to say it. Huh? Our sons are not our enemies, because every goddess worshiping society on earth has told us in our face. We thought it was beautiful metaphors. No, they said, we mean this shit literally, bitches. We mean this shit literally, bitches. Yes, you can create life. Yes, you can generate life. Yes, you can take radical, boundless abstraction of the universe and condense it into your body, into the portal you know as heaven, and give birth to it out into the earth, where the roots branch into heaven to bridge heaven and earth. You females with portals in your body. Yes, you can generate life, but the same power that you have to generate life, you be careful what you say out your mouth, because your mouth will cause the destruction of the world. That's what these stories told us. That's what we did. They said we was being literal. We wasn't being metaphorical. They said we were being literal. We were not being metaphorical. When we showed you, girls, when we showed you, daughters, when we told you in when we told you and attempted to teach you in your fields of scientific understanding, when we tried to tell you in your face about what happens when some cell in your body, perfect generators and regenerators of self to ensure everlasting life, when we was trying to tell you that you thought was Ooga Booga looking up in the stars, was Ooga Booga trying to understand the language of the cosmos and reducing it to that silly shit. And we told you in your face and you still did not see. And in your not seeing and in your not remembering, you created a chasm within yourself that infected your sons. And the more you spoke the chasm, the more your sons responded to your command. The more you repeated the chasm in your forgetting, the more you infected your perfect baby sons, and all they can do as your sons is obey your commands. Holy shit. Woo, 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 woo. Woo, 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 woo. Woo, 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 woo. Woo, 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 woo. Woo, 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 woo. Go, god damn it. Woo. Woo. It's everywhere. All these misinterpretations of the divine, esoteric, occult secrets. It's always been in our face, baby. The metaphor that they talk about in the esoteric sciences about the genie in the bottle being a metaphor for your capacity to will into your existence manifest everything of your heart's desire, right? And they say, what does the genie say? That we learned the genie say you got 3 wishes. And what does he say to his new master? To his new master? He comes out as the condensed personification of the power of the universe. And the first thing that he says, Master, your wish is my command. Your wish is my command. I can only obey what you say. I can only obey what you say. Your wish is my command. I can only obey what you say. Your wish is my command. I can only obey what you say. What you say? Niggas ain't shit. I can only obey what you say. Your wish is my command. Niggas ain't shit. I can only obey what you say. Your wish is my command. I hate men. You sure? Your wish is my command. I can only obey what you say. This is a metaphor. How does the genie come out of the bottle? Does he come out of the bottle solid? Just like, bloop, here I am. How does the genie come out of the bottle? Oh my God, I'm having a whole goddamn crisis. He comes out of the bottle as a miasma, as a vapor, as a mist. What is the mist? That which is spoken in the universe, and the universe responds. Oh my God. That which is let loose from the mother's lips, and all the universe can do is respond in like. I'm having a whole moment. Because the miasma, the spiritual pollution, the spiritual atmospheric pollution that is the cause of all disease, according to homeopathy, the remedy to the miasma, listen to what I'm saying, and I'm just thinking about it now. The remedy to the miasma, that which causes all disease and human suffering, the remedy to the miasma is like cures like. Like cures like. Like cures like. What does that mean? That if like cures like, then the opposite is true too. Like kills like. And if the miasma is the cause of all disease and human suffering, the mother's curse is the cause of disease and human suffering. What did it say about Kali? That her curse of destruction would destroy the world, would threaten to destroy the world, including all the gods she gave birth to. The mother's curse, the miasma, the spiritual pollution that they can see in an infrared light when your ass sneeze or cough, a giant plume springs from your mouth. You understand? The spiritual pollution that is the cause of all human sickness and disease is the mother's curse, the miasma, the angel of death. Ooh. That came from the sky in the 10 Commandments like a vapor, like a mist, and scattered in every direction and killed the firstborn of the entire kingdom. We didn't see this as a metaphor for the mother's body, for the mother's power. We didn't see it as a metaphor. Just like we didn't see Moses parting the Red Sea as a metaphor for intercourse that always guarantees with every birth the birth of a new potential generation. They went from one incarnation and crossed the Red Sea. What's the Red Sea? It is the magical bloody vagina that has an ocean within. And they go from one personification into as poor and suffering and this and that and this and that, and they cross the Red Sea as a generation. It's a metaphor. Because how did he cross the Red Sea? He had to use his magic staff, his magic wand. What's his magic staff, magic wand? What's this a metaphor for? The penis that parts the Red Sea to give birth to a new generation. Once they crossed that Red Sea and got on the other side of the Red Sea, they was new. They was a new generation. They was free. Free from what? The mother's vagina. They was inside her vagina and crossed the bloody, watery sea of birth to become a new generation on the other side. In a new personification. When I tell you, there you are. Everywhere you go, there you are. Everywhere you go, there you are. we were told, we women were told when we was just becoming baby conscious, that this is the symbol for eternal life. The Ankh is the symbol for eternal life. And this right here is the uterus. And these right here is the fallopian tubes and the ovaries, you feel me? And this is the male principle. And when they come together, this is how you ensure eternal life. And when we was young, baby black nationalists, it was like, yeah, the black man and the black woman must come together to ensure eternal life through birth. And then we women got hip to Ifa, or we got hip to Comedicism, or we got hip to any one of these cultural ancestral what do they call it? ATRs, African traditional religions. And then we learned, after we women became conscious and started feeling our power as we are devotees of the goddess, this and that and so, we learned another version of this, that them men hijacked our shit. Them men at the patriarchal age, you feel me? They hijacked our shit. And what this was for real though was the uterus and the fallopian tubes and the ovaries and the birth canal. See how that happened? How they hijacked our shit like that? And we was like, damn, they did do that. It is not an either or. Both understandings and personifications are true because of they represent time and the cyclicity of the in and out of time. Let me go back to this. In this interdependent state of yin and yang, interdependent state of yin and yang, one cannot exist without the other. There can be no activity without rest, energy without matter, or contraction without expansion. Yin remains inside as a guard for the yang, because the yin is the mother. Yin remains inside as a guard, meaning she nurtures the yang. She gets all the food and transforms all of you. Yang stays outside the body. These are your yang personification. Your skin, your hair, this your yang self. Your eyeballs and all this your yang self. Yin remains in the body to act as a guard for the yang because she's the mother to the baby. Yang stays outside to act as a servant to yin, to act as a servant to the mother through which all of his nourishment comes. One can't exist without the other because even when the mother was alone in the universe giving birth to a singular cosmic egg, her sons already existed in her body, though not for several billion years. There's never been a separation between yin and yang. Only different faces of the mirror image of opposition. Huh? What else does it say here? Inter-supporting and promoting or mutual consumption is another aspect of yin and yang. And what this means is, so this is talking about how disharmony begins. It says the two aspects of yin and yang are never fixed. They are quantitative. This is the quantitative change. They're never fixed. So an excess and yang energy consumes the yin. Are y'all hear me? An excess of yang, fire, yang, right? An excess of fire or an excess of yang consumes yin. And the clinical expression of that is when the excess yang is consuming the yin, it's heat causing excess sweating. The excess yin consuming the yang can cause or cold causing shivering. Consumption of yin, gaining of yang, yin deficiency that leads to heat. I wish I could explain these diagnoses in a way that was more tangible in a moment, but we'll have to talk about that later. Basically, what it means, what that means is when you have a yin deficiency, but you're hot, because yin is your cooling mechanism. Yang is what warms, motivates, moves, excites, invigorates, right? Yin is cool, calm, collected, cold, dense, dark, deep, right? But if your yin becomes deficient, your yang has no choice but to become in excess, because there's no empty space. There's no such thing as empty space. So if the yin retreats, if the yin becomes deficient or weak in any way, then you are going to present with this excess yang symptoms. But it's not really excess yang. It's going to feel excess because the yin is deficient. Her energy is not up enough to balance the yang. So you will present with red cheeks, red eyes, excess sweating, hot all the time, uncomfortable in your body. But the excess, if it was an actual yang at excess, you would have energy. That yang would create excess energy. One of the keys to understanding if it's a yin deficiency or a yang excess, right, that's causing the sweating and all the hot signs, is a person having heat symptoms but is tired, is listless, soft voice, right? It's like no oomph. Their yin is deficient. So even though they're presenting with yang symptoms, the yang symptoms are an illusion based on a deficiency or weakness of the yin, the cooling element that's supposed to harmonize that yang, harmonize the sun. I hope that was helpful. Anyway, so one of the examples that they're trying to teach about, like the interconsuming or mutual consuming aspects, this is in disharmony, the mutual consuming aspects of yin and yang. If a person, like a mother, for example, has severe blood loss, which is yin, your blood is yin, severe blood loss leads to hemorrhagic shock. So even though she has lost blood, right? Or say you have cholera, cholera, and there's another one, typhoid fever. Cholera and typhoid fever both can cause hemorrhagic shock. Hemorrhagic shock is typically seen as an excess heat condition, right? A heat condition. So if it's an invading bacteria, virus, whatever, and you get a high fever, and the fever is so high that it is injuring your internal organs, your yin organs, then you can experience hemorrhagic shock. Hemorrhagic shock is when you start bleeding out of orifices, eyes, nose, right? You start bleeding out of orifices. But that is an excess presentation due to extremely high heat. A deficient expression of the same apparent symptom is if a person experiences severe blood loss, like what do they call them? Like oh my God. What is wrong with my brain, man? It's right on the tip of my tongue. I don't know what's wrong with my brain. But hemophiliac. Hemophiliacs are always at risk of blood loss, severe blood loss. That's why they're always needing blood transfusions. A severe blood loss, whether through like postpartum hemorrhaging or for hemophiliacs that are at risk of blood loss, a severe loss of yin blood will cause the same symptom, hemorrhagic shock, bleeding from the orifices. So it can be an excess that causes this symptom, or it can be a severe deficiency that causes the same symptoms. You see? Anyway, it's very fascinating. But anyway, another example that they use, hot weather. Hot weather dries up the soil, right? Hot weather dries up the soil. This is another example. And then two more, two more personifications or characteristics of yin and yang. Intertransforming. This, if goes on, is considered a chronic condition. the mutual consumption is considered a acute symptom. You're gonna die. If you don't resolve this right away, this extreme imbalance between yin and yang, you could likely die. The next one, intertransforming, morphing from one to the other, the boy child, the baby son that becomes the male mother. I'm just saying, because they are intertransforming yin and yang. Yang may transform into yin and yin into yang. This is a qualitative change. One turns into the other. Extreme yin will necessarily produce yang, and extreme yang will necessarily produce yin. Extreme conditions. This would be a chronic personification, a person that's had a chronic disease for a long time. But you see how the philosophy of yin and yang as male and female, mother and son, translates to how you diagnose a condition as it presents in a person in front of you. That yin can be transformed into yang, and yang can be transformed into yin. This is considered a particular disharmony, a chronic presentation of disharmony between yin and yang, where the male mother, where the yang transforms in a chronic state into yin, and this creates a disharmony that presents as disease, whether that is internally or whether that is your environment. Do you understand? So in this intertransforming presentation of yin and yang, according to one book, extreme yin, okay, this is blah, blah, blah. Severe cold will give birth to heat, and severe heat will give birth to cold. That's a really fascinating one. Let me give you an example. What was the first one? Severe cold will give birth to heat. Severe cold will give birth to heat. What is severe? What? You know it. You know it. You know it. You ain't even got to dig deep. What are they saying right there? Severe cold gives birth to heat. Surprise me, because I know you know it. What is a personification in real time in your flesh of severe cold giving birth to heat? Huh? Nobody guess? Okay. Severe cold giving birth to heat, because what did I tell you? This perfect orchestration here, even if you perceive that you are sick or it feels in disarray or disharmony, it's still perfect. It's still functioning perfect. What you think is a symptom, what you think is a disease, is the symptoms of your body working perfect. It is. So what does it mean when it says severe cold gives birth to heat? Because heat is not cold and cold is not heat. They aren't the same thing. So what does it mean when it says severe cold will give birth to heat? It's so much simpler than what y'all talking about. So much simpler than what y'all talking about. This diagnosis here, severe cold giving birth to heat, and what the evidence of it is frostbite. It's frostbite. Better yet, if that doesn't hit you right, to be more specific, it is freezer burn. The cold being analogous with being so cold, it feels like it's burning. Freezer burn, what we call frostbite. Freezer burn. There it is in your face. Freezer burn. What does it look like in your body? Your ass go skiing. And your black ass know you ain't got no business up on this on that goddamn mountainous, snowy ass ski slope. But you want to kick it with your white homies and do some shit you ain't never did. So your ass go up on there on that goddamn ski slope with your homies. And your homies are adept at what they doing. And your ass trying to take baby steps on your little skis. And you fall in the snow, and nobody behind in front of you recognize your ass done fell, and you still stuck where you at. And it doesn't occur to them till sometime later that your ass is still left behind. And as your body gets colder, the first thing that it will do to try to protect you from this extreme environmental phenomena that threatens your life. What did it say here? Hold on. What did it say here in the one before? What did it say here? Where is it? 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 I saw that. Where is it? Yeah, there it is. There it is. This is in the one before. The inter-supporting and promoting or mutual consumption. This is a lower phase, right? So when you up there stranded on that ski slope, you feel me? And it's cold outside in your external environment, and your internal environment is like, nigga, we got to conserve this heat. We got to make sure that this temple that is from your collarbone to your pubic bone, from left to right, that this survives. We got to make sure this survives. Right? And so the first thing that your body will perceive is like, it's too cold. So we're going to shiver. We're going to generate warmth through increasing the activity of shivering. The movement is going to create the warmth. And if that don't work, bro, look, you need to live. That's all we worried about is preserving your life. You need to live. You feel me? And I know you have grown literally attached to your limbs, but we can start popping off limbs in an attempt to save your life. What we call frostbite, what we call, quote, human freezer burn, which is the example of the next thing. So first we will start with shivering. If the body recognizes that that's not doing the trick and that the organs are being threatened by this extreme cold, then it gets extreme right here. It says, extreme, what does it say here? Hold on. Severe cold will give birth to heat. In the process of freezer burn, what the body will do is slow circulation to the extremities. The body was like, look, all that blood that's going all the way out to your fingers and your toes and your nose, you want, yeah, I know you want it. I know you want to keep it, but you ain't going to live. So what we're going to do is we are going to literally slow severe vasoconstriction. We're going to slow through vasoconstriction, response to the cold. Those extremities, so that we can divert all that blood closer, keep it closer to the core. We're spending too much energy trying to get blood all the way to the extremities. So we're going to shrink all the smallest capillaries and blood vessels to try to reroute the blood where it stays closer to the body. And what's going to happen if there ain't no warmth of the blood flow getting to the capillaries? That freeze is going to cause what appears to be a burn. What does freezer burn look like? It looks like somebody took a match and lit your flesh till it cooked black. It turns black. When there's no warmth to go to the extremities, them toes turn black, as if you had stepped in a pile of fire. Your fingers will turn black. Your body intuitively will start with your toes, because those, though you need them, aren't as essential as your fingers. In a situation like that, how does your body intuitively knows to sacrifice your toes first? And if you out there longer than that, and us rerouting the blood from the toes ain't doing the trick, we hate to do it because we know you need them. But we might have to give up some of these fingers too, nigga, because it don't look like nobody coming to get you no time soon. And it's getting colder and it's getting dark out this bit. We might need to sacrifice some fingers, nigga. We hate to do it. But we trying to live. We trying to make you live, and you can live without some fingers and some toes. And if you still out there, the body intuitively knows. Damn, we don't want to do it. You ain't got no phone. You can't call nobody. Nigga, I hate to do it to you, but your nose got to go. Your nose will be the next thing to go. That's not my opinion. It's what happens. Your nose will be the next thing to go. Then you'll start to see the tops of your ears get black. Literally trying to save your life by sacrificing the least essential, lastly, to the most essential. Freeze or burn. Isn't that fascinating? Anyway, and then the opposite of that is severe heat will give birth to cold, because severe heat causes, especially internal heat, it causes a burn, what they call. So like if you have I was talking about hemorrhagic fever earlier. If you have a really, really high fever for a prolonged period of time, and you're not icing the person, you're not trying to keep their body heat down, then what the theory says is that the extreme heat will, what's the word they use, will injure the internal organs, which are yin, injure the internal organs. Over a period of time, that extreme heat and the damage done to the internal organs will cause drops in the temperature. So you'll go from extreme fever to all of a sudden you're freezing and you can't get warm. So it is the causing of the opposite in its presentation, in disharmony, imbalance. Quite fascinating. Let's see what else they talk about. Heat, extreme heat also damages the Wei Qi. The Wei Qi is your defensive Qi. The Wei Qi is your defensive Qi. It's your skin, it's your lungs, it's your large intestines. All three of those things are a part of what is considered your defensive Qi or your Wei Qi. I like what Giovanni has to say is examples for intertransforming and chronic conditions, as expressed as yang may transform into yin, the son trying to become the mother, creating crisis. Anyway, it says day turns into night, summer turns into winter, great euphoria of drinking spree, quickly followed by depression of hangover. Excess work without rest leads to extreme deficiency of energy. Excess jogging leads to a slow pulse. Excess worry depletes the energy. External cold turns into internal heat. Deficient spleen yang leads to dampness. And the very last thing is the infinite divisibility of yin and yang. Infinite divisibility of yin and yang. There are relative degrees of both yin and yang, right? And so I'm tired, man, but I know this was deep. But the breaking, that shit fucked me up. And the simultaneous conjunction of the spheres. Because if you were to look at yourself, like there's this organization called, I think it's called the Heart Math Institute. I think that's what it's called, or Heart Math Institute. I love the pictures that they generate about the centrality and importance of the heart. I love the whole way that they've begun, or they've had the ability to map and actually take pictures of your electromagnetic field as a torus field. Your electromagnetic field is a torus field that emanates out of both sides of your heart, right? And that's what gives you your 6 to 9 foot radius of electromagnetic protection, right? And the reason I'm saying that is because when I had this breakthrough about the great breaking and the conjunction of spheres, let me go ahead and tell you the 3 movies that stood out right away, because I know I went off on that. But the conjunction of spheres, I was going all hard about, and the Bjork song, The Day of Zero, and all that stuff. The conjunction of the spheres is in so many movies that until I started paying attention to astrology, I didn't know I would need to keep or remember. The Dark Crystal is a huge one. If you have not seen the original movie, The Dark Crystal, you must see it. because everything that I talked about tonight is in it. There are the little monks. You feel me? They're the little monk. They look like elves, but like giant elves. The little monk that move around during the day all the time, and they are dressed in black. The little monks that are old and they hunchback and they got little staffs, and all they do is meditate all day while walking real slow around the desert in the daylight. That's all they do. And the Skeksis look like vultures, and they are old, and nobody knows how old they are because they live off the energy of the black crystal. But then they break the black crystal. That is the source not only of their eternal youth, but the dark crystal is the energy source of the entire planet. So once they done juiced this sound familiar, goddamn it. Yeah. Once they done milked the damn black crystal to the point that the planet is threatening to be destroyed, they got to find another energy source. They're like, we came here to rule, and we need another energy source. And what we gonna do now? The dark crystal is broken. The dark crystal is broken. The great breaking. Now that the dark crystal, could this be a metaphor for the black sun, aka great grandmother Chrome, aka the planet Saturn was once known as the black sun? So they got this dark crystal that's the center of the planet and is responsible for generating all the energy on the planet. It is the life source of the planet. Do that sound familiar? Have y'all ever heard of the concept of the soul of the earth? Have y'all ever heard that concept? Do you know the name that they gave to the soul of the earth? This is an esotericism too. Do you know the name of the soul of the earth? Her name is Sophia, and she is pictured standing on top of the earth with the rains and the waters of life coming out of one breast and the healing rays of the sun coming out of the other breast. Sophia, the soul of the earth, the black crystal, the purple light of the golden age under Saturn, the black sun. So they done exploited the dark crystal so much that now they have to find a new energy source. Do this sound like the Matrix a little bit? They done exploited the soul of their planet, the dark crystal. Does this sound familiar? And so now they got to find a new energy source. Who is the energy source that they recognize that they could juice just like the dark crystal? Guess who the energy source is? It is the indigenous inhabitants of the planet that this alien species, the Skeksis, came to post up on. Did you hear what I just said? That once they bled the source, the soul of the planet, dry, the dark crystal, the melanated black ass crystal, through the breaking, the great breaking, they recognized one day that this slave, they were called, I forget what the little elf people were called, but the little elf people who were the only indigenous peoples on that planet and who were killed almost to the brink of extinction. Sound familiar? This little Jim Henson puppet movie, the indigenous little babies, the only true indigenous on the planet, the humming monks, they wasn't indigenous. The sex keys, they wasn't indigenous. They came from other planets. And the only people that were indigenous were hunted to the brink of extinction. That sounds like another movie I enjoy so much. The Witcher. The Witcher, the version of The Witcher that is called The Origin. The one with the black girl who's the Raven, who they call the Raven. that at the conjunction of the spheres, when the world broke, no, this is before the conjunction of the spheres, that the elves were the only people on the planet. The Raven, this guy, everybody in that film, everybody was elves, just different clans. Everybody was just elves, just different clans. And this black man who was a magi, and this man, he wasn't black, but he wasn't white. He was like maybe Indian, but he was dressed in all white. So one magi is dressed in all black, and he is black. And one magi is dressed in all white. He is, a little melanated with some straight hair. And they go face to face because the black guy in the black robes, magi, these megaliths, these black megaliths all over the place, have promised to allow him to be able to travel between realms, between worlds. And the only reason he wants to travel between worlds is because he grew up poor, lower class, and he wants all the power in the world to get even with all these rich people who always made him feel bad. And so he's going to use these megaliths to travel between worlds and collect power wherever he can get it. But his power is malignant and destructive. And the guy is dressed in all white, magi, who taught the black dude how to travel between these realms through these megaliths. He was like, I thought you was going to change the world with this power. I thought you was going to make life better on our planet with this power. What you doing? And so they go toe to toe. The black magi in all black and the non-black melanated person of some other race dressed in all white. He is attempting to close the megalith for good, to close it and to destroy it. And the black dude is like, no, we going to keep this shit open. And I'm going to invite all the power from the other worlds into this world. And in the contest back and forth between white and black, light and dark, while funneling both their power, quote, good and evil, into the megalith, one seeking to destroy the megalith, the other one seeking to open it all the way to let all the things in, that this megalith, this portal, this long black portal that is the doorway to all things, all time, all space in between, all dimensions, that they are fighting back and forth over control. One to destroy and one to open wide up. That when the portal collapsed, it caused a rip in the time-space continuum. And when the rip occurred, it was broad daylight outside. And when the rip occurred, you could literally see a tear in the heavens, a tear in the sky. And in the tear was pitch blackness and all of these planets. And people are like, what is that? Everybody's seeing it on the planet. What is that? Oh my God. And as the tear occurred, the moment that the tear occurred, the planets lined up perfectly, the conjunction of the spheres, as they called it. And at the moment that the rip occurred and the planets lined up perfectly in this conjunction, the worlds became one across each other. And this conjunction of the spheres at the exact time that light and dark, good and evil, and all of that shit was at war with one another, causing the tear that exposed them to the conjunction, is when, quote, monsters and humans and all other creatures came to this planet of sovereigns. Wasn't nobody on there but elves. All of a sudden, monsters, humans, and dwarfs are up in their shit. And so when you go into the movie Witcher, where Witcher is killing all the she monsters that used to be goddesses, the elves that used to govern the whole planet have been hunted to near extinction. Sound familiar? So in this movie with the sex keys and the little humming monk, meditating movie monk dudes and the little elves, the indigenous have been hunted to the brink of distinction of extinction, meaning there's one female left and one male left on the whole planet. That was them. And so this little kid, this little elf, he's going and talking to one of the monks. And the monk was like, look, you see what's happening in the sky? You can see all of these celestial spheres coming together. They're coming together in only a short period of time, a few days, few weeks, whatever the such. The planets are going to align perfectly. You got that amount of time to try to figure out how to fix this thing. And he's like, well, what do I do? And the monk was like, I don't know what you need to do, but I know this is your mission. And so you need to go to the old little witch lady. And the old little witch lady is Saturn. The old little witch lady is not only Saturn, the old little witch lady is Saturn in both her personifications, as Capricorn and as Aquarius. It's right there in your face. She, the little witch lady, has a third eye right here. She has horns, just like the Capricorn, on the side of her head. She sees the future as a scientist. She don't be casting no bones and shit. She say, look at this little model of the entire universe I have in here, in this long ass telescope that can see all the way into the universe. And so I am a master of time, is what she say. Who is that if that's not Saturn? Saturn. Who is Capricorn if that's not one face of Saturn? Who is Aquarius if that is not one face of Saturn? This witch is both Capricorn and Aquarius as great grandmother Crown. Yes, she is. Looking just like a little old lady with some big old titties, just like your big mama. Understand? And she got an attitude just like your big mama. I said what I said. Didn't you hear what I told you, child? This is what you got to do. Look at these planets. What do you think they for? It is to tell you what you need to do. And you got to do it by this time when the planets perfectly align. You understand? The monks are the personification of what you call it? Asceticism, denial, and deprivation. The starving, the vows of celibacy, the monotony of mantra with no action in the material world. Just your behavior is your display of your conviction, your mantra, your meditation, your starvation, your sexless life, your bland food, like Obatala. You can't have no salt on your food, no seasoning. That's the monks who just roam to and fro, meditating, moving meditation. That's them. The sex skis, the sketch skis, however you say their name, they old, they got vulture heads, and they grody looking, and they are the personification of opulence. Eating all the time, playing all the time, fighting all the time, just all the extremes. All the extremes. That's them. That's them. And the little old witch that this child, the hero, must see to get direction about his mission and what he must do is literally the personification of the balance between these two extremes. Great grandmother Crone, aka the Black Sun, aka the Dark Crystal, aka the light of the purple light of the Golden Age. She right there in between, the all-seeing and the all-knowing. The bridge between science and spirit, the space in between conscious and unconscious, breath from breath, life to death. She right there in your face. She said, this is what you got to do. I don't know what's going to happen, but I know what you got to do. Before these planets become one, you have to take the sliver of this dark crystal that has been saved for this moment and mend the fracture with this little piece of the dark crystal. You got to make sure that it's in there at the moment that the conjunction happens. And if you can do that, you can save the world. He didn't know what save the world was going to look like. He didn't know. And do you know what saving the world looked like? When he took that which had been destroyed in the great breaking and mended the division by repairing the damage with the missing piece of the dark crystal, that a brilliant light, at the behest of the conjunction of the spheres, sent out a light so blinding that the monks, who were aliens, the little and the sex skis, who were aliens, and they were so opulent and gross and greedy and messed up in all possible ways, they transformed into what looked like a light version of both themselves, and they started to merge together until the chanting monks and the sex skis reunited. That what happened when they entered thousands of years ago into the atmosphere of this new planet, something split them apart from themselves. So what you think are two distinct species of aliens were the remnants of a great breaking of them from themselves. The meditating ascetic monks, always on the move but not doing anything, and the opulent, greedy, gluttonous, dangerous, toxic, murderous, vampiric sex skis were the two in one, split apart from themselves with no memory of their original selves. And when they came together, united through the power and the light of the dark crystal soul of the world, the two that became one was something greater than them both, was something greater than their separate selves, something ever present and light being. And then he communicated through telepathy, through the little what you call it, through the little elf guy. He said, "Thank you so much. We had been separated from ourselves for so long that we had forgotten how to return to ourselves." I'm watching The Dark Crystal just recently, and I'm like, kill him. I'm talking about the set keys. When the little elf go to save the world, and he got to make sure that he put the missing piece back in the dark crystal. I'm like, kill him, kill the sex keys, get him, kill him, cleave his head off. I got so mad at the end. I was like, that's the end. He ain't gonna kill nobody. We just all united as one. No debts paid. Completely disregarding what the two reunited. What does the story of Kali say? That the throat chakra is the great gate of liberation that can only be opened through the divine reunion of the two as one. The divine sacred and the divine feminine and the sacred masculine reunited in divine harmonious union as the two who become one. This is the only way to open the great gate of liberation. What does that mean, to open the great gate of liberation? Because if you are not speaking liberation, you are speaking destruction. If you are not speaking liberation, you are speaking despair. If you are not speaking happiness, ecstasy, and this philosophy said the only way. You know how much I've been talking to you women about how the problem with all us women is because we got blocked throat chakras. We think it's our heart because we feel it in our chest, and that's true. But how we got blocked throat chakras. And we got to speak our truth. But what is the truth that we have been speaking it from a place of hurt? I don't fuck with men. I don't trust men. I don't trust white people. Everybody got to go. Everybody can get it. Is that the truth that is? Or is that the truth you think you are experiencing from your place of hurt, where it is impossible for the divine sacred and for the divine feminine and sacred masculine that is you as the divine androgyne in harmonious union, not cut from yourself, not split from yourself, not at war with yourself between heaven and earth. The union, the union, the necessary reunion of divine feminine and sacred masculine is the two become one to open the gate of great liberation. So that every time you open your mouth, the cure of like curing like, the remedy of like curing like. You speak liberation, and what did the genie say? Your wish is my command. You speak liberation through the harmonious reunion of the two become one. You speak liberation, and the genie that once was the mist of despair says, "You sure?" And I say, I'll say it again. The world is new. The world remembers. There are no enemies. We embrace our son. We anchor our son. We don't subdue him. We anchor him and we cover him in the love of the original mother, the one from whom we all come forth. There is no such thing as war because the age of confusion has ended. We welcome this transition that the mothers promised us in the heavens with our transition from the Kali Yuga into the Satya Yuga. We honor and also bid adieu to our great mother Kali. We remember she is no longer needed. Thank you for the job that you did in enlightening us and bringing the fire out of our head. Thank you for what you taught us in this most tumultuous moment in our phase as the destroyer, to give us the insight needed to become mother again, to welcome great grandmother Crone, she who has been perpetually hidden in plain sight, calling us back. I'm still here, baby. Everywhere you go, there you are. Everywhere you go, there I am. Why? Because we are one. I'm still calling you out, baby. Calling. Come on through. I'm the light at the end of the tunnel. Your great grandmother, who is the beginning and ending and all the space in between, the Alpha and Omega and every space in between. This is a tumultuous little spell that you had to go through. But now, as the God that you are, you can speak its opposition and it will be. Damn. Your genie is your voice. Your genie is your heart chakra. Your genie is your root chakra, safe and secure, deeply rooted in the secret it's been trying to teach you all along. You as the world tree, you as the serpent in the garden, you as the apple in your mother's eye, you as the light bearer, and you as the water bearer. Jesus is not our enemy, just like the devil ain't our enemy. Jesus is us. The devil is us. The heaven is us. The hell is us. The earth is us. In the ebbing and flow of the goddess through the stages of maiden and mother and crone, and again, maiden and mother and crone, and again, our boy children who idolize the mother, wanting to dress like the mother, wanting in his madden state to become the mother, just like this Chinese medicine say right here, into transforming. It's cute when he little and he wants to dress like his mama because he loves his mama and he want to wear her high heels too, just like my little thing. Why can't I have little bells on my body, y'all? And then our malignancy. I was just saying the same thing to myself in my head. I got to write a whole new conspiracy. Saying to myself, ancient mamas. And even then, because of the affliction that we have in our own head, it still never occurred to me, though I have many, to give my little baby grandson some little jingly bells on his hips too. This is something that's imprinting on his consciousness about a denial of him. Why my sister can have it and I can't have it. He couldn't say that, but I could see it in his disappointment. Why Kalani can have it and I can't have it. I did that. We did that. We may not in this moment be able to articulate the very seed, the very origin, but mommy and I are one. We are all in her body. We are all expressing her will. We are all responding to our forgetfulness of her will, our inability to hear her will. And in our separation from her, our perceived separation from her, and our forgetfulness in our blunted memory, our despair, our screams, our cries, our sighs, our despair, our hurt, our trauma, we continue to speak it. We continue to give life to it. We continue to speak it. We continue to speak it. We continue to speak it. And so the whole reason I got up on here today, which is the title of the live that I created, was to save your ashe today and every day, and to speak, not even speak the opposite, is to speak the world now. Speak the world now. This is the space in between. There ain't no left wing. There ain't no right wing without the bird, without the brain, without the heart, without the organs. There is no left wing and there is no right wing without the bird. The union and the harmony of opposites. The S that lies between with the little cord that bridges the gap. We're never apart from her, which means we're never apart from our sons. Our sons are the material expression of our collective singular as the mothers, our collective singular stage as the destructive goddess. That's why they called Sekhmet the eye, the destructive eye of Ra. They called her the destructive eye of Ra. She became the personification of the sons. She became the personification of the son in his destructive phase. Reversal. She, as the mother, became the weapon personified as the destructive phase of the son gone rogue, the son at high noon. But it's still the mother because he is he is the he within the she. He can't do what he did without the she. And he, as the manifestation of as the manifestation of the mother's destructive phase, he, as the manifestation of the mother's destructive phase, can only obey her command. And if every time we open our mouth, we're talking about how we hate men, every time we open our mouth, we talk about what we saying, niggas ain't shit. Every time we open our mouth, our sons can only respond and react to that we are spilling into the universe. We got to think about, oh, this is a lie. The great breaking. What? The conjunction of the spheres. So the conjunction of the spheres. The dark crystal. It one that come up. This is the end. That's another one. And that's got a lot of deep stuff in it. Hercules, the cartoon version. Listen to Hades. Listen to the three witches, fates. Huh? When he asked the three fates, he as Pluto, he as Oya, he staging a contest against heaven. Who heaven? Zeus. Who heaven? Hercules. I'm Hades, god of the underworld. I'm about to stage a contest. And I need to get the 411 if fate is on my side or if fate is on the other team's side. And the three witches tell them a little story. They say in 18 years precisely, I reduce it to the number 9, by the way. In 18 years precisely, the planets will align ever so nicely. What they say? That will be the time at hand to unleash the Titans' monstrous band. And what they say? To unleash the Titans' monstrous band. And on that day, Hercules will fall, and you, Hades, will rise to rule all. I've been watching that damn cartoon since my baby was a baby. I love that cartoon, Hercules. The little black muses on the vases. The little black muses. What was the songs they were singing? Oh man, I can't remember those songs off the top of my head. But the little black dancing muses, right? I went back and watched that shit. I said, oh my God. This movie that I don't even remember what year Hercules came out. 99, 98, 96. I've been watching. That's one of my crack watch movies. Every time it come on, I'm going to watch it. All this time. They have been giving us a prophecy that is old. Old. This conjunction of the spheres. These cute little fates, these cute little witches that shared a singular eye each. In 18 years precisely, the planets will align ever so nicely. What do you say? What they say? Will align ever so nicely. Release something about your divine plan. Release the Titans' monstrous bands. And on that day, Hercules will fall, and you, Hades, will rule all. But then they say, but then there's a warning. If Hercules fights, you will lose. If Hercules fights, you will lose. So he devises a plan to kill little baby Hercules. And in that scene where he devises his plan to kill that little baby Hercules, the two little demons, the two little goblins that he used to go and kill little baby Hercules, they got to give him a poison that will because he's half human, half god. And even demigods, what they say? Gods, no, he's God. Hercules is full God. He's full God. He was born from Hera and Zeus, at least in the story. And so when they kidnapped him from Mount Olympus, they said, we got to give him the potion so it will turn him human. We got to give him the potion so it'll turn him human, because you can't kill God, but you can kill a human. And so they give him the little potion, and he didn't drink the last drop. And so he became a demigod, half human, half man. And so they thought they made him human, so they was going to kill him. So the two little demons turned into a red serpent and a blue serpent and crept up to baby Hercules from opposite sides. And he picked up the red serpent and the blue serpent in his hands. And then he tied the red and blue serpent together so that the two would become one, and tossed them into the heavens until they disappeared. That's what he did. That's what he did. Rewatching this shit after going into this deep dive with astrology and the mythology behind the mythology, the meaning behind the mythology. All of these movies have been prophecies, not prophecies. They have been the retelling of primordial recognition of patterns in the sky that were attempting to teach us something about what was to come so that we could prepare. That's not the only one. Remember Sinbad? This was Sinbad in the Seven Seas. This was old school, 1980s. Sinbad in the Seven Seas, conjunction of the spheres. What else? There's another one. The one I was telling you about, The Witcher, the Witcher Origins, conjunction of the spheres. There's another one. The Great Breaking, the tear in the space-time continuum. This tear that you can see in broad daylight. This tear where you can see black, and in the black you can see all the planets lining up. Is this not your mama? What is the Great Breaking? What is the tear in the space-time continuum? If it is not a metaphor for the opening and closing vagina of your mother that will either receive her son into her in sexual intercourse or expel, cast out her son as one of the spheres. The black internal universe that is your mother's uterus, then this tear in the space-time continuum where you can see the primordial black and these planets lining up, are these metaphors for the babies that will come into this new existence that is this place? She everywhere. But there's no contradiction in saying that while everywhere you go, there you are, because there she is in your face in plain sight. She is still the divine androgyne. So our signs are not our enemies. What we have to do is expel out of our mouth, but only at the moment of the great conjunction of the divine feminine and sacred masculine, the two that become one. And the only thing they can speak out of their mouth is liberation. This is the remedy that cures the miasm of the last age, the destructive face of the goddess as the Kali Yuga, as Oya, as who else, as Sekhmet, as it is only when we speak the opposition, the harmonizing, we speak what we want. We speak what we want to see. We speak what we want to live. We speak liberation. We don't say fuck the police, because we give power to that which already is malignant and exists, which are the remnants of the age of destruction. Fuck the police, fuck the man, this and that, and this and that. We can't say that no more. I know that's a hard sell. But what I want to do, since I live in a city that has the second largest vortex, the second largest portal in this country, is see if I can gather enough of you who are just willing to hedge your bets on, just to conduct a scientific experiment on what I'm saying, and if this is true even a little bit. Can we witches, can we people, can we, our mother's children, descend upon some sacred location in this city with this magnanimous vortex and open up the great gate of liberation, speaking a new existence into reality, that in the now is the world that we desire. In the now we speak the world that we desire. And only through speaking the world that we desire do we make the old world obsolete. Only in speaking the world that we desire do we make the old world obsolete, that we finally close the chapter of the old world and bid it goodbye forever. I gotta rewrite the conspiracy. I got to rewrite the conspiracy. And I love it so. But can you recognize the moment where the chapter is concluded? That the chapter must be closed with love and appreciation for the lesson in it so that you can evolve. Oh my God. I gotta go. It's 8 hours later. Wow. 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 I gotta go. Um, this was a lot. And thank you guys that supported and donated. I really appreciate you guys for that. Um, I got so much to reconsider from tonight, even about my approach to the mayoral campaign. I got so much to reconsider. Tomorrow, I am going to do another live. I really need to struggle to be more disciplined about the live tomorrow, but I really want to keep it concise. Today, it's 11:11. It's 11:11. 10. It's 10. That's 8. That's 10. That's 11. That's 8. What's that, 20? Well, it's 11:11 my time. But so the full moon is coming up soon, like within the next couple of days. The full moon is in I think it's Capricorn. The full moon in Capricorn. Then this Neptune in Aries at 0 degrees is just the jump start to February 20th, the Neptune-Saturn conjunction. The Neptune-Saturn conjunction at 0 degrees Aries will be happening on the 20th. 3 days before that will be the first solar eclipse of the year, and it will also be on the solar eclipse, because it's a new moon, is the new moon in Aquarius. But at the same time that this solar eclipse in Aquarius will be happening, there will be 5 planets in Aquarius during this new moon that will happen 3 days before the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in Aries at 0 degrees for the first time since the year 4731 BC. So 6,200 years is the last time this Neptune-Saturn conjunction at 0 degrees has occurred. And then, so we have the full moon, then we have the new moon, which is a solar eclipse. And then the completion of this process that started today, which is when Saturn enters into a conjunction with Neptune that's already in Aries at 0 degrees. This is all the mother. We've been talking since the winter solstice about Saturn, about Capricorn, about Aquarius, as the descendants of great-grandmother Crone, who is always hidden in our face but disappeared from everything, whose name is not spoken but is ever present in all spaces. And I kept saying there's something big that she wants from me. There's something big that she wants from us, because Capricorn and Aquarius are both children of Saturn, though Aquarius also has an additional ruling planet, which is Uranus, Prometheus, the light bearer. See how that is? So when I wrote today that I wanted that this topic is save your ashe today and every day, and speak only the moment that is. In this moment is perfection. In this moment is liberation. In this moment is prosperity and abundance and satiation, ecstasy, happiness, and pure perfection. In this moment is the coming together, is the reunification of the one, the multiverse expressed as the omniverse, the universes acknowledging the oneness within the variety, the multiverse, coming together in a moment that the multiverse is the expression of the omniverse, all of us together within the universe, together as one. Today, I open the gate of the great gate of liberation. Today I stand at my mother's feet, the primordial expression of the divine androgyne, the she, the she and the he within the she, mother and son, mother and daughter, grandmother and grandchild, whatever every expression. You got to rewrite. We got to rewrite the conspiracy, but monitor your mouth. Monitor your mouth. If you need your music to be playing all day, every day, to make sure that you are not reacting. If it means that you need to cut off your social media and take a detox at least until February 20th, but no, not even February 20th, because shortly after February 20th, there's another eclipse. So there's the solar eclipse on the 17th and the lunar eclipse on March 3rd. I say monitor your mouth forever. Speak only liberation. We are all aware of what we're experiencing right now, but the only remedy for that which we are experiencing is like cures, like is to see our voice as the bottle of the genie, as the microcosm to the macro genie. And every time we open our mouth and this poof of what you call this poof that is the genie that comes out of the bottle, this poof, this miasma, this poof, this spittle that you can see in the infrared light, this ashe that you spill, this pranayama that you poof out of your mouth is the genie saying your wish is my command, because the universe is responding to this poof you put out in your mouth. And so if you want liberation, if you want peace and prosperity and abundance, if you want safety, sanity, and wonderful, radical, mind-blowing sex that is epiphomatic every time, speak that so the universe can respond to that, because like cures like. Because like cures like. Yep. Oh my God. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep. All right, I'm done. I'm tired. 8 hours. I did an 8-hour work day up on here. So y'all can continue to make your donations and contributions and share. Oh, and the other thing is, please share the GoFundMe. I'm not out of crisis mode. Please share the GoFundMe. To and fro, near and far. Please share the GoFundMe. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, so that I can make sure I put y'all up on game about these magnanimous astrological changes that are about to occur. Good night. I hope you were fed from this. And Mommy and I are one.